Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the University Star League last day of our broadcasting. Today we'll be broadcasting the finals of the competitive part of our StarCraft tournament, and we have 8 players waiting in the quarterfinals. So there's going to be a lot of great games today. I'm just real quickly going to introduce what's going to happen. I'm going to show you a short video very soon. Before that, I'm going to tell you that we still have the quiz system in our breaks. So during our breaks, you can answer gaming-related questions in the broadcast, and you can join that on quiz.unisl.se on your mobile phone device or your computer at home. Yesterday's winner was Linus Forsberg. Congratulations, my friend, and you will receive a very beautiful University Star League mousepad. Isn't it brilliant? Made by QPad for us as well. The winners for today will receive some pretty pimp prizes from HyperX as well, and we want to thank Komplett for giving us all the computer equipment we need for this actual broadcast, and Blizzard, of course, for making awesome games and sending us boxes of cool stuff like t-shirts and cutouts and things like this. So I won't be talking too much. I'm going to show you a short clip of what is going to happen during today's broadcast. It's time to walk you through the schedule of the finals day for the competitive part of the University Star League StarCraft tournament. About 70 players signed up for the competitive part in StarCraft, and we have 8 of them going into the quarterfinals starting this broadcast. We have a lot of very big names, including Season 1's winner and the female world champion, Madelisk. Also, Season 2 winner, Winter, is yet to lose a single map throughout the tournament. We also have Team Darkstar's Prospect, who recently won Politica's StarCraft tournament, and also Team Properties Mekar, and a lot of other great names. So, at 11 o'clock, we're going to start the broadcast with the quarterfinals, best of 3 games. At 3:30, we're going to continue with the semifinals, best of 5s, and at 7 o'clock, we're going to kick off the grand finals, a huge best of 7. It's going to be great to enjoy great StarCraft with all the visitors at the pub. I'm going to remind you that the pub is open, so if you're watching from home, come join us in Kista, and I want to wish all of the players good luck in the tournament. Thank you very much, for a nice introduction of the day. I'm standing here with our 2 first players for the quarterfinals. I have White Phoenix on this side, welcome. And we have Goldhead on this side. Both of you Zerg players, I'm going to start with that. How's your Zerg versus Zerg?
It's actually my best matchup by far, so
it is.
Glad I got to play.
Perfect. So that's a great start for the tournament for you. Or yeah. So how's yours?
I've been practicing a lot. I had eSport SM yesterday.
Yes.
I'm sure, so practiced a lot.
Let's see. We might have a problem with the mic. Let's see this one. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. I'm gonna send this one over here as well. Can you get it on working? Up and running. One more time. How's your Zerg versus Zerg?
Yeah,
there we go.
had my match against in eSport SM against Namshar.
Yes.
And I practiced against and this is a Zerg with Zerg, so I had only Zerg with Zerg to practice almost. So.
Yeah. All right. So perfect. Well, how long have you guys been playing StarCraft? Let's start with White Phoenix.
I started in the beta for StarCraft 2.
All right.
I played like a little bit of campaign for StarCraft 1, but I never took it seriously.
No.
So I started with StarCraft 2 pretty much.
Yeah, and you started playing quite competitively in the beta already, or?
No, in the beta I was just playing like mono battles and team games and stuff. But in the Heart of the Swarm is really when I started playing competitively.
All right. And Goldhead?
I bought the game at launch, but I didn't really play ladder or competitively.
Yeah.
It was like maybe a year after release, I think. I started playing a lot, and yeah.
All right. So again, what are you studying? Let's start over here as well.
I'm studying data at KTH.
Yes. All right. So KTH, so this is home ground for you, so to speak.
I've actually been here a couple of times doing some projects and stuff, so I'm pretty familiar with Kista.
Yeah, the building as well.
Yep.
And you?
I study game design at Södertörns högskola.
All right. So in Stockholm here as well?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So both of you didn't have to get that far. to come here down to Stockholm. All right. Well, I'm not going to keep you here for too much longer. They'll just get the nerves pumping. So, gentlemen, give me the microphones, give me a handshake, and good luck in the first quarterfinals. Thank you. All right. So, go ahead. And with that, I'm not going to talk more. I'm going to leave this over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Petter. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the University Star League Season 3 competitive part. We are right now getting ready for the first quarterfinals. I'm Zoeg, and here with me is Mr. Bad Example himself. And we are getting so excited for this first series. I think without further ado, we can just jump into the first player right away.
Absolutely, and it is going to be a Zerg versus Zerg, of course, here in the first game of the day. But we're going to be having games all day right now in the quarterfinals. And then, of course, if you know just basic tournament structure, we're going to go into the semifinals and then at last the finals. So it's going to be best out of 3 at first, and I think going into best out of 5 and even a best out of 7 in the finals. So that is going to be really interesting to watch.
Indeed, we have a lot of games today. As I said, we're starting off with 4 best of 3s, then 2 best of 5s, and then best out of 7, which will be at 8:30 today. So, I think without further ado, let's introduce our first player.
Yeah, and here he is. It's going to be White Phoenix, of course, as you could see in the interview there, as well as a beautiful rolling picture. His name is Samuel. He goes to KTH in Stockholm, so you could say he has a bit of a home turf advantage, I might say.
Indeed, and let's look at his opponent. It is going to be Goldhead. Let's look at him here. We do have him rotating. It's beautiful. Look at that from Mind Games. His name is Andre Bjorndal, and he is right now in Södertörns Högskola, and he plays as a Zerg, making this a CVZ, and he's also from Stockholm, so I think we have a bit of a Stockholm rivalry here.
Yeah, we might have that indeed. We can also see Goldhead. He was actually on during our previous day, which was in the casual tournament, where his teammate, Defer, was actually playing and managed to win the Gamma division in the casual tournament. So was actually standing behind him and coaching. Well, not during games, of course, but prior to that. So great team there. I think Mind Games have been able to produce their own team shirt as well. So might be some serious business going on there. But speaking of serious business, away.
Oh yeah?
I think we're getting into the first game quite soon.
That is going to be great, and the first map is going to be Waystation in the CVZ, and of course CVZ a very volatile matchup. I don't really know, there's a lot to expect between these two players. I haven't been able to watch the previous games myself, but I think we're ready, so let's jump into the game, everyone.
Yeah, and here we go, in the top right corner, our first contender here in the first quarterfinals. Do we have anyone in the audience that wants to give a cheer for Mind Games Goldhead? Great team there, I think. Mind Games have been able to use their own team shirt.
And his opponent in the bottom left, playing for Heroes of Apocalypse. It is the red Zerg player, White Phoenix.
Giving a bit of a shout out there to Fate, of course, another famous player in the Swedish StarCraft scene. And there is a quick pause, so there might be a bit of a short problem here. Anyway, Goldhead is a player that I've actually been. There was quite a while since I saw him. He is quite a cool guy. He's been in the Swedish StarCraft scene for quite a while, and I remember the first time I saw him was at a GameX. I think it was about 1.5 years ago, where he was playing against Dady. Actually, he's also been working a bit with this tournament where Goldhead famously, he had an Overlord next to the Protoss base, and he saw the Dark Shrine making, but he didn't react to it. So after games, I thought, like, you saw the Dark Shrine, but what happened? I thought it was a pylon, man.
I thought it was a pylon. Oh, that is unfortunate. It does happen, though. Always make sure you press those buildings. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We have White Phoenix with the 8 pool, and this, everyone, is going to be quite aggressive. Actually, sorry for that. That was a 9 pool, but still, this is going to be very, very aggressive. And Goldhead, I don't know, if he goes for Hatch first here, he can be in some really serious trouble. But if he goes for that very defensive 15 pool, he can actually get a very nice lead really early on here.
Yeah, he's going to get a big lead if he manages to get the pool first. I think that still, even if he makes the hatchery first, he can still be in a good position if he micros properly, but it's going to be really hard. And White Phoenix, of course, I do not doubt his micro abilities at all. And it looks like actually Goldhead is moving out his drone. His expansion, I think we're going to have a big build order advantage for White Phoenix here.
Absolutely. This is the best opening White Phoenix could face, and I think Goldhead, Oh my god, is he actually going to go for the gas as well behind this? We'll see, because if he delays his pull anymore, I do not see him holding this. This is extremely hard to hold. The micro has to be extremely good from Goldhead, and of course in the best out of 3. Oh my god, I don't know, to be honest. If White Phoenix already will get a head start like this, it's going to be very, very dire for our blue side player here. But White Phoenix right now moving across, and Goldhead now sees the links. What is he going to do? Does he go for the hatch cancel? Does he try to just buy some time? Right now, that extract is on its way, and the pull as well, but that pull is very, very much delayed. And White Phoenix looking very strong right now.
Yeah, Goldhead did go for the pull before the gas, but it was a 16 pull actually, so 15 hatch, 16 pull, very greedy opening here. White Phoenix, let's see what he wants to do with the Sugnus. I think you either have to focus down the hatchery or go for the drones and see if he looks like he's going to split up these. Sugnus tries to just put a lot of pressure on Goldhead, and it's actually ooh, big drone pull. They managed to kill a Sugnus, but this is so much lost mining time for Goldhead.
Yeah, that was almost he called all of them. If he called all those solis, that could actually end the question.
With the cancel though, he has 3 seconds to decide. Is he going to cancel the hatchery? No, he lets it complete. Interesting decision have from Goldhead.
Interesting indeed, because this is going to go down, no question about it. Right now, we do see Goldhead with 6 more circles on the way and a spine crawler. So he's just going to sacrifice his hatchery. He's just trying to buy time, I think. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible for that spine crawler. But, I mean, White Phoenix right now, he has 1 more worker than Goldhead even. He could even just throw down that hatchery behind this and be fine. He's even, right now, White Phoenix, he has been getting a few drones even.
He's been getting drones, and he's actually researching speed as well, which Goldhead does not even have enough gas for. So White Phoenix is ahead in the economy department, he's ahead in army, and he's ahead in tech so far.
Indeed, and right now Goldhead has enough to defend, so White Phoenix right now can't actually put on
Baneling Nest.
Exactly, we see the Baneling Nest, and he can actually try to morph a few Banelings aggressively, but from his point on, he's very much ahead. He got his workers out, he did enough damage, and we have speed from both players, but White Phoenix, with the earlier speed, with the earlier Baneling Nest, can choose to either try to go for more aggression and finish off his opponent, or as he's doing right now, get the hatchery, get more drones, and get so far ahead in this CVZ.
Yeah, no, since Goldhead has been investing 200 minerals into spine crawlers, playing extremely defensive right now, and he can't really move out before he gets those banelings. White Phoenix is just buying a lot of time for himself with this army, and I think he's just going to get more and more ahead from here. Let's see what Goldhead's game plan is, and if any one of them wants to go into Roach, or if they're comfortable in the Ling Baneling walls.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, White Phoenix making a lot of links. Actually, he might try to go for some follow-up aggression to this, and this is an interesting choice. This gives Goldhead an opportunity to actually try to hold, because his Baneling Nest is just about to finish. And how it kind of works is, if you get a Baneling Nest as Goldhead in this position, you can still kind of hold this. It all comes down to the micro. We have 3 Banelings right now for White Phoenix on the way. White Phoenix right now trying to scout out what is happening in the base of Goldhead, and Goldhead still doesn't have that expansion, and White Phoenix is keeping him in his base, and here comes the Banelings.
Morphing in a bit of a bad spot there, but now he's protected by the spine crawler as well as the queen. So Goldhead, of course, is going to have a big advantage here with that those spine crawlers and the queen as well. And a lot of banelings actually morphing, but I don't think White Phoenix actually wants to go for this. Or does he want to go up the ramp here? This is going to be so intense.
Ooh, he has to make sure he doesn't lose those links. That would have been horrible for him. He tries to sacrifice one of his banelings, doesn't kill though, of course. He has to use 1 more for that, but in this case, I think Goldhead with some really solid micro. White Phoenix has to watch out. He can't lose his links to these banelings. Of course, right now it's very back and forward, because if one of them loses units, that is going to be horrible. He loses his last Baneling, make sure the Goldhead can go for the counter aggression, and Goldhead right now needs to kill off that base.
Yeah, pure circling here for White Phoenix versus the Ling Baneling mix here from Goldhead, and it's actually morphing additional Banelings under the vision of the Overlord's White Phoenix though, so he knows exactly what's going on, but here comes a big engage.
Yeah, and Goldhead has more links than his opponent. He's trying to actually battle through, but with White Phoenix with just the last second, get a lot of those links out, but of course, nice connections for Goldhead so far, has a few Banelings, but of course, pure Baneling versus Ling is not always that great. Now we do see still some good trades from Goldhead. White Phoenix has to make sure he doesn't lose more of these links, and it's very back forward with these Ling and Baneling aggression. Right now, White Phoenix though still has a big advantage with that second base and more drones than his opponents.
14 drones for Goldhead, there's only 1 hatchery, and of course the hatchery is not going to mean more mining for White Phoenix, but of course a lot more lava as well, and lava is so important in this matchup as the units are going to be making a very lava heavy.
Yeah, and oh, nice connection to those Banelings. It's really easy to target them down right now. Still some okay connections. Both the players have to make sure they don't try to they really have to control all the time, because as soon as you let go of control, that happens. You lose 5 links to baiting instead of just the 1 or 2 you need. And right now we do see White Phoenix going for that La. I think he might want to go into Mutus, and there we go. He's going to go into Mutus, it seems, while Golden going for Roaches. So Golden right now kind of on the timing to try to do something before the Mutus come out, because if he from this position gets Roaches and doesn't do damage, he's going to be miles behind his opponent.
Yeah, but his problem is he's just so far behind on the drone department. 13 right now, it's going to go up to 17 right here. But that means it's not even going to be close to saturate 2 bases, which is what you need if you want to produce roaches from 2 hatches at once. So there is an evolution chamber for Golden as well, so it does not look like he wants to get the Doom push going soon. But I think that's what he needs to do, because as you said, he's on a bit of a timer.
Indeed, and right now Goldhead is kind of getting ready here for an incoming aggression with those double spines. But of course, right now White Phoenix is the one who has to be defensive. As you can see on the screen here, Goldhead hasn't scouted out the White Phoenix has got those gases, and very good here from Goldhead, trying to bait off a few of those Banelings. Right now though, it will come down to when that Spire goes down, because no Spire so far from I see, and there we go, the Spire goes down from White Phoenix, and it won't be scouted for quite some time by Goldhead. He doesn't have any overlords in the area, so this can actually be quite devastating for Goldhead unless he gets some aggression going right this second.
Yeah, and I mean, the Overlord spread actually might come back to bite Goldhead as well, because he has 4 Overlords in somewhat of offensive positions on the map. Those are just going to get picked off immediately once the Spy finishes. So Golden is in a somewhat of a bad position here. Has to make some of these roaches really, really work. And if he's not ready for the Mutas, I think it's just going to be GG right there.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be at least very, very hard. And look at the supplies for a second. That tells the entire story. And it all comes down to that very, very good 9 pool that we saw from White Phoenix. It can be so strong if your opponent goes for something relatively greedy, you know, going for that 15-point hatch. Yeah, it is greedy, of course, if you don't have anything to back it up with. And now, of course, with a Roach Warren, he needs to get something out, Golden that is, but he's getting his out, his +1, so I'm expecting either for him to go quite quickly into either Infestors or Hydras, or just try to turtle up with those Spore Crawlers, which is a possibility, but it leaves the entire map for White Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, immediately as he spots the Spy, he throws down the Infestation Pit, and I think that if he gets out a good Roach Infestor force, he's going to be able to push back White Phoenix. But there's going to be a long, long time until that happens, and 11 Mutas on the way right here, as well as a lot of spines for White Phoenix, so he's just playing defensive. He gets these Mutas out, and they are just about to pop right here. 11 Mutas. Will he go for more, though? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's just going to continue, to be honest. Even though Infestors are great, if you can split your Mutas, if you've ever seen Jadong, for instance, if you have that micro to split those Mutas, they can be so effective still, and it all comes down to micro when you play a Ling Muta composition versus something like this. And it's going to take quite some time before those Infestors come out. Now with the Pathogen class just started, and of course here comes a few Spore Cores to help out. But right now White Phoenix is getting a lot of Overlords, and of course behind this is getting his 3rd base, because now he has the map control. He will see when Golden moves out, and when Golden moves out without the Infestors, he can shut it down so easily. And just look at the supply still.
Huge economy advantage here for White Phoenix. I think what Golden needs to do is he needs to find a timing with Roach Infesta when White Phoenix is has not his Roach army yet, but it's going to be such a tight window he needs to find, and I'm not just going to be able to do so. White Phoenix in a great position.
Indeed. So I kind of feel how White Phoenix just did a very good job by getting ahead with that 9 pool, and then just continuing to keep that that momentum in the game, really. When he knew he was ahead, he kept getting more ahead by getting these kind of, transitions into Muta, etc. And right now, Golden, all he wants to do is scout for that 3rd base, and he does see just about before he loses those links. So that means right now, Golden knows he's way behind. He needs to do something, and I think it all will come down to these Infestors. Now, White Phoenix, he got a Roach Warren.
Yeah, he did. So I think he's just happy with these 8 Mutas or 11 Mutas, and he's just going to switch into Roach from here, which I think is a good decision if he can make these Mutas really work with the counterattack and so forth. The 3 Infestors with the Pathogen Glance about to pop. Oh, 2 Queens just going to go down completely for free here, or at least one of them. White Phoenix doing a great job of finding picks here with his Mutas.
A very good hit with Mutas. Nice, very good job. This is actually what you need to do. But oh my god, that was a beautiful fungal. Keeping up the fungals. Does he have enough though? I don't think so. Is there any more fungals? That one was kind of whiffed, and he does get a few Infestors for it. That was close. Had he had 1 or 2 more Infestors and hit the last fungal, that could have been an entirely different story. But White Phoenix will get out without losing all too many Mutas. Now I have to say as well, killing that creep is extremely important, because right now Golden doesn't know that he's trying to transition out of mutants. He can kind of tell from the mutant numbers, but he can't know for certain. So basically, as long as he just keeps killing that creep, he can't spray his Spore Crawlers and he can't take that third base.
And going for mutants on this map, I just come to realize how brilliant it is, because air control on this map is more important than any in the map, I think, just because of these islands. I mean, if White Phoenix wants to go for nidus and wants to go for drops, he has complete control of these islands, because he's just been able to shut down Goldhead's offensive overlords with these Mutalisks.
Yeah, White Phoenix doing a really good job here with the map control. You can see he uses the mutants very aggressively, very not sneaky, but he's using them as a skirmish force, really, to just attack in, kill something, and get out as soon as possible. And of course, he's using these links to scout out. And look at that, he's going to force the hatch cancel. I'm quite certain of. It looks like he's going to get it. It's already splitting up his mutants, and there we go. Didn't even cancel the hatchery. So a great snipe from White Phoenix.
And we said the roach advantage was for Golden earlier. Right now, 26 roaches for White Phoenix, 9 for Golden, and this is just going to be a total engagement as the circling flank comes in, and so many roaches for White Phoenix.
Yeah, and even though he hits the mutants with those fungals, that's not actually what White Phoenix is trying to rely on. He's relying on those roaches to kill everything. And look at this, so many roaches, that's overpowering, and Goldhead crushed between those claws of the roaches. GG, and Heroes Apocalypse's White Phoenix will get the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes home game number 1 there. And in the best of 3, it's actually so important just not only be one map from victory, but also taking a huge momentum and tempo swing there in his favor.
Indeed. So, a very aggressive game coming out first here from White Phoenix. Oh my god, starting off a best of 3 with a 9 pull. That's actually very ballsy to do.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think he had a good game plan going into this and managed to execute it properly. Do you think that Goldhead will be ice cold and just stick with the same build, or is he going to react?
I think he realized that it was kind of, I don't want to say build or to win, but it got him such a huge advantage, because it's so hard to hold that 9 pull in such close locations with going 15 hatch and then into gas into pool. It's extremely hard. So we'll see. I think he will play as Stanley again. Maybe he'll be a bit more reluctant to go for the hatch. And I also think we are ready for the next map. So let's jump right into it.
Yeah, and here we are back onto Overgrowth in the bottom left corner. He took the first game with a brilliantly executed strategy. Will he be able to do it again? It's Herald of Apocalypse, White Phoenix.
And to the top right here on Overgrowth, his opponent from Mind Games. Give it up for Goldhead!
Yeah, you can just hear the audience going completely wild there over this competitive day. The hype is real here at the University Star League in Kista. We are here at a live event with a live audience in a pub, and it couldn't be more awesome, I think.
Yeah, and I actually, before we get into anything, way too technical with the game, because we don't have any early pools, etc., I want to point out that this bar has been amazing. I mean, they have beer for 20 kronas, and they have soda for 8. That's been wonderful.
1.4 liters Postmust for 10 kroner.
Oof,
that's hard to beat.
That's the stuff.
And if you've never been to Sweden, Postmust.
Postmust. Oh god, that is wonderful. And of course, to everyone watching in the audience, it's awesome to have so many dedicated. And it looks like, by the way, Goldhead go for 14 pool. Does it go for the gas as well, or is it just a bit defensive here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. If he goes for the gas, I think this 14 pool is just to be a bit aggressive, but right now with gas it's just to be safe here. He does not want to die to any build like he did in the previous game, of course, that White Phoenix was able to execute. But it looks like White Phoenix is going to go for the slightly quicker hatchery here on 15 supply and Golden on 16 instead. So quite close build so far.
Yeah, very mirror builds here. Coming from both players, very safe. Like, I feel White Phoenix doing the right thing here, because he knows there's a chance of Goldhead kind of realizing that when White Phoenix cheats in one game, he can either cheat him again or go for something very greedy. So there was a big chance for Goldhead to go for that kind of early pull. And White Phoenix just playing out defensively, and it's a great choice to do, I feel.
I'm really interested to see, because I think something that really differs great tournament players from good tournament players is that if you just have a plan for the game or if you have a plan for the whole series. It's completely different things, and White Phoenix definitely had a plan for the first game, does have a plan for the whole series.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, Golden will try to scout out here what is going on, and he'll be very happy with this scout. White Phoenix to go for those 4 lings, which is the perfect number to snipe any queens if you don't get any lings yourself. So if he actually gets around here, he could go for a queen snipe unless, you know, Goldhead does micro that away very neatly. We'll see, though. Right now, it kind of comes down to, do we see both of them mining more than 100 gas? Do they try to go for a certain amount of queens? Right now, it's very hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, just a standard build. If you're starting out to watch StarCraft and you want to pin the Zerg on a build to predict what it's doing, check the number of queens and check the amount of gas it's mining. That just pretty much gives it away. So let's see, Goldhead's going up to a 2nd queen, as is White Phoenix, which is of course very standard. But it looks like Goldhead is actually keeping to mine gas with 3 drones, while White Phoenix is only mining with 1.
Yeah, White Phoenix is pulling away. He did mine 40. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, he's going to pull back just as he kills those lings. And actually, if you lose a unit like that, you can actually see for a second more, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So basically, he should have seen those drones being pulled to the gas. And now we do see the Baneling Nest in the front for Goldhead. I'm not sure, because he's still mining gas. I actually want to say both of them have a very, very big opportunity to be aggressive in this case.
I think this is just going to be the normal Ling-Baneling wars, with none of them going really all in. But both of them is trying to put on aggression and make their opponents scared, and trying to show off their micro ability, which is something we kind of saw last game, but not the really good Ling-Baneling wars that we usually see. But yeah, 10 Lings on the way for White Phoenix, as you point out, and is tired of macroing right now. He's going to build a lot of Zerglings.
Yeah, and Goldhead, he got his, you know, Bane Nest to be very defensive, but the thing is going to be enough. He hasn't got a lot of links. Now he's getting more links, though. So if he just makes these bangs right this second, he should be completely fine. And we see White Phoenix droning behind this. What kind of push this is where you try to do a lot of damage with the push, force a lot of defensive units, and then drone behind it and get really far ahead, just as we saw with the 9 pool almost.
I mean, they are going to get up to about the same amount of drones and the same amount of units. But the thing is that Goldhead built his drones earlier, while White Phoenix went for the units earlier. But here he goes. Let's see, the Banelings are not done for either player. Oh, Goldhead, does he want to engage the Banelings of White Phoenix?
I don't know. White Phoenix has to watch out, though. Doesn't want to connect into that. And those players could go down very easily here. And oh, every single Baneling traded. It seems like Goldhead is the one with the extra Baneling, though, making sure White Phoenix can't take this engagement. And Goldhead is the aggressor now with actually 2 drones less than White Phoenix. Of course, their number isn't all too interesting. But the more interesting number is 18 Lings for both the players on the way. This is going to escalate into a full-fledged Baneling Ling war.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 Banelings morphing now for Goldhead. As White Phoenix is using his gas to go into the lab, build a spine crawler, get more into the late game. Goldhead is saying, I want to put on a lot of aggression right now, and so many Banelings are going to be really hard to stop. Here he goes.
Here we go, and that spine crawler goes down, but the Banelings try to hit the Queens. Not the best target, and here goes the Banelings, hitting the Queens first. They want to target either the drones or those Lings.
Oh, the drone!
Oh my God!
Wow! Absolute carnage in the middle line of White Phoenix, and all of a sudden 55 supply to 26. I think that is the game.
God. That was amazing, and Goldhead with the Baneling connections running in, and GG for White Phoenix, and Goldhead get up to 1-1. What did we just see, Mr. Bad Example?
Wow, I mean, when you get out such a large amount of Banelings, it's actually really uncommon. You usually see like 4 to 6 Banelings at the time going, but Goldhead had 2 Banelings, more of 12 additions, so we went in with 14 Banelings, and then all the drones and the Zerglings were just clumped up there, and I think that's going to go on some highlight reels.
That was amazing. That is the best thing about Ling Baneling. You can just see, usually have, you know, 1 or 2 Banelings, maybe up to 4, 6, where you just try to trade a bit, maybe some more miscontrols. But here is the typical thing where you may have to make sure you don't move into corner, because the natural thing to do when you get attacked is to move into corner and be, you know, afraid, try to just defend somehow, and then you realize, I'm facing Banelings, what am I doing? He tries to run away, everything is stacked up, and kaboom.
Yeah, kaboom, that's the best way to sum up this game. But with that, of course, 1-1 in this first quarterfinals of day number 3 at University Star League. Let's get into the third map.
Okay, so the first player up to the left here won the first game, lost the second. It is all up to this one. It's from HOA, White Phoenix.
Absolutely. And his opponent here in the top right corner from Mind Games. Will he be able to execute some Mind Games on this map? It is Goldhead.
Okay, and of course, as you mentioned before, we did see Defer yesterday in the Gamma League,
yeah.
Gamma Division. He playing for Mind Games as well, kind of Goldhead's a student almost. and he won actually. He got from, I think it was silver, and he went to platinum in this short amount of time. So they've been practicing a lot together.
Absolutely, but speaking of mind games, look at White Phoenix's base. We have another 9-pull on our hands.
Oh dear, he's going back to the standard. He's building in top left, which is a good choice because this Overlord will scout for their base first. This is kind of what you usually do. You can choose, either you send the Overlord right into the base, but in that case you won't see right away if there's a hatchery or there's a pool first. So it seems like he wants to send it for the hatchery and scout. Do you go for hatchery first or you go for 15 pool? And oh my god, as you can see, Goldhead is going for the 14 pool defensively. This is a great answer to the 9 pool.
I think as much of White Phoenix had a build order win in the first game, Goldhead has as big of a build order win now in the third game. He's going to be in a great position here as he's going to have a couple of drones in advantage. And you might say, oh, it's just a couple of drones, but a couple of drones in Zerg versus Zerg is the same as a couple of seconds on your warp gate in PvP. It can be completely huge.
Absolutely, especially when you move into this that White Phoenix won't be making any more drones for quite some time, while Goldhead will. So he will go up to 16, maybe even 17 drones, and White Phoenix will be at 11. That is a big difference, and right now Goldhead tried to get his natural.
Oh, he sees the Zerglings.
He does, so he should be making his own Zerglings as soon as this pool pops. And something you can note as well, he wasn't making any more drones. He's been saving lava. He should be able to make those 6 links right off the bat here.
Yeah, there's Lavis is going to be able to make 4 Zerglings at least, and last time he did not go for the hatchery, he cancelled the site, let it finish in order to buy himself some extra time. Let's see if he wants to finish this hatchery. I would presume so, as his links are popping right here, right now.
Indeed. So I think this hatchery might. No, actually, no, he shouldn't go down because he's getting more and more links. It kind of comes down to the micro White Phoenix. Can he kite around? Does Golden want to go down? He's kind of reluctant to go down, meaning that this hatchery will have to get cancelled, but he should be able to defend his main no matter what. Whoa, he forgot to cancel.
No canceller from Golden, and that might be very huge for this game. As here comes the engagement onto Creep, and Golden is just kiting. Can pull a drone or two, and he's able to take this fight. Very good concave here for Golden, or not concave, but very good positioning at least. But still loses a lot of Zerglings, but here comes the Queen, so I think Golden is going to be fine for now. White Phoenix is going back to making drones.
Yeah, indeed. That was a really bad engagement for Golden, actually. He had a few less links. I thought he could have just he just wanted to buy time for the Queen, but of course losing a lot of links there, making sure that White Phoenix now can drone without being afraid of any counterattacks. But of course White Phoenix not all too far ahead. He does have the gas though for the Banelings first, so he can choose to either be very defensive and just drone a ton with a few Banelings, or be very, very aggressive. And as we do see on the screen here, he's not getting a base.
He's not getting a base, instead he's getting a Baneling nest, so of course has that advantage with the timing on the speed. It is about 20-25 seconds ahead, so quite a good position there for White Phoenix's speed. Even though you might not think it gives a huge combat advantage, it's actually pretty big when fighting slow links versus speed links.
It really does, and of course those 25 seconds is enough to just run across the map, so it will really give White Phoenix the time to be aggressive without Goldhead having time to react to it. Now here comes the hatchery, kind of making sure that Goldhead, who hasn't scouted hatchery before, might react to this, but here we go. White Phoenix making the hatchery, only showing a few links, kind of trying to make sure that Goldhead only thinks he's going to try to get a safe expand, but from what I see from White Phoenix, the amount of links here, it's just a fake, basically.
Yeah, very good mind games here for White Phoenix, just sending out a couple of links, but here comes Goldhead, tries to go into the main base, but White Phoenix is able to hide away those Zerglings, so let's see if he wants to run across the map here as Speed is finishing. Yes, he wants to do so. 16 Zerglings to 2, and if you know basic math, you know that's going to be quite a good position. However, 6 Banelings morphing for Goldhead.
Yeah, those 6 Banelings should be absolutely enough here, unless White Phoenix has an amazing micro. He will try to shut this base down, but as you say, it's going to be very, very hard. And Goldhead right now just trying to shut this down, almost getting that key connect. And a few Banelings on the way here for White Phoenix. Will they connect though? Just about to finish. And here we go. Do we see some good trades? First off, not too good, and it seems like Goldhead for now will hold his base, and yeah, it kind of evens out at this point, and it'll be all to who wants to be aggressive.
Yeah, very even engaged so far. This players are just going toe-to-toe with each other. Very, very even, as I said, but White Phoenix is going to be 6 drones ahead, so I think he just wants to buy time with his Zerglings and Banelings and prevent Goldhead from going aggressive and counterattack towards White Phoenix's base, but that might just be what he wants to do right here.
Indeed, right now Gold is getting very aggressive. He's making only links right now, trying to get those banelings. Morphing and baneling here, going to be denied though. And here he comes, a lot of banelings once again. Will he get the connections though? He gets a good kill on that baneling, and here comes the trading once again. But still, 3 banelings for White Phoenix, make that 2. I don't know, does he have enough?
Both players extremely light on the Zerglings. It's almost pure Baneling versus pure Baneling, and here they go. Will they decide to go for the Queen kill? No, they go for the other Banelings. Oh, will they go? Oh, they're getting up into the main base, but no, decide to turn around. But do they want to go for the Queen here? No, the Queen very low, but with 70 energy, it's going to be able to use quite a few transfuses. Do you think we're going to see transfuses on Banelings?
Yeah, I don't think so, maybe, but the thing here right now is that was a great hold for White Phoenix, I feel, and he's going to keep his momentum right now with more drones, and of course, I don't know, that was a bit of a sloppy engagement for Gold, and he really needs to make sure he controls those banelings up to perfection almost to make this worth it.
Here comes round 2 here for Golden.
Oh!
Will the Banelings be able to do some damage here? He gets the Queen, which is good value, but loses all the Zerglings, and right now the counter-attack advantage, I think, is in White Phoenix's favor. But no, the next round from Golden comes out, and this is so intense. Reeling Baneling wars here, and good connections there for White Phoenix once more. When the Spine Call is complete, I'm pretty sure that White Phoenix is holding.
Yeah, and this is brutal for Goldhead right now. He needs to make something happen. He's far behind, but now he's making 6 more drones. He's trying to make this work, but White Phoenix with 2 spine crawlers, and right now Golden trying to get out of this. He's trying to drone, he's trying somehow to get into a macro game, but oh, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, absolutely, and Golden is just trying to go for another round here, but good connections once more for White Phoenix's Banelings, and I think Golden is trying to force the issue. I don't think he really can walk up the ramp with double spine there, as well as the defender's advantage for White Phoenix with the Queens as well, so it's going to be hard for Golden to put on any more aggression. I think he needs to go back, and yeah, there is the lair, there's the evolution chamber. Golden is going for the macro game.
Yeah, he's trying to, and to be honest, with these drone counts, he absolutely can. White Phoenix won't be all too aggressive, but what he does have are those 3 extractors. So right now it seems like he wants to go into Mutas again. Well, Gold at this time is going for better kind of roach composition, as he's not too far behind.
Yeah, and that's Golden actually going up to 3 gas a bit later than White Phoenix, or they're about the same timing, but the lair is going to be a lot faster for Golden, so the Spire is going to be complete a lot faster if that is the tech that it decides to go for, which I would presume, or it's going to be roach speed. We will see. Anyway, no Spire callers here for Golden, so it's going to be really tough to defend this if there comes a large Sling Baneling attack from White Phoenix. Let's see if he wants to go for it. He has 7 workers ahead there, but 9 workers on the production tab for Golden, so the economy is going to be quite even.
Indeed, and right now it is a CVC, so everything kind of counts, but to be honest, I feel I kind of like this Muta composition.
Yeah, I would think so. And yeah, it looks like it's actually going to be no mutas coming out for Golden so far. It's going up to Evo Chamber +1 and the road speed actually. So I thought that when you went for 3 gas for 2 bases, that's a bit too much if you want to make roaches. But with all these upgrades, Golden is still going to make that worth and make it work out pretty good right here. So yeah, we'll see if it's going to be enough, as it looks like actually Roach Warren and Evolution Chamber is the tech choice for White Phoenix as well.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be Roach versus Roach, interestingly enough, as you said, but with +1 earlier for Golden, he should be okay. Right now, some counter-aggression for White Phoenix not going to happen because of Golden's Roach is just popping. So I don't know, I kind of like White Phoenix's position. Just, you know, he's ahead of supply, he's making more roaches, but Golden has the earlier upgrade, and as long as he's the one being defensive, those spine crawlers at White Phoenix base won't really help him.
Yeah, I mean, a +1 speed timing with the roaches going to be extremely scary for Golden, as it's going to be about more than 1 minute ahead on both of those upgrades. So, I mean, 3 spine crawlers, yeah, it's not bad, but 3 spines doesn't really do that much versus +1 roaches with speed. So, if Golden just decides to just mass roaches off of these 2 saturated bases, I think it could try and go for the kill here to the White Phoenix, towards White Phoenix when it has the tech advantage.
And I love how much Goldhead and White Phoenix right now can see on the map. They spread their overlords, they have changelings and everything. I'll just love seeing this. Golden knows exactly the position of White Phoenix's army, and he's moving out a bit, trying to hit that +1 timing, I feel, and this can actually be quite dangerous. He can absolutely cancel that 3rd. The question is, will he go for more? I feel he might just want to.
And here comes the engagement. Looks like White Phoenix actually wants to take a lot of Zonings and no Banelings for Goled. This might come back to bite him as he's clumped up versus those Banelings as well. But here, Goled's Banelings are just about to pop, but no! White Phoenix decides to trade Banelings, but this leaves +1 speed roaches for Goled versus unupgraded roaches for White Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's going to be so hard to kite with, and he just needs to kill off the third base. He should know it's here. He had the Overlord. He should have seen the drone, but he hasn't scouted yet. So he might just miss this. That would be a big misstep for Goled. He needs to kill this off before the +1 finishes for White Phoenix. And now Goled trying for the container. Here comes White Phoenix trying to break it just before his +1, though. Not the best time to attack. A nice training for Goled. A great concave. And those Banelings on the way as well. I don't know if White Phoenix can do this.
Yeah, here comes the Banelings and the Spine Claws are moving out. Wow, the Spine Claws are not burned for White Phoenix. Just donating 2 spines towards Goled there. And with these Banelings popped, I think Goled can take the series right here, right now.
Indeed, and here comes Goled. Only one Spine Claw help you out. He's stacking up too much. Oh, here comes the Banelings. Targeting down that Spine Claw. A few more.
They're going for the drones.
Let's see, can they hit them? He needs these connections, and there we
the drones
go.
are just exploding, and +1 speed roaches as I stated for Goled. It looks like White Phoenix holds, but at what cost?
At what cost, indeed. Missed a bad example. Right now, Goled, he needs a few more roaches to stay alive, but he did kill a lot of drones. He's right now up 6 workers. Not way too much, but gave him the lead he needs. And, actually, we just see a few more works be made here for White Phoenix. So he should be okay. He should get back into this game. But Goled already with that +2 on the way. He's trying to get his second Evo as well. And if he gets the third up, that would be amazing for him. White Phoenix trying to start it down, trying to kite, but he's losing way too many roaches for it.
Yeah, absolutely. White Phoenix, I don't think really can go aggressive here, but he's decided to do so anyway. Throws away 2 more roaches, and I think Goled is in a good position as the third base timing is slower. He did not go for the third base cancel as stated, but I think he's still in a good position as he has a +2 attack, almost more than 1 minute earlier than White Phoenix, and there's the +1 carapace as well as 10 drones in the production tab. I like Gold's position right now, but I think what's going to decide this is who can transition into the next tier of tech first, be it Infestor or Hydra.
Yeah, it's either going to be that or when the upgrade hits. It can be either one, because basically, with +2 on the way, White Phoenix has to get the Hydra stats, and he can't just rely on the roaches, because the +2/+1 will finish just before the +2 of White Phoenix, so that's going to be 2 upgrades ahead for Goled, and that's way too much for Roach versus Roach. So this can be very dangerous for our red Zerg player.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be 1 minute more for 1 minute ahead for Goled when it comes to upgrades. So it's going to be in quite a good position here. No gases on the third base yet. Both players are sitting at 4 gas. No, only 3 gas for Goled actually. So they're not going to be able to transition into the next tier of tech as easily, but he's doing a great job of spending his money, being extremely low on both minerals and gas, whereas White Phoenix has a big gas bank, but there comes the Hydralisk then, so he's going to be able to spend that in a short while.
Indeed. And of course, with the Hydras, you can really get some good engagements. Those Hydras versus Roaches alone aren't all too good, but they have so much DPS. As long as they survive, they will be so effective in this army of White Phoenix. Of course, right now, Golden, though, 40 supply up, looking so strong. And those are basically 40 supply in Roaches. Now, we do see White Phoenix, of course, because of the unit cycles. We'll try to get ahead a bit, but still 15 Roaches more for Golden. He's trying to hit the timing with +2. He's going to be 1 upgrade ahead of his opponent. And I think they might just meet in the middle. This is not what White Phoenix wants, and this can get close.
Huge advantage for Golden as White Phoenix has spent a lot of resources trying to go into the Hydras, but the Hydras has not popped yet, so there's a lot of resources invested for White Phoenix that has not contributed to his army right now. So Golden is quite far ahead on army supply as well as upgrades, and this Roach force is just so scary. Can White Phoenix do anything?
I don't know. Right now, he's 2 upgrades ahead. That's way too much. He doesn't have the Hydras out yet. He's spent way too many resources on this. A nice flank from Golden, trapping down White Phoenix. Those 3 spankles even won't be enough. And the upgrades yet for White Phoenix to finish. They are just a few seconds away, but that is enough for Golden. So close, but still so far away. Golden goes out with a 2-1. Congratulations, Golden, who makes it into the semi-finals of the competitive UniSL Season 3.
Yeah, huge timing attacks from Golden there, following up his early build order win with the 14 pool versus 9 pool, and he's able to really make that Roach timing work. Great upgrade timings, and of course, just doing it perfectly to avoid White Phoenix's upgrade to complete. So great play from Golden. I'm really impressed, and I mean, this is the guy that said he has beat Winter 2-0 on LAN before. Oof. So he's going to be really scary when it comes to the semifinals.
I smell some rivalry here, and I mean, we have a lot of great players still to come, and I actually was a bit hesitant with this match because, you know, I haven't seen too many games from them, so I thought, what are we to expect? And this was really some high-level CVC. I really love watching this, some really good decision-making, and you can really see they know what they're doing. They go for these kind of timing attacks and trying to just basically drone behind them, so they really show they don't just know this like eco or all-in, they know the in-betweens as well and how to get ahead, and that is a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think White Phoenix's play was a lot about the, what you say, it was a lot about the smart strategies, trying to plan out, trying to somewhat blind counter what Goldhead was doing, while Goldhead's play was just spelling confidence to me. He said, I'm confident in the late game. I know I can make this work. And it was just really impressive there.
Yeah, and I feel also his control was, you know, it was exactly where it needed to be, especially in the second game with those bailings. That was a great choice, and we do see him move on, so that's going to be very interesting. Now, I don't know, what do you have to expect in the next series?
Well, of course, the next series, I think it's going to be perhaps two of the best players in this tournament. One of my personal favorites, of course, Mekar is going to be going up versus Prospect. So make sure to stay tuned to that, the next quarterfinal. But before that, let's throw it over to the couch for a quick interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the player couch. With me, as always, I got Njal.
Woo!
And watch the lamp. And this time we got White Phoenix and Goldhead. First of all, congratulations, Goldhead, on your victory. How do you feel?
I feel great. It was a bit more difficult than I was expecting.
Yeah, were you nervous?
I made a lot of mistakes. That, forgot to cancel hatcheries that were dying. Yeah, it was hard.
Well, it's good. Like, if you're nervous the first series, but you still win, it's most commonly easier the next series. So it's good to get it out of the way. Yeah, and yeah, White Phoenix, how do you feel? I understand that you were a little bit disappointed.
The series actually played out like I imagined it would. I'm just surprised I lost the last game because it felt like I had a huge advantage, and I was pretty sure I had the game won.
Yeah.
And then he got like 2 banelings on like 10 drones, and then the game was over basically.
Yeah, it actually went like kind of back and forth, and I was surprised how like after your hole there in the beginning, I thought you would like easily be way ahead, but then I noticed the stats that you were actually pretty close, and then you actually got ahead. So that was really good. That was really good.
Yeah, the last game was like it was probably more close than you think, because you killed a lot of his. He killed a lot of your drones. But then you built a lot of drones, so you were ahead in drones somehow, and you got your third up before him. Yeah. So we were like, okay, so this is back to square one again, like all of the games were. Anyways, is this your first live experience?
No, I've been at a couple of LANs, and yeah.
But have you played in a booth before? Like in front of an audience?
I played in front of an audience, not sure if in a booth, but...
Okay, so it's like, no problem.
No, it's good to get some experience, I guess.
Yeah. Well played. And is this your first time in a booth?
In a booth, yeah. I've played tournaments before, but usually they don't really care about stuff because they usually replay casts, so they just sit at a table and play. So it's fun to play in a booth.
But you played in UniSL before, right?
Yeah, but I lost in the round just before the finals.
Against who?
Shoulder/Cookie.
And the games before then?
What?
You lost to me.
Oh, yeah. In the group stages, yeah.
Yeah, in the group stages.
But I still managed to get out of the group, luckily.
Yeah, you
in
did.
That season.
I remember you were playing Diamond, and I was Master, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be easy. But you were playing really well, and you were having trouble getting to Masters back then.
Yeah.
But, well, we've been friends on ladder. This is the first time we ever meet live, IRL, so to speak.
Yeah.
We've been practicing some together, and well, it's nice to finally see you, actually.
Yeah, same to you.
And I'm very glad that you made it this far.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so I want to ask you, Goldhead, a couple of questions. Let's start with the first game there on, it was Way Station, is that true? Or is that map? Yeah, it's Way Station, right, with the weird spawns. So you get close possession on Way Station. Were you certain you were going to go 15 hatch, or did you like question that decision?
I actually studied him a lot, and I've seen that he almost always goes 15 hatch.
Okay.
And I thought, yeah, why not go 15 hatch? And I usually really mix my openings up. So I thought he would like watch my match history, see that I can do anything, and not like blind counter me with Temple or yeah.
Yeah, all right. So then, White Phoenix, did you study his match history?
I tried to, but he did everything in every game, so I had no idea what he was going to do. But because I got to choose 2 of the maps, I chose the best 2 9-pool maps in the ladder pool, that pretty much the best 2 9-pool maps that have ever been. And even if he went 14-pool, I would be okay. And even if he went 14-14, which is the hard counter to 10-pool, you're still okay, just because the rush distance on short spawnway station and habitation station is so short, so he's going to lose the hatch anyway.
Yeah. It would have been cross or the far distances on way station, would you still have gone 9-pool?
No, then I would have gone 15 hatch, 15 pool, 15 gas, and gone for a link bane, link pressure into mute.
Okay, cool.
I just have to say that every game was like a long ling bane ling attack, like back and forth. Are you a fan of that sort of style?
Yeah, I really like it actually, but I really messed up the second game because that Alina should have been able to hold pretty easily, but I don't know what happened. I fucked up and I died pretty quickly.
It happens in CFC.
Yeah, it was just bad play by me. I should have won that game, I think.
I think that Zerg versus Zerg is kind of like a knife fight, you know? Yeah. Everyone has a lot of damage, but no armor.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, the third game then, Golden. When did you think you have won it? Like, when did you feel confident?
I'm not sure. When I saw the first roach, I think I saw him building roaches. I didn't see him building mutas, so I know we're equal, and I know that I could hit the timing with my upgrades. I wanted to first hit with +1 and then with +1 and armor, and +2 and armor, and I knew that those attacks are really, really strong. And if we were both going roaches, I were probably gonna win.
Yeah.
So yeah, about when I did that +1 attack with roaches, I knew, okay, I got this game.
Yeah, and I really liked you did the timing with just when you had speed, and White Phoenix didn't have speed because your lair was a little bit ahead, and that makes such a difference. I saw you kiting those Ling Bane and just like in really cost-efficient trades. That was really nice. All right, so coming up, we have you will meet either Fusroda or Winter, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's correct. Is there anyone you would rather play?
I expect Winter to go through. Not to be mean, but I'm not checked Fusroda. I think I played him before. But Winter is a hard opponent. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, if you meet Winter and take him down, then you have the confidence to just win this entire thing, right?
Yeah.
Perfectly.
But you played these plays before?
Yeah, I think I played Fusroda before. I think, and I've played Winter before too. Yeah, in some online tournaments, and I actually won.
Really?
So, yeah, but that was a long time ago, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're playing very well. I hope that you make it through.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both of you players very much for these games. They were very entertaining. And with that said, we are going into a short 5 minutes break. So don't go anywhere, and see you in a jiffy.
Så var liksom bara skickat beställningar.
Nej. Så jag hade sett att det skulle väga honom.
more reliable. Oscillator, such as this.
The computer technology. The history of the future. Rewriting, recreating the same old programs over and over and over.
What was wrong with the world's first musical instrument?
Extremely low frequency.
We live in a special kind of space. We live in a special kind of space. What was wrong with the world?
And that's that. We are back finally again with our next matchup this time. Let's see if it's as intense as the last one. I have two TenZ players with me on stage. On this side we have Mekar, the Protoss player. Welcome, very welcome. And I'm guessing you are Prospect, my friend.
That's me, yeah.
That's you, Zerg player. So let's start with you, Prospect. How's your versus Protoss?
It's my worst matchup right now, and I'm really out of practice, so this is going to be really tough.
It's going to be tough. How's Mekar feeling versus Zerg?
Better every day.
Better every day?
Yeah.
All right, so you feel like, yeah, you've got this.
My PLC is very good right now. Yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty confident.
Fair enough. Short question to you. What are you studying, Prospect?
I'm studying nursing at Högskolan Dalarna.
Högskolan Dalarna?
Yeah.
Where is that located?
That's in Falun and Borlänge.
All right. Okay, so you had a bit of a travel?
Yeah, I did. I went up at 6 a.m. to drive here. So.
Yeah. Okay, so a little bit tired, possibly?
Definitely. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So, Mekar, you're studying?
I'm studying Russian.
All right. Where?
Like at Uppsala University.
Okay, so not that far?
No, very close.
All right. Yeah. Do you live? Do you hear in Stockholm much at all? Otherwise?
Not so
Not
often.
much. Not much
Not
playing
much.
here. Not much StarCraft in Stockholm going on. Otherwise for you?
No.
Not really. All right. So how long have you guys been playing StarCraft 2 specifically?
I've been playing since release.
Since
they
release?
released it.
Yeah.
I wasn't even beta or anything. I just started playing.
All right.
Right release.
Yeah. And you?
I've been playing since late Wings of Liberty beta.
All right. Okay. So you've got, you know the game far now.
For sure.
Yes. All right. I'm not going to keep you here too much longer, guys. I can have the microphones, and you shake hands, and good luck. Good luck. You can take your seats in the booths, and I'm going to leave this straight up to the casters.
Thank you very much, Petter. Once again, welcome back to the UniSL. We are right now in the second quarterfinals here between Prospect and Mekar. It is going to be a wonderful ZVP, and I have quite high expectations for this one as Mekar recently got into Challenger League.
Yeah, it's been in Challenger League, it's been in the Grandmaster League, of course, for quite a while, and of course, really high-level players, both of them. And Prospect, of course, no slouch either. Has beaten Show on LAN in eSport SM. He has taken maps of Mini Racer and sort of on eSport SM as well. So two really high-level players here is going to be duking it out here in the University Star League.
So let's look at our first player. It's going to be Kali Petlinen. He goes to Dalarnas University. He's a SO player and he lives in Dalarna.
That's actually funny.
And by the way, he did win the political StarCraft as well.
Yeah, he did.
Noting. So he did beat quite a few great players there. And let's look at his opponent though.
Yep, and here he is. Going to be the young up-and-coming contender here. It's Alexander Johnson. Mekar goes to Uppsala University, so quite close to Stockholm here. Has a bit of a home turf advantage over Prospect, I'd say. And he's, of course, rocking the Protoss player. He's a Protoss player from Team Property, one of Sweden's largest esport teams, perhaps the biggest one.
Yeah, I would not try to contend that for anything. And yeah, this is going to be very interesting. TVP, we haven't seen that for quite some time now, as we just have a ZVC. It's quite refreshing to get a few other races in. And yeah, I've heard quite a few interesting things about these players. So as they're getting ready, do you think anything about Overgrowth that we'll have right now?
Yeah, Overgrowth, it's somewhat hard to do with the standard 2-based timings. Like if you want to do a Soul Train or something, it's going to be quite hard as the ramp in the natural is a bit smaller than the usual. Anyway, let's get in the game. Right here, right now, it's the second quarterfinal, and perhaps two of the best players in this tournament in the bottom left. From Team Darkstar, one of the up-and-comers on the Swedish esport team, is the Zerg badass Prospect.
And this is opponent from Team Property. Oh, look at that wonderful one. As the blue Protoss, it's going to be the challenger, Mekar.
Yeah, Mekar there. I've been having the nickname of Mekan Prime earlier. I think that was coined by Bishu sometime when he was beaten by Mekar, who's actually a really high-level player.
Yeah.
But now, as we are probably going to have a bit of a downtime in the early stages of the game, I would like to talk a little bit about the two styles of these players, as they are quite different, which might make for some interesting games. As Mekar is just so confident in his late game, usually. You will see him like get up to 3 bases, then just sit on his 3 bases and just get all the upgrades, get all those scary tech units, and then when the game is has really gone far in, he's just so comfortable with his high Templars. His high Templar usage is out of this world, in my opinion. Mecha just a great player. On the other hand, Prospect, a player that is also confident in the macro game, but when I've seen him in Espadesum and such, he has been pretty much known to be able to throw in some aggressive builds as well. Like, not only so he's very hard to predict. Can go for the cheese, can go for the timing, or can go for the macro game. Equally comfortable in all of those situations, I'd say.
Yeah, I heard some rumors that he's kind of notorious for being extremely aggressive at times. He's not really July Zerg level where you're just aggressive all the time, but I get your point, and it can kind of get into an interesting point in the game. We'll see though what they want to do, because right now Mecha opening with a standard 1 gate, 1 gas so far, and Prospects going for the safe mode. We've seen a few different styles here, you know, where you can go for hatch first, for instance, since almost no one opens with Forge anymore, or just a few people do, and you can even use an Overlord or drone to make sure you don't get cannoned. But in this case, Prospect wants to be very, very safe. He gets his pool first, making sure they can get a few links as well, try to kill that first pylon, which is a nice snipe if he wants to.
Yeah, absolutely. He has the potential, of course, but no Zerg has been made so far, as the Overlord is just now queued up, so Prospect is going for the safe economy game. Wants to get out the earlier Queen, and one might think that getting such an early pool might be cutting into your drone count, cutting into your hatchery, timing, and like be less good economically, but getting the earlier Queen means you will get more lava, which of course means more drones. So in the long term, it's probably going to be equally good for Prospect.
Yeah, just about. And right now, Mecha just scouted about, making sure I am not getting cheese today at least. And he's not going to be. Prospect, of course, playing very standardly. And it seems like, to take into perspective, the first game of the previous series, we had a 9 pool to start off with. But in this series, we have very standard play. There are two kind of ways to play a best of X. Either do something crazy to get a head start, and so your opponent doesn't know what your usual style is, or you play completely standard and try to feel out your opponent, and that's, I think, what we're going to see right now.
Yeah, we could see White Phoenix there in the first series of the day, going for the 9 pool in the first and in the third game in that Zerg vs Zerg series. Nothing crazy at all from these two players, but I mean, on such a map, I would not suspect it's going to be a big 3-base timing for Prospect, which has been somewhat of his style earlier. I think he's just going to get up to the 3rd base and then go into the macro game, I think, because Zerg is not really bad on this map, as there are bases in the corners, and you can use the mobility of the Zerglings and the Mutas if you want to go for such a composition. And it's also quite hard to break a 2-base product. Just look at the size of this ramp, or this choke. It's not large at all.
That is very, very true. And I had to say, though, I think maybe, I'm not sure about the Wolof. Can he get a Zergling in between that? That was very, very close.
I'm pretty sure he can't.
Okay.
Because, I mean, not because it looks like that, but I believe just... I have belief in Mekar's ability to just wall off completely. And I think that, like, a WCS Grandmaster leveled Protoss, he's going to know his building placements.
Yeah, I actually watched and looked him up on ladder. I think he's like mid Grandmaster right now, which is a really good feat, like really strong feat. Of course, like ranked like 100 on ladder in Europe. That's insane, to be honest. That's better than most people here.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the favorites in the tournaments, and I would say that if I personally had to make a prediction going into this tournament, I'd say Mekar is probably going to take the whole thing. Even though he has quite a hard bracket, I think he has a good chance against Prospect, he has a good chance against Winter. His Protoss vs Zerg is really good with a 6-0 so far in the tournament in the Protoss vs Zerg series, and with the dominance of Zerg, I think Mekar is going to be in quite a good position. But what do you think about this? We have a lot of sentries and +1 attack. Do we smell a timing attack here from Mekar?
I do smell a timing attack indeed. There are two things you can really do of this. Either you want to get a few more gateways and try to take a relatively early 3rd, but he's getting so many sentries. I would just assume that he wants to get down some kind of time attack, because getting a base with so many sentries and just one Zealot would be kind of crazy in my opinion. As you said, you know, Mecha doesn't like to be completely insane.
Yeah, I would think so. And if he wants to go for an additional tech like a Robo or Twilight, I think it has to go down in the next like 10-15 seconds. If not, it's just going to be additional gates. And a huge gateway attack with the fort is going to be really scary. But there, as I stated, is the Twilight Council. So what do you think? We're probably going to see Blink, I reckon?
I don't know. With so many sentries, though, I don't think Blink, to be honest. I'm thinking for the +2 and maybe for the charge. Maybe. Because we're getting a Robo as well. Blink, in my opinion, would be very odd. So we'll see what he chooses to do. I'm kind of peculiar. I think it's peculiar to get the Tri-Council. It might just be for the +2, it might be for the charge. But right now, the Overlord is scouting just about everything in the base of Mecha. So Prospect knows what's going on. He's getting his third up. And we do see that kind of gateway third coming down. And of course, this leaves Mecha open to go for a counter push and try to just force a lot of units out of Prospect.
Great Overlord from Prospect in the main base from Mecha. I just have to point that out. Being able to spot out the Twilight Council being Chrono boosted, even spotting out the robotics facility as well, so Prospect has complete control of what is going on. He knows exactly what Mecha is doing, and that means he's not going to be overcommitting in the defense of this small push out or move out from Mecha as the third base is going up for him.
And he does get Blink, interesting enough, and an Observer, so I'm not really sure, is he just going to go for kind of a delayed Blink push here? It seems interesting. I haven't seen enough of these. I've seen a few, but I'll see, because basically he can do a few things with this. He can try to be very aggressive with it, get a lot of Stalkers, getting 3 more gateways, but he could also just try to get the map dominance, try to kill off roaches left and right, and basically force a Prospect into a unit composition he just doesn't like to use.
Yeah, I would think so, and we haven't really seen a lot in Camp Prospect, but he has been building up a lot of creeps for it actually. Just has the 3 queens, but as each one of those queens has put down a creep tumor, so he's pushing out the creep and has some +1 roaches, or soon to be +1 roaches, as he went for the very early evolution chamber, which I quite like here for Prospect. So he's moving out. He's not going to be able to kill Mecha at all, but might be able to put on some pressure and force some center energy.
Yeah, he might. Mecha trying to force field off a bit. He uses a few defensive force fields. He doesn't have Blink yet, he doesn't have enough Stalkers, he doesn't want to take the engagement yet, but those gates are finishing up, and that Spire from Prospect, interesting enough, is being made. But the question is, what is he going to do with it? Because it feels like he wants to use it for Corruptors, but there are no Colossi out, so I'm not really sure the usage of it, because this is not the time to go for Mutas while he's still massing out Roaches.
I'd say that he wants a lot of Roaches to force out reactions from Mecha. He wants to force out a lot of sentries, he wants to force out Immortals, but I mean Mecha is just reacting with Blink Stalkers, which is going to be extremely good against an eventual Muta transition, so I think this Spy is just going to stay idle for a while, because Prospect cannot really go into Muta or Corruptor versus this such unit composition for Mecha, who is still being extremely gateway heavy. He needs to keep up the upgrades in order to make this work.
Indeed, and with the +2 on the way, while +1 armor for Prospect isn't really close to finish, this is going to be very tedious for him. He's making Mutas right now. This is interesting. So few Mutas, he doesn't really have a lot of gas for it. And here comes a good few force fields from Mecha, splitting up the army in 2, and he's trying to get this army. He doesn't show his Blink yet, doesn't get the aggressive Blink. No, he doesn't show his Blink, and that's a lot of force fields, but that's a lot of sentries as well.
Well, just look at the units lost tab for a quick while. Mecha in total, all through this engagement, has lost 3 units. That is how good this guy is. He's lost 3 units in a bunch of engagement versus the Roaches, trading so cost efficiently, not overextending at all, and just warping in more and more Blink Stalkers, and like pure Blink Stalker sentry so far. It's quite a weird unit composition, and the Muta transition is coming from Prospect, but it's going to be terrible versus the unit composition of Mecha unless he can kill off the Blink Stalkers with his Roaches.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest. Just look at the previous trade. He's even trying to do something in the main base with those Mutas, trying to just split up the army of Mecha, but he's not that bad. I mean, Mecha is smart about this. He's going to make sure he has a few Stalkers in his main. He can warp them in if he needs to. He has Blink, he has +2. Those Mutas don't have a single upgrade. The +1 isn't even close to finish yet. And
Offensive Blink from Mecha. They're picking up 1 Mutant. I think this is... I'm not sure about this for Prospect. I mean, the usual style you want to go for is to just get a big, like Roach Hydra or Roach Ling, timing attack in when you're maxed, then really trade armies with the Protoss, and then go into Muta after you've killed off the Protoss zombie. He's been doing very little damage to Mecha, but here he goes to the third base.
Oh, and Mecha is not paying attention. He's looking at the Mutas in his main, and he's going to lose his third. Though he's trapping the army of Prospect, he's splitting it up. And remember, Prospect needs to remax behind this Mecha, doing some great trading, but he lost his third, so the retaliation has to be swift and it has to be brutal. Aggressive Blink from Mecha. He needs to finish this army up quickly and go for the counterattack right now. Ling Muta from Prospect. I think he's going for the base trade here.
But Mecha is ahead in army supply with +2 Blink Stalkers versus 1-1 Mutas and 1-1 Links.
Oh!
Ooh, great Blink there from Mecha, is able to pick up a lot of mutalist kills. And yeah, I think Prospect, this army is so much weaker right now. It has to go for the base trade. But I think Mecha can even leave a bunch of Blink Stalkers behind, which he's doing right now.
He could, but of course you never want to split up your army way too much. A nice blink still from Mecha is going to kill several mutants right here. And as you can see, Prospect right now just going full-fledged base trade mode. He's just trying to make something work. And of course, this is style you can do. He realized he can't break Mecha, therefore he will try to outplay him in the base trade scenario. The question is, can he though? That's a lot of Stalkers. That's a ton of Stalkers from Mecha. Wow, and I don't know, Mecha could just sacrifice his third and win this game, I feel.
Yeah, I think if he just gives up his third and then just goes for the attack, I think he's going to be in a great position. Also, notably, has the War Prism in his army and a Mothership Core with almost full energy, so a lot of utility there with his units. And I think Prospect, yeah, has to go back to defend this because he realizes he cannot win the base trade. And if Mecha just warps in around with Stalkers with the War Prism, which is right now, this army is just so scary, and plus 2 attacks doing so much work right now.
And Prospect realizing he can't do any damage here, so he needs to kill off the army of Mecha, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prospect attacking in. Will he be able to, though? That's a lot of Blink Stalkers. Nice links. Trying to kill those off, and that's a lot of Mutas. Is it a critical amount of Mutas? The Mutas are killing down the Stalkers. They are enough to just kill off this army. That is kind of huge from Prospect.
Yeah, there's so many Mutas here from Prospect just powering through the Blinkstalk army from Mecha. But remember, it's the 50 army supply of Blinkstalkers back at home. However, 2 important things there for Mecha. He lost his Mothership Core with a lot of energy, and he lost almost all his Sentry energy. So it's almost pure Blinkstalker right now, which is, without the Force Fields, you're going to be in a bad position versus Lynx and Roaches.
Yeah, and as you saw as well, you know, he did lose 2 bases here, but the good thing from Prospect is that Mecha is almost mining out his base, so Mecha needs that 3rd base, and right now those mutants are ravaging the main, and of course Mecha has to defend that. Meanwhile, Prospect all over the map just trying to keep Mecha from getting that 3rd base to force him to mine out, and he himself is getting his new natural and his new 3rd, but has to watch out though, those aggressive blinks really cost him a lot of mutas.
Yeah, but I think Mecha can just sit on 2 bases right here. He has 47 probes, which means he's absolutely going to be saturating 2 bases. And Prospect is not saturating 2 bases, barely saturating 1 right now. So the economy advantage for Mecha. But I think that, I mean, if he would have went for +3 attack when he was attacking, and it would be completed right now, it would be almost GG. But right now, just +2 attack versus +2 flyer attack actually being about to complete here for Prospect. So these mutas are going to be really scary. 29 so far.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you get to the count close to 30, that's the complete death ball muta composition. Whoa, what is Mecha doing? He's killing off his own gateways here. But here comes Prospect. He's going to lose at least 1 muta to the blink. But the thing is still, Prospect is surviving and keeping Mecha on 2 bases. Mecha is absolutely still in a huge army lead, but the question is, can he do a lot?
And now he's actually going to be moving his observer down to the bottom right, spots out this mining base for Prospect that has been quite hidden, so Mecha now knows what's going on. But here comes another engagement here. Mecha actually picking up a couple of mutalisks here as he goes out to try and secure his 3rd base once more. He is actually up in 20 in supply, both ahead in worker, army supply, and in upgrades, so Mecha in a great position right here. Prospect has to make these mutas work.
Yeah, this is the one engagement. It's going to work. I don't think so. That's way too many Blinkstalkers, and he's going to pick up another muta, it seems. So, Mecha right now, he has so many Blinkstalkers. If he gets the 3rd down, I do not see Prospect really surviving this, because as soon as that 3rd is down, Mecha can just start leaving his bases, he can start roaming the map, and that's when Prospect really will have a hard time.
And most importantly, I think he can go into the High Templar tech once he secure gases number 5 and 6. Trying to get out both Archons or High Templars with Storm would be extremely good right here, but there's actually the Dark Shrine going down from Mecha, so going to be trying to do some DT harassment towards his base in the bottom right, and maybe this left base also in Prospect as he's very spread out right here, but a great blink from Mecha!
Yeah, Prospect doesn't leave this. He attacks with his mutas. Are they enough though? No, they're not. And he's going to have to run away, but he lost a lot of mutas right here there. Right now, Mecha did leave his base open, so if Prospect wants to go for the counterattack, he can. He's trying to saturate his bases, but Mecha is getting aggressive. This is when Prospect has to go for the base trade again. He has to force Mecha back, but I don't think Mecha wants to go back.
I don't think so. Mecha just says get out of those mutas, and I think Prospect is going to have to go for the base trade here, as Mecha is just powering down his bases, but he has nothing at home to defend, and the Mothership Core is even going to go down there. If Prospect pays attention, yeah, the Mothership Core goes down, and there's nothing at home from Mecha. Wow, we might be seeing a full-fledged base race here, as Mecha is turning back. He has no Mothership Core, so no recall.
Yeah, he has no recall, and now he's leaving again. And right now, Prospect killing off one of the mining bases of Mecha. He's actually killed a few of these Stalkers as well. He needs to kill a third, though. Right now, Mecha has to realize the third is the next target. He's trying to go for it. Does it blink forward? Yes, it does. Is it enough time, though? Prospect focusing down probes. He needs to get that third. It's not down yet, but that was some good trading by Prospect. Trading base for base is still a good option here, and he can just keep attacking this Nexus. Going to do some damage, but of course has to watch out. Those blinks are so deadly.
I mean, I'm not sure what Mecha can be doing right here. Unless he catches the Mutas off guard, I think he has to wait for this third base to kick in and then go into the High Templar tech. However, there is a Dark Templar being warped in right now, and you have 2 Dark Templars going to the base towards the bottom right. Let's see if they will be able to snipe the hatchery. No static defense even close for Prospect, who is so low on minerals.
Yeah, Prospect right now is so greedy. He can't spend a single mineral on anything else than Mutas right now, and that means that these DTs most certainly will kill off the last mining base of Prospect, and this is exactly what Mecha needed. He needed to kill off Prospect's mining, and that is going to be the nail in the coffin, I feel. He's trying to get those OCS out, but that's way too late, and the base of Prospect has gone down. No more mining bases. He can't even afford a hatchery. He'll have to long distance mine to his main. Oh my god, missed a bad example. Is Prospect down and out?
I would never say a Zerg with 33 plus 2 attack Mutas is down and out, but he's definitely in a tough position. I mean, he really has to make this Mutalisk counterattack work. He was able to clean up the DTs at last, and I think that was somewhat of a mistake for Prospect. You saw that his base was under attack. Like, oh, but here comes an engagement. Well, this might decide the game, as Prospect is taking a straight up fight versus these Blink Stalkers with the Guardian Shield. I think this is really bad for Prospect. Is Mecha gonna take this?
Yeah, I think so. Those Stalks are way too strong. The aggressive Blink from Mecha, closing it out, and Prospect GG's out. Mecha 1-0 already in this best of 3, and look at that face. That is the face of a killer.
Yeah, absolutely, Mecha. We said it when he was interviewed on stage. He actually almost looks angry. I mean, he's just so focused on this game. And he's, of course, a great player. Not that much offline experience, but I can't tell right here. He looks like an old, experienced player already.
Indeed, and of course, he's such a formidable player. But I had to say, Prospect there, going for some rogue tactics, just loving it, to be honest. Those kind of base trades are a great choice when you see your opponent. Sure, so it's a great choice, really, basically when... Yeah, so...
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, God. Anyway, Mecha vs Prospect, of course. Game number 1. 1-0 towards Mecha from Team Property of a Darkstar. Second map is going to be Way Station, of course, so it's going to be interesting to watch. Do you think we're going to see any island bases this time? I bring those island bases up every time I see this map because I just love them.
I love them, but I don't think so. I mean, I think the Terrors are the ones who can use them. Protoss has to get a War Prison to basically be able to, and a Zerg has to get Overlord drops, and I feel it's almost never you can do it. Maybe if you sometime want to do a bit white draw tactics, be a bit sneaky, of course you can get your drops going and try to get something going, but it also of course depends on the spawn locations, if you spawn close to the island bases or away from them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we could see in the last or in yesterday in the Gamma Division, we actually saw a turn player floating straight towards the island and building battle cruisers. I do not believe anything like that is going to be happening in this game, but speaking of this game, we are about to jump into it.
Indeed. So, I also want to point out, by the way, Property, probably the biggest or most known Swedish team.
Yep.
Darkstar, probably the second most well-known, next to Druids maybe, or something like that.
Well, it comes to SC2, I'd say Darkstar is.
Yeah, Darkstar would be the second. Yeah. So, I feel some rivalry between the clans as well here.
Yeah, I mean, Darkstar might be feeling a bit like the little brother of Property right here, trying to prove themselves now towards the big stage. And speaking of the big stage, let's dive into the game.
Indeed, so let's introduce our first player right now, down 1 game in this quarterfinal, the best out of 3 from Darkstar. It is the Red Zerg player, Prospect.
There he is, looking as stone cold as ever. His opponent, however, in the bottom left corner. From Team Property, great player, has been in WSS, has been in Grandmaster. Can he take home this season of the University Star League? It is Mecha!
And look at that, so focused. Both the players, they really want this game. Mecha could get an easy way right into the semi-finals, which we'll have later this afternoon. But Prospect, he needs to fight for his team, and he needs to make this. He won the Political StarCraft, he wants to show that he's a formidable player. What do you think? From the last game, Do you think Prospect doesn't have a chance against Mecha in the long run?
I think he absolutely can have a chance. I mean, I think the choice of composition and strategy for Prospect was a bit weird. Like just going into a couple of roaches and then tech switching into Muta versus Blinkstalker. But it almost worked out for him, as he had great macro, had so many bases and so many drones during that whole game. Went up to 70 drones quite early there and was just able to mine so many minerals and gas. But in the end, Mecha's cost efficiency with his plus attack just really paid off. Really quick +1 attack, not going into a timing was a bit weird right there, but it really worked out for Mecha, went in for the +2 of course, and then those Blinkstalkers just become so scary.
Indeed, and I didn't mean long run, by the way, I meant macro, because I did misspoke there, but basically, I feel the Prospect, he did get a lot of drones, and what I just felt was that he tried to make it happen with Mecha, but Mecha is just so great at getting that, not death ball perhaps, but like really big army early on. His macro is really where he's supposed to be, and I feel Prospect, even though he maybe didn't have the army he needed, that was some great decision making, which really kept him in the game for a long time there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Prospect it looked like he was playing a bit of like Winter-esque when he went for a lot of mutas, a lot of Suggings, and just tried to use the counterattack, use his really high APM, which was, by the way, over 200 for a lot of while in that last game, and it's over 200 in this game as well. I mean, he tried to use his high APM, all his multitasking capability with the Mutalisks, with the counterattacks, and just tried to out-multitask Mecha, but Mecha showed his mechanics are as profound as ever.
Indeed, and right now, of course, Mecha going for that gateway expand, and he's not even going to try to get a celt out even. So basically, right now, Prospect, he's just going to try to play his standard so far. And I mean, before we get way too into it, what do you think we can expect from Prospect? Or rather Mecha, because Mecha last time he went for a more turtle kind of style and then tried to push with his Blinkstalker sentry when he could just trade very well. Do you think that he likes just trading a lot, or did just like doing it for one game?
I think that Mecha just feels very comfortable, at least going to 3 bases, maybe even taking a 4th. So I would suspect Mecha would just go for a couple of bases, or at least 1 base more in this game before he wants to get really aggressive. But I mean, like a Soul Train or something is not completely out of the question, but I would believe some kind of 2-base tech play or 2-base safe play, going into a 3rd base and then really pumping up the macro and going aggressive.
I feel so as well. I mean, the Soul Train has proved to be very strong even amongst macro players. And look at this, already we have the 3rd base from Prospect. He's not going to wait for a single more second for that, because he needs just a few links, he reckons. He did scout though. There was no cell ready that can attack him. The Monster Core just finished up, and we don't have any kind of aggressive potential from Mecha yet. He's getting 2 more gates, but from what I can see at least, he has only 3 gates. So I feel right now Prospect is actually making a good choice here. Mecha scouting for that 3rd base, making sure he's not getting all in or anything. He might want to place a proxy pylon if he can, because Prospect hasn't scouted this probe just yet, but now he will get a heads on it.
Yeah, absolutely, and a bunch of drones is coming out for Prospect. They're really kicking in that macro. The 3rd base is up, and we could see in the last game, he went for 3 queens. He's doing the exact same thing this game, not prioritizing creep spread, which I think is okay on such a big map, especially if you're going to go into Mutalisks later in the game, because just those mutants, they don't really care about the creep. I mean, if you want to go for something like a Roach Hider composition, or incorporate queens in your army, of course, the creep's going to be so important. But look at Mecha's base. Do I feel a choo-choo coming?
We might have a choo-choo indeed, and I mean, this is a very dangerous thing coming out from Mecha, because if you want to go for that, like a lot of sentries, just push with those immortals, it all comes down to the micro. And if we've seen Mecha's micro with those sentries and force fields, it's impeccable. So the question is, will Prospect in time see this coming? We still have pros being made. Of course, Mecha will go up to about 40-45 before he goes for this push. And oh, Prospect scouts the incoming immortal.
Yeah, just like the last game, great overlord positioning for Prospect. Has 3 out on the map already, has taken the Snuggle Watchtowers, is so active with these links, and this Overlord spots out the robotics facility. Of course, he's the Chrono Boost, so he probably knows exactly what's going on. This is going to be immortal, so let's see what his answer is going to be. I would suspect it's going to be quick Hydralisk. What do you think?
Well, basically, if you look at the European scene right now, like Tefl, who basically I would say Tefl is the king of holding this. And his answer is always, get the Hydras out, get the Hydras out. Just hold, go out on the map, bait the force field, force him to wait a few more seconds. Just buy time, and when those Hydras come out, you're fine. I've seen Teffa hold this with 55 or like even close to 60 workers, and Prospect, he didn't go up to way too many workers, meaning that he can still be okay to hold this, as long as he can just buy time and try to get those Hydras out, because without them, it can get really tedious.
Yeah, I mean, Mecha actually went up to 45 probes, and it's just going to be on 5 gates here. Probably going to be going with 3 Immortals, as well as an Observer and a War Prism, would be my guess. Or do you think you want to skip the War Prism and get a probe instead, just for the bit quicker of a timing?
I would like to see the War Prism. We've seen so much great micro from it, and basically, the War Prism will help you so much as a movable pylon, as long as it's not being killed off, and they can pick your Immortals up if they get trapped, which is a huge deal, especially in these open areas. And a 4th Immortal on the way. This is a really late kind of attack, but it's a big freaking train coming in here.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, I said it was just going up to 5 gates, but with 45 probes you can actually power up even further, and that's 3 more gates on the way. Mecha is going to be with 4 Immortals, 8 gateways, just such a scary macro variant of this classic Soul Train. And the Mothership Core, of course, with full energy is going to be moving out here, and there is actually the War Prism, so it's going to be a really late attack. But as Prospect has not gone into Hydras yet, I think it's going to be perfectly fine, because the style of Soul Train that Mecha is doing is matching up really well with Prospect's defense, because stop building drones early, went into a lot of roads and did not take up. But here comes a counterattack.
Yeah, here comes the counterattack. This is exactly what Prospect needs to do. He needs to buy time. Mecha can't attack right now. He needs to pull his entire force back. And these few roaches, actually, of course, is not great when he loses them, but this buys enough time to build even more than just these, and they're just being a nuisance. And look at this, Prospect...
Mecha is leaving nothing in the front zone. Here comes round number 2 from Prospect. God. He had to leave a sentry. He had to leave some units there. Goes with all the units to clean up those roaches, and there's going to be at least 2 free gates and 2 free pylons for Prospect. Wow. Great play.
Amazing play here by Prospect. This is exactly what he needs to do, just like Violet does, just like every good Zerg does. He needs to counterattack over and over again. He doesn't get trapped, and he gets out in time. Beautiful play by Prospect, and Mecha, I think he might just have to cancel his attack.
Yeah, I would think so. The Twilight Council, the fort's on the way from Mecha. He's almost giving up right here. I think he has to move out and take a 3rd base. But the thing is, Prospect has been sitting on 3 bases for like 6 minutes right now. So he's so far ahead when it comes to the... Or not that far ahead when it comes to the economy, but he's gonna be far ahead, as well as the Hydralisk then coming out right now. I mean, I'm really enjoying Prospect's play right now. Just goes to show that, I mean, he's not afraid of Mecha at all. But here comes the Soul Train, and even though it's 12 minutes in, this is really scary. So many centers with a lot of energy. 4 Immortals and the War Prism for the Warpins.
Indeed, and here comes Mecha, and Prospect has been droning. Was it too much? He's still only on roaches, and he can't go for the counterattack this time. He does have a few roaches. Actually, will pull back. Mecha going back again. This is just a handful of roaches pulling back the entire army, and once again Prospect surviving just about, and Mecha still on 2 bases versus a Prospect who's getting out Hydras. He's getting Hydra range, and he's on 3 bases and getting 9 drones right now. Prospect in a perfect position to hold this.
Yeah, if game 1 was the Mecha show, this is the Prospect show. Just using those roaches to buy so much time for himself. It's going to be up to 68 drones momentarily here with double evolution chamber on the way. Mecha's going up to a 3rd base, but it's far behind in the economy right now. And with ranged Hydras coming out with a speed upgrade on the way as well, Mecha, you're not going to be able to kill Prospect right now.
No, and here comes Mecha. He's trying to make this happen. He needs to make something happen. The 3rd is on the way, though, and I feel right now he's trying to bait out units, but basically Prospect has all the units he needs. He scouts the 3rd as well, and Prospect is going to, bruise this a bit. He's not going to kill it easily, of course, because Mecha has this huge army incoming, but Prospect, these ninja roaches have been so effective, and here comes Prospect once again, going out on the map. Soon we have Hydra speed. He needs it, of course, and this is before +1 on Mecha, so a great timing from Prospect, who's almost maxed out.
But there are so many force field right now. Mecha can buy time until +1 finishes, I think, and yeah, their Prospect can't really commit versus so many force fields, and also great observer placement from Mecha, knows exactly where Prospect's army is, and here we go.
Here we go indeed, and those roaches attacking from behind as well, just a few of them. And Prospect, actually baiting a lot of force fields, can just pull back and attack later on. Of course, right now he's still maxed out, so he's completely fine with his 12 more Hydras on the way. We have Pathogen Glands on the way, so we're going to see Infestors soon. +1/+1 as well, and the first Colossus has started, but we don't see Extended Thermal Lands. Just now started. This is going to take quite some time.
You mentioned that he was drawing out force field energy, which I think is a good point, but there are 15 15 centers right here for Mecha. He's going to have so many force fields, and even have the potential to use hallucinations late in the game, or even hallucinate Phoenix for scattering, of course. We saw a quick drop for Mecha there with the Warp Prism. Tried to focus down with the Queen or get a bit of damage on the Evolution Chambers, but was not able to do so. Did he spot the Hive though? Yes, he spotted the Morphing Hive, so he knows there's going to be Vipers inbound, and he needs to get up the High Templars.
He needs it indeed. He's right now trying to just get the Colossus out, and I'm not sure if he, he really can afford getting those Templars. He's going to take so much time. He needs though. But like from his perspective, he doesn't know it's incoming just yet. As soon as he sees the Hive, he needs to get those Templars out. But this is going to be so hard to hold on to. Prospect with a great split. He's really setting up this engagement, and Mecha needs to have a miracle hold, because here comes Prospect. Is it going to be enough?
Prospect is maxed right now. So many roaches and hiders with +1/+1, but great force with Mecha once more, trapping some units, and this Colossus is really scary.
Indeed. Right now, Prospect needs to either kill that Colossus or pull back. He can't sacrifice way too much. He does have a nice little bank here, and oh my god, he could even just add on that Spire later on if he wants to.
Yeah, but here we go, a great engagement there. Once more from Mecha, is just trading so cost efficiently. The time warp goes down, the force field goes down, and on the units lost tab, Mecha is doubling the cost efficiency of Prospect as he goes for the Cellar drop in the main base.
Yeah, Mecha right now scouting the Hive. He needs to get those Templars, and there we go. Templar Archives on the way. As soon as he sees anything close to Hive, he's just going to get it right off the bat. And right now, Mecha is pushing out on the map. He's almost maxed out himself. Prospect with so many roaches, this might not be the perfect composition. He doesn't have his Vipers yet. The 2-2 is on the way, but +2 will finish earlier for Mecha. So if Mecha hits this timing before the Vipers, this can be very, very deadly.
Let's see if he just wants to clean creep and then back off, or if he actually wants to commit onto the creep, because Prospect has a huge bank, is almost maxed with a lot of roaches and hydras, and well, might be able to catch out a couple of stalkers from Mecha, but here comes the engagement once more.
Yeah, and there's so many sentries, there's a lot of force fields left, and he can basically just go for it if he wants to. Storm is on the way, those Templars can't do really anything yet, but we have 3 Vipers on the way, and of course he wants to pull, and look at that, we have quite a few Zealots trying to kill off the 4th base of Prospect. I think they might just be able to.
Yeah, that's the 4th base going around. Prospect sitting on 3 bases right here with the Vipers just about to complete. He's in a good position tech-wise and army-wise, but I mean, Mecha is just starving him out, going up to a 4th base himself, and he's actually transitioning into High Templars. I mean, I'm asking you, all the viewers, just take a look at Mecha's High Templars right now. The Observer, highlight those High Templars in the engagement, because Mecha, he's just so good with his High Templars. I don't even know who I want to compare it to, because, I mean, he's just the best.
Huh. Indeed, and right now Mecha up to 70 workers against 61, looking very, very strong. I think Prospect would have liked a few more workers just for the extra mineral income, but right now Mecha is roaming the map. He's looking for those overlords and looking for the army most of all. Prospect pre-splitting everything. Those Vipers are for the taking, and look at those feedbacks. 2 of the Vipers have been feedbacked, only 1 left with energy, and of course that's not going to be enough. Still a lot of High Templars with Storm ready, and oh my god, is Mecha going to do this?
Here comes the flank though. Let's see if Prospect can be able to do this, but Mecha is having so many Colossi, so many High Templars, and this is the Mecha I talked about. Such a scary army, and what weather is it? It is stormy.
It is stormy indeed, and Mecha is pushing on forward. Even though there's a lot of minerals for Prospect, he has no gas left, and Mecha just crushing on forward. Will we have a 2-0 from the property player? He might just look at that. Now I understand how we got into Challenger. This is just some beautiful late game play for our property player, and he's moving on forward. He could even go for the 3rd base if he wanted to.
Well, great feedbacks once more to those Vipers. Let's see, do we have any High Templars here? We have 4 High Templars in the army, and just feedbacks on Queens as well as so scary. But here comes the engagement once more. The Monster goes down. Great abduction to the Colossi though. Prospect is microing his heart out, but here comes the High Templar reinforcement for Mecha. Will it be enough? His 4th supply ahead.
It's not enough for Prospect, I feel right now. Prospect, he did have great micro, but it's just not enough. It's way too much strength for the army. +3 on the way from Mecha, and even though we have close to 15 roaches on the way, it's just not enough. Great storms, and Mecha just holding his corner. Prospect knows, Mecha knows, this is going to be over, and
GG!
Well
wow! Mecha taking an extremely convincing series with Prospect. Prospect was playing his heart out. You can see Prospect. He's really playing at Grandmaster level. He's like, I would almost say, he's a top Zerg in Sweden. But Mecha, he just made him look like a noob right there. Just out-macroing, out-microing. playing extremely well in all stages of the game, and Mecha, he was my favorite before this game. After these games, I can say comfortably, Mecha is going to take this no problems.
Okay, that is a daring statement, but I'm almost keen to agree right there. That was some amazing play. I've witnessed a lot of pros in my days, and that is actually some amazing play, to be honest. And I have to say also, of course, Mecha playing this well, even though when his all-in failed, because that was a devastating play in the beginning. He wanted to go for the all-in, it was extremely strong, and he got pulled back by a handful of roaches. I felt this has to be over. He was so far behind, and it felt like Prospect should just take this, no question. But such a great hold from Mecha in the beginning, making sure he can just get his start up, get everything up, and then go for the late game, and that's where he shines. Prospect was way too late with a Hive in this case. He needed to rush it a bit more, it felt like. He needed to get those Vipers out early on. But the High Templars, just such great control.
Yeah, I mean, those Vipers coming in, oh, let's get someone back in the Colossi feedback. Yeah, so Mecha was just microing his heart out there, playing extremely well, and I think, as you said, Prospect was ahead after the early mid-game, I'd have to say, after that failed Soul Train all-in. But Prospect chose this style where you just sit on 3 bases. He was like 60, 65 drones and maxed out on Roach Hydra, which means that he's going to have an extremely good time with that when it's maxed, but he's going to really have a trouble remaxing then with just such a low economy. The 4th base was delayed, and when it went up, it was actually killed off by Mecha. So, yeah, Prospect, he played really well, just not enough versus a player of Mecha's caliber.
Yeah, and by the way, just to clarify, when I said he was way too late with the Hive, I'm talking minutes. Like a minute or two. Like, that's how close you have to play at this level. When we had the casual yesterday, if you get a 16 minutes Hive, that's a decent timing. If you get a 17, that's fine. Here, you need to get it earlier. You need to be so keen on your timings. As you said, when he attacked with his Soul Train at 12 minutes, it looked so strong, but that's actually, he should have been 4 minutes earlier if it wasn't for those roaches. These timings are so precise, and I just love the quality of play we have today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prospect, he even showed 2 completely different styles in those games, but Mecha did too. In the first game, it was a quick 3rd base with a quick forge upgrades with a lot of Blink Stalkers, and then in the second game, we had a Soul Train, which somewhat failed, but then he just transitioned into his bread and butter builds, taking the 3rd base, getting Colossi, High Templar, that really, really scary late game Protoss army, and you can just see how well he controlled it. I think this is just sending a warning to all the other Zugs in tournament, to Madalisk, to Winter. If you let Mecha get his maxed army, you're gonna have a bad time.
You're going to bad time indeed. And I feel both these games felt closer though than they actually ended up being. Because basically in the first game, Prospect with a base trade forcing Mecha to be in his own base, and the second one holding Mecha back. But Mecha, it seems like as soon as he just finds the balance, that's when he gets so strong. Almost like Rainy feels like, you know, you want to be a bit defensive, get your thing going, and then just hold on. And by the way, how do you feel about the next quarterfinals coming up with Winter, Scylla, Madalisk, and Fusrodar?
It's going to be extremely interesting, a lot of good players. But speaking of good players, let's throw it over to the couch for some interviews.
Hello, guys and gals. Welcome back to the Player Couch. I'm Fubar, and with me, as always, is Nyal.
Woo!
And here we got both Prospect and Mecha, the players of the last game. First of all, congratulations, Mecha. How do you feel?
Thank you. I feel very good. I feel great, but I can put it home.
Were you ever nervous in those games? Because both of them, actually, Prospect looked really, really good in the beginning and mid stages.
Yeah, I got really nervous when he killed my push in the first game at the start of a base trade. When he killed half my army, I was very, very nervous back then.
How did you feel the first game, Prospect? Like, what went through your mind when you were killing his push?
When I killed his 3rd base, I felt really good. I felt like I was winning most of the game, but I don't know what happened, really. I'll have to watch the replay, I think.
Yeah. We actually had, since we had all the stats, we saw that, you know, after you crushed his push with all the Blink Stalkers, you were only down at like 31 workers or something. I think if you had a little bit more workers, or if you had just drone there, it would be fine. But I saw like your resources were just allowed you to build mutas and nothing else. Yeah,
yeah, of course. Fuber being Zerg himself, he loves to see stuff like this, so...
Yeah, for sure. I have a question for you, Prospect. Like, I saw you go for the burrow upgrade in the first game. Was there like any plan behind it, or was it just, I don't know, because you wanted to?
Burrow's a good upgrade.
It is, for sure.
It's really useful in basically every stage of the game, so it's just one of those utility upgrades, I guess, that you want to get. So I felt I had the money to get it, so...
Yeah. I totally agree. I think it's still underused. Like, even just burrowing circles all over the map to get vision is really strong. And Mecca, I want to ask you, were you ever considering going Archons when you scouted as Muta, since you already had the Twilight?
Oh yeah, that thought crossed my mind, but I didn't have enough resources to do it. It was too hectic, and I had to warp in StarCraft just to stay alive all the time. So I didn't make any, but I thought about it, yeah.
Yeah, but it worked out anyway, so...
It did. Like, actually, we in the couch we actually thought Prospect would win there when he crossed your push.
Yeah.
It's such a hard place for Protoss when you don't have Phoenix, you don't have Archons, you only have Blink Stalkers, and you're, like, contained on 2 bases. So it was really nice to see you, like, keep your composure and just end up taking the game.
And, like, if it happens once that the Mutas kills the Stalkers, there's such a small chance to get back, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, well played.
All right, so let's move on to the second game, and it was Waystation. And I want to start to ask you, Prospect, how did you feel when you got those spawning positions?
I felt nervous for an Immortal all-in. When I saw all of those sentries, I kind of realized that was what was actually coming. So, I don't know, I was really scared of Mecha's really good force fields, and they ended up winning him the game. So.
They are always.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and I loved your response. Like, that's my favorite response. Just try to counterattack, just buy time. One question, just detailed question. Don't you prefer having some links in with that counterattack? Like,
it can be good, yeah. I thought I built some links. I think I forgot to do that, actually. But yeah, you're completely right. You should have some links with that first counterattack, yeah.
Sweet. And Mecca, how did you feel when he actually started with those counterattacks? He managed to pull you back a couple of times, and it was like it's a pretty hard situation for Protoss.
It was very annoying. I knew I had to do something else then because it was already a bit late, the push. And when those first roaches ran into my main and started killing probes, I knew I can't push and win. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that also looked like a game that Prospect was going to win, actually. At least from this perspective.
I really like that you still kept the pressure up, though. Because as a Zerg, you're always thinking, is this guy going to try to transition into Colossi, or is he actually going to try to keep this push going and just do this mad, late Immortal Sentry all-in? So that was really good. Were you ever like really thinking of attacking, or was he just posing pressure?
It was just posing, because if I had just pulled back, he would have just come and crushed me right there. I would just have died, so I had to fake pressure until I had Colossi out, pretty much.
Yeah, and of course we have to ask you also, is this your first booth experience, or are you very experienced in this?
It's my first time in a booth. I have played some LANs before, but not in a booth.
But you've been on stage before, right? Like playing for Team Property or so, you're playing for Esports SM at the same moment, right?
Yeah, of course, but they don't have any booths though. So
how did those games go, by the way?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
I died to Runa in 2 games
team
I thought I had, but he played well.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
And Prospect?
Yeah, it's my first time playing in a booth and in front of an audience, so it's really cool. I like it.
Yeah. Did you guys feel nervous? Like, let's start with you, Mecca, just to get some structure to this. Did you feel nervous playing in front of a crowd and in a booth?
I wasn't that nervous. I think the booth kind of disconnected you from the audience, unlike when you play at a computer, like at eSport SM or a DreamHack in the early rounds. Yeah, the crowd is a lot closer and you can hear them, but here it was like playing in a little cell, kind of. So I didn't get too nervous.
And your Prospect?
I'm actually way less nervous playing offline for some reason. I'm way more nervous playing online. I think it's because I can see my opponent and like I can try to get into his mind and like talk to him and stuff like that. So I like playing offline.
Awesome. I have actually the opposite problem. Like I get very confident. That's the same. But I start thinking, yeah, I'm better than this guy. There's no problem. And then I almost like distance myself to the game and start playing really, really bad. So that's my problem.
Yeah, you seem very calm. Both of you, actually.
Yeah.
Very cool. I have to ask you also, you're studying Russian.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there a reason behind this? Because yesterday we had a guy here who was studying Korean, and he was like, it's not StarCraft related.
So is your isn't StarCraft related either?
It isn't?
No, it isn't.
Oh, okay. So is there any reason? Do you have like a Russian heritage or
not
something?
any special reason. There's not any special reason. I just want to study something.
But do you
cool.
do you know the language well now?
Decently.
Could you say good game in Russian?
No, I wouldn't risk, but
I want to ask one more question to Prospect, a game-related question. On that second game, how do you like your position after you hold that push? Because I'm always feel kind of iffy, because you know you're ahead, but it's so hard to go Roach Hydra and even Roach Hydra Viper and try to do pressure there.
Especially without the upgrades, you're going to end up behind because he has a Forge out and he's going to be chrono boosting that. So I feel like I'm behind almost always against an Immortal all-in for some reason. But
you almost hope that he just goes for the all-in. So
or some of your counterattack has to do a lot of damage.
Exactly.
So I don't know. It's hard, man. Especially with Mecha's really good force fields. It's tough.
Those force fields, man. And then you never run out of them either. So
exactly.
So I want to say once again, congratulations, Mecha, and very well thought Prospect. And that's going to be it for this couch interview. And we're going to throw it to a short break and see you guys in a while.
And more reliable. Let's go. Oscillator, such as this.
Computer technology.
The history of the future.
Rewriting, recreating the same old programs over and over and over.
What was wrong with the world? First musical instrument.
Extremely low frequency.
We live in a special kind of space. We
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Can we turn the camera around? We're over here. Choo-choo. There we are. Thank you very much. Welcome back to University Star League. We're here with our third quarterfinals, and this time we have our third player from last season here. We'll start off with Winter. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be here?
It feels great.
Yeah?
Like defending champion, I need to win this time as well, and I feel a bit of pressure because of that.
Yeah, I hope you do. You should feel pressure. Bad Zerg player, bad Zerg, no. And on the other side, we have a Protoss player, Fusroda. Yes, how do you feel to be here playing against Winter?
Well, I know Winter is a strong opponent, so it's going to be hard because I'm also out of practice.
Yeah?
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be a bit tricky. So let's talk about our names here. Obviously, let's see if I probably have a problem with the microphone. It'll be on in just a few seconds. Winter, I don't know if I asked this question last time. Where does that name come from?
My last name was Pineapple.
Pineapple?
No, Pineapple.
Pineapple?
Without the N, it was a horrible name, and so I thought I should change it, and I just looked out and saw Winter outside.
Oh,
like,
that's so nice.
That's nice, you know.
Oh.
But then I realized that like 10 other people are named Winter, so it's kind of bad
fair
in that
enough.
sense.
You just have to claim it. You just need to rise to the top. In that case, you are the Winter. In that case, yeah. Right, fair enough. Well, I actually have a playlist, a music playlist called Winter. It's just Finnish classical music.
Oh wow!
So it's. I think I'm gonna link that to you at someday. So Fusroda, obviously Skyrim.
Yes.
Yes, huge Elder Scrolls fan, or
actually not, because my real nickname is Fus.
Is Fus?
But everyone keep calling me Fusroda, so I had to change my name.
You had to switch it. Did you have Fus before Skyrim?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
And then, people just, well, obviously, you're Fusroda. Yeah. So have you played Skyrim at all?
I have played it, but I haven't finished it. But
you haven't finished it?
I played it like 10 hours.
All right, okay, something like that. Real quick, I'm going to ask you a few, just real quick, what are you studying? Let's start over here, Fusroda.
I study at KTH,
all right.
Civil Engineering and Media Technology.
Media Technology?
Yes.
Me too, high five.
High five.
Nice. All right, fair enough. So this is home turf a little bit for you as well, Stockholm?
Yeah, I've been here actually.
Yeah.
A few times.
Had a few courses here possibly?
Yeah, but I studied mainly at the main campus.
All right. And Winter?
I study at Röda Korset Folkhögskolan.
Yeah.
Which kind of I'm studying a lot about like world problems, global problems, and how to solve them, and a bit general.
And you decided to solve world problems through StarCraft. I think that's a nice way of doing it.
It's a good way to tell people about it. Like now I'm telling you about it. So.
Yeah. So go check that out. Go Google it, ladies and gentlemen. So this is also in Stockholm, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So home turf for both of you. Didn't have to make travels too far. All right. I'm not going to keep here for too long. I know, just as every player, they hate the pre-interviews because you just want to get the matches on. So I'll take the microphones. Guys, give me a handshake. Thank you very much for being here. It's so much fun to have you here. And good luck in the matches. A big round of applause for these two guys. And I'm going to drop this over to the casters.
Thank you, Dreamish, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the casting desk. We're here to see an awesome game between Winter and Fusroda, or Fus, as he would like to be called. But I will probably scream Fusroda a couple of times.
Yeah, it's a little more exciting that way. Yeah. I'm Tenchi, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm Marvin Mega. And we're your casters here for the next two sets.
Yes, that's right.
So the first set is going to be Winter versus Fusroda, and the other one is going to be Madlisk versus Zilla.
Yeah, Madlisk and Zilla have a bit of a grudge going on. So we'll have to see what happens in that match.
Yeah, they've been.
I'm actually quite excited for that one specifically.
Yeah, of course. And we're going to see two Z versus Zerg versus Protoss. And here's the first player. Here's Winter. He actually won the last tournament.
Oh yeah, last season's UniSL.
Yeah.
And now he's had amazing results coming into this season.
Oh yeah, he has 100% win rate. 16 games, 0 losses.
Yeah, so that's pretty heavy. And his opponent, let's see if we can take a look at his player card. What secrets do you hold for us? Martin Söderberg.
Yeah.
And you guys got all the info in that pre-game interview.
Yeah, they got. But still, one thing is very impressive about Fusrodai is that he has 100% win rate against Zerg.
Oh.
So it's 100% against each other.
Yeah, that can absolutely come in play now in this next set that we're going to be doing. So I'm quite excited to see how Fusrodai is going to be able to bring things to the table. I mean, Winter is a bit of a crowd favorite, so I mean, I would say Fusrodai is a bit of the underdog.
Yeah, true. But Fusrodai, he has the power of the Thun.
The Dragonborn.
And the dragon.
He is the Dragonborn.
So he'll just yell at his opponent. I don't know what they yell. Probably some.
I don't know the incantations either. Like, I haven't actually played too much Skyrim. Now, the maps. The first game. Yeah. The first map is going to be Frost.
Yes.
A pretty big map, and got a lot of space there to maneuver. And I know Winter likes counterattacking a lot. Like, he sets up like a big frontal attack, and then he has a pack of lings or roaches. And as he sort of pulls out your army, he moves in with that small strike force to do precise and powerful attacks. But yeah, guys.
Speaking about precise and powerful, let's jump into the game.
Yeah, let's.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the last season winner. It's the Zerg in red. It is Winter.
Winter is truly coming. It's a Frost map. And his opponent spawning here in the top left corner on Frost, wearing the color blue. He is none other than Fusrodai.
I see got some fans there out in the crowd.
A couple. Yeah. Will he be able to drag and shout his way through this set? We'll see.
All right. So you have been playing Protoss quite a lot in this map.
A couple of years now.
Yeah. And what are the actual strengths on Protoss here? You know, it's a big map. So
it is a big map. I think, like, in PvZ, like, if it's a very big map, Zerg sort of get a lot of space to, you know, react to things. They have a lot of time on their hands. Yeah. You know, you have lings to control the towers. You can just place a random ling, like, here and there on the map to see, like, Protoss move out, army composition, stuff like that. So, depending on how decisive Fusrodai is, you know, with his sort of timings and stuff like that, it can definitely come into play here, depending on if Winter actually, you know, gets the gist of what his opponent is doing or not. But then again, because it is such a big map, Protoss can actually secure a third base fairly quickly on this. You know, you can get away with a 7 or 8 minute third nexus.
So it's actually, it could be better to be greedy on this map.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing from both of these guys. I mean, we had a pylon on the low ground here for Fusrodai, but it's going to be a nexus first, and Winter just going for that pool.
Yeah, of course. Nothing special actually happening here in both bases. You're just focusing on the economy right now, and well, we'll see. What is your prediction? Who's going to make the first move?
I really feel that it's going to be Fusrodai. He's going for the Nexus first. It really sets you up nicely into the mid-game in terms of economy. But if Winter decides to be very aggro, you know, like with a Roach Bust or something like that, or something even crazier, like a Baneling Bust, like we saw, you know, yesterday,
that was an awesome game.
That was in the final game of that set. Like, it was ace match. And
Dark Templar versus Baneling Bust.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But yeah, if Winter decides to go for something like that, you know, sort of two-base play, then, you know, he might be able to bust through. But I think that Fusrodai is going to be the guy to take initiative in this first game.
Forge is on the way, and also there's 2 scouting links moving out across the map. No gas yet for either of the players here, so it's going to be a full focus on economy here.
Let's see. Yeah, Winter did grab his gas at.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he went for it. Just get some gas for that speed and stuff like that. And he's also going to start spreading creep, I believe. Some Zergs would like argue that you want to get that first inject down on your hatchery to get more drones, while others would prefer getting that creep tumor to sort of like be able to control that space a little easier.
Yeah.
I personally don't know what I think would be the objectively best choice, but I guess it all comes down to playstyle.
Yeah. One thing that we'll see, I've seen a couple of games versus Zerg versus Protoss on this map, and it's really sensitive to that force field on the ramp play.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of the Zerg player to actually know the whole map and see when the War Priest coming in and trying to do that, you know,
block the ramp
really cheesy play. I hate that.
Yeah, like you can definitely get away with those sort of styles, like on a map like this. Yeah, actually. I feel Frost is quite a good map for that sort of aggression.
Yeah.
But it is, of course, a pretty big all-in, so it's quite a big gamble to play against a guy like Winter, who's actually very solid, who has just thrown down his third base, by the way. I don't think Fusroda has seen this.
No, he hasn't. So
no, and that probe just died, so he'll have to send out another one in order to get some info out. He's actually got to sell it out now on the way, and just chasing away these 2 lings.
Choo, get away!
Yeah,
this is my lawn.
Zealot with a broom.
Yeah. Zergling's going around, but
with
they
sword.
Can't go through. Oh, this actually slight gap there in the wall, but there's a cannon there that would deny any kind of scouting. So both players actually playing in the dark.
Yeah, this is so far fairly passive game here from both of our players. Speed now right around the corner here for Winter, and he has made this trademark pack of lings that he really likes having. So, like I mentioned earlier, he might be looking to, like set up some sort of counterattack or pylon denial, which is very important to keep it, in mind when you play against Protoss. Don't let them get up a proxy.
Nice micro there, only losing 1 Zergling.
Yeah, he kept most of those alive.
Yeah, that was good.
Robo here as the choice of tech here for Fusroda. Does get scouted by Winter, so he knows exactly what's going on. This is probably going to be a third base from Fusroda. It'll be sentry expanding with like a bunch of Immortals with this. Yeah, there we go. Immortal in production.
Yeah. And we give a small salute to the Overlord that sacrifices his life to get some scouting information. We salute you, Overlord.
Yeah, and then he's actually, I really like this. Winter decides to turn back, because as you move in with that Overlord, of course you lose vision of, the path that you were going in.
Yeah.
So he just decides to hit the reverse.
I'm going back.
Set the reverse in gear and go. And he does even see the Immortal pop out there if he was on point, keeping his camera vision on the robotic facility. But I mean, this isn't too strange what Fusroda is doing. He can just go for third base, or he can decide to go for Sentry Immortal all in, although it would be a little late considering the fact that, okay, never mind, he's adding all the gateways now, there we go.
All right. Slightly supply block. Wind was there before, built 4 Overlords, so he's got lots of space for building units now, and he's going for the range upgrade as well. So it's,
to complement the roaches.
Yeah. It's going to be a really strong composition here. So I think we're going to see Fusroda moving out fairly soon.
Yeah, he has to. Now, Winter's pretty much identified what's going on. He's got a ling on the potential third bases, even an overseer as well, so that's going to sweep through and get a full scout again, just to be able to, confirm the...
all right, so we have 9 gateways right now. What can Winter do to defend against this?
Build roaches and lings right now. That's the only tech he has available.
But Immortals are so good against roaches.
Now Winter's Overseer has, he's actually not moved it too much. He does have vision, at least, of, he did have control of the tower, but that Mothership Core did force all of those units away. I mean, Winter must be knowing what's up, some big pressure is coming. That's why, as we look at the production tab, we have roaches and lings in production, and I don't think we're going to be seeing anything else but that now for quite some time.
There's no static defenses as well inside the base, and wow.
Yeah, but look at this. Winter, by the way, like I said, setting up a strike force here on the north portion of the map. This is really, really nice from him, but this might be able to come back and bite him in the backside, because, I mean, he needs a lot now to hold this. Even dropping down a couple of spines here, and Fusroda's army is really, really powerful. Those 3 Immortals, ridiculous amount of sentries, so many force fields there.
Wow, this is going to be a great attack from both directions. Let's see if Winter can force Fusroda back, but he engages directly inside the base, and here it comes, a great engagement. Good force fields.
Yeah, Fusroda dropping down some pretty good force fields there, controlling the space, but meanwhile we have this counterattack from Winter, not really doing too much, but this third base right now is under a lot of threat, and even though the time warp does drop down, and these roaches are actually getting in a lot of surface area, and now finally force fields do go down here, but one of those Immortals is already getting targeted down, but he doesn't actually die, so he still remains, and that Warp Prism still remains active, and Winter's roaches are in the main of Fusroda right now. This game is pretty crazy already.
All right, he's going directly for the economy. There's just a couple of roaches just shooting down every probe, and still the reinforcement for Winter keeps streaming in. 2 more roaches in production. 8 Zerglings, but is that really enough to really defend?
Right now he has no money. Spine crawlers are building in the natural. He did actually manage to snipe off that second Immortal, so that's a pretty big kill there. But it's going to be so difficult, even in the choke dropping down time warp, roaches coming off the lines. These spine crawlers are not going to have time to finish, and I actually might
I'm not sure how to call this. Fusroda's army is really powerful. They're even in supply, but the economy of Fusroda is pretty much down and under.
Yeah. Fusroda is still getting some money in, whereas Winter are just maining for his minor. He has one drone and his natural, but that natural is going to fall right about now.
I think that Fusroda has done it. I think he's taken this first game, even though Winter is doing a lot of damage here in the main, with just some sort of like a Zealot Warpin or something like that to help kill these roaches. I think he should be fine, because I mean, this army, there's nothing that Winter can do to contest this.
Yeah. But there actually was a Zealot Warping directly inside the main base of Fusroda, so there will be a couple of Zealots to try to kill all of the roaches. And now it comes down to the micro wars here. Drones are pulled from the line and getting really engaged in this, but wow, that Immortal. How many kills have we got?
20 kills right now.
Oh my god.
Well, pretty cost effective, if you ask me. But yeah, here we go. The final defense of Winter getting completely annihilated. And still, the roaches actually remain alive in Fusroda's base. This is really weird. Because, I mean, Winter does have all of his hatcheries intact so far. Yeah. And this army is pretty small. Both these guys have roughly 20 supply. And there's actually no mining going on. 4 workers for Winter, 1 probe for Fusroda. And this Nexus is not long for this world.
No. And it's sort of a very, very slow base race right now.
Yeah, this is probably one of the slowest base races I've ever seen. We have these roaches, wounded roaches coming back, and a couple of drones. But maybe with the Immortal, Fusroda will be able to kill the buildings quicker because they just deal so much damage.
Yeah, War Prism just swooping around looking for...
Okay, there are no probes left, by the way, for Fusroda. He lost his last probe. But I don't think he can fight this, because I mean these Stokers do have +1, I believe. No, actually they don't. But so Winter does have an upgrade advantage, but there is still that Immortal, and there's nothing that shoots up. And if Fusroda just picks up the Immortal in the War Prism, he can easily hunt down those roaches.
Oh my god! All right. So no Nexuses for Fusroda, so he needs to defend his home base now, and the roach are actually turning back. But
oh my god!
Is this really enough?
Fusroda almost lost that Immortal to the Broodlings from the spawn pool. That was really, really clutch.
Wow.
Okay, guys, this is a really scrappy game.
Yeah, so this is the actual cleanup, and it's going to be, as we said before, a really slow base trade, and it's sort of like a really slow arm wrestling match where both players had broken both their arms.
Yeah, pretty much. That was a good way to put it.
All right. But as you said before, this War Prism will be a huge benefit because you can just pick it up, drop it off, pick it up, drop it off. So that Immortal will do a lot of damage. But right now it's down and attacking.
Yeah, but here we go, the Broodlings. Yeah. And Wind's actually microing this really nice, and he picks up the Immortal.
Wow!
This is huge! Now, Fusroda is only down to these 5 Stalkers. And what's that? 4 roaches and 3 drones. There are no queens out. There's actually nothing.
Oh, and he will start mining again.
Yeah, he has to do this. He has no money. There's literally no money. The War Prism is here now, so he can actually micro with this War Prism, pick up and drop down the Stalkers because their attack animation is a bit faster than that of the Roach.
Oh.
So he can actually pull that off.
All right, but it's a wild chase, and he needs to defend that hatchery. It is 5 Stalkers versus 5 roaches.
Here we go. Okay, 1 Stalker does fall, down to 4, but these roaches are looking really low, and he does pick off another roach. 1 more Stalker does fall, though, but it's going to be 2 roaches versus 3 Stalkers, and I think that Fusroda might have actually done it. See, it's so close. 1 roach versus 3 Stalkers, yeah. Fusroda has done it. He has won the game. Down to 6 supply for both of these players, and that's the first game of our second quarterfinals.
Go drones! I believe in you.
GG is called, and Fusroda takes game number 1.
Wow, that was a really intense game.
So scrappy, really cute, I like that. Winter playing at 240 average APM that game.
That micro Broodlings.
Oh yeah, so sick, just like wrapping around that Immortal, crushing him to death.
Many people forget about the Broodlings, actually.
Yeah, like
they do a bit of extra damage.
I remember people saying like, no, the Broodlings are terrible.
Yeah.
Protoss have shields, and Terran have like building armor upgrades and stuff like that. And Broodlings are just the worst. But you know, as we saw, when the game comes down to what do you call it? It's down to the wire.
Yep.
It's down to the wire like that. Then the Broodlings, as we can see, changes the outcome of the game, or could potentially have.
Yeah.
But you know, Stalkers are pretty good.
Well, I felt like Fusroda didn't exploit the War Prism as it could.
No, I agree.
But I think he was very confident that he could win against 5 roaches.
Yeah.
And that kiting was so good.
Yeah, well, he did a good job with that. And very close game, guys.
Yeah. And we have an interesting map choice coming up here. It's merry-go-round. Why would you pick that map?
I wonder. I'm not entirely certain whose pick this is, because I don't know who picked who vetoed the first map and the map order and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting map because you have 3 different spawning locations.
Yeah.
And it is, like the name does suggest, merry-go-round. It's round in design, which means that you can set up a lot of flanks and you can hide a lot of pylons and stuff like that because a lot of high ground areas.
Yeah.
You can swoop around into the third base and stuff. But we're going to let you guys take a look at this map firsthand because we have a game to jump into.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, down 1 game. He needs 2 games in a row now to proceed in this tournament. It is our red Zerg player, Winter.
And his opponent, wearing the color blue, winning that previous game on Frost in a really, really close, nail-biting game. He is none other than the blue Protoss, Fusroda.
I think you're pronouncing it wrong. It's Fustora!
Am I?
You need to scream more.
Fusroda. Yeah, no, it's Fusroda.
Fusroda. But with a yelling sound.
No, no, I can't do that.
Powered yell.
I'm not strong and powerful and Nordic. I'm small and Asian.
But you got the moves, the kung fu moves.
Yeah, but that's I'm not a Viking. I can't swing a 500-pound axe over my head. I can barely lift my chopsticks.
I can learn. I can teach you.
You can teach me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can teach you to eat with chopsticks then.
Oh,
It's a good exchange.
I can't do that.
You can't?
I just stab stuff with it. Die, Rice. All right, so instead of Rice, we're heading into the game, and both players are just starting out there. Now, this is a 3-player map. This is what making it a bit different.
Yeah, I remember there was a map way back in early Wings of Liberty. I'm trying to think of the name. God, I can't remember for the love of me, for the life of me, for both. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, both of these guys are going for a very economical play. We see a Forge first here from Fusroda. No, I mean, yeah, Fusroda. So he could potentially go and be a little bit aggressive with this. But I mean, it is a 3-player spawning map. And there we go. Winter actually going for that proxy hatchery. I wasn't certain if he was going to, let it actually start or not. But this is pretty annoying now for Fusroda, because it forces him to cut into economy a lot, because he have to build a cannon that isn't, as far forward in the wall off as he wants it to be. And, if this hatchery actually, gets time to finish, and Winter decides that you do something with it, he could potentially, get into the main and start killing probes, denying mining time, and it's just really annoying when Zerg does this.
Yeah, and the hatchery will finish. Well, if you let it finish, of course. But the hatchery will actually survive first to be able to build something. And the eggs, you cannot kill the eggs with a cannon.
No, that's true.
They have so much armor that they are almost invincible. So it's
10 armor, 25 armor, something like that. Ridiculous amount of armor. But there we go. Second cannon being dropped down. Gate does finish it for Fusroda. But
oh my god. Winter, check it is natural.
Oh yeah, we have a cannon rush going on here in the natural of Winter, and he has not yet found this. Winter has to cancel this hatchery, because double cannon, he's forced this, come on, Winter. No!
He doesn't see it. It's outside the vision range. So
no, but okay, he's coming. The Lings are on the way, but 2 cannons are already deployed. But Fusroda did not do a good job here on walling off these cannons, so he's going to be forced to cancel these. He could maybe drop additional buildings, but I don't think that. No, even with the drone pull, Winter has held this cannon rush. But I mean, in the natural as well of his opponent, he does stall the Nexus. But I kind of feel that he should have cancelled that, because I mean, he forced double cannon.
Yeah. And he's actually building, a couple of Zerglings is going down inside the natural of Fusroda, so that's going to be really, really annoying. And hatchery now finishing, which makes it a 2-base Zerg versus a 1-base Protoss with a lot of cannons for defending. So it's a great position here for Winter.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot right now.
It's a 3rd base as well.
Okay, yeah, I really like this decision from him.
Greedy,
because I mean, the only thing Fusroda can do right now is either A, go for a really delayed expansion, or B, hit him with some sort of tech-based all-in, like a Stargate or Dark Templar or something like that. Straight up Gateway, I don't think that's going to cut it, because the only thing Winter has to do is just get speed and just mass slings.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see what he actually does with this, because he's at such a great position that he can choose whichever path he likes now.
Yeah, we see now Winter getting additional queens, and his third base is going to be finished up shortly. So he really wants to be looking to connect these bases with creep, though, because as you guys can see, the third base is just miles away from the rest of the Zerg colony. So it's really difficult to defend, you know, like if you haven't got that creep connected.
Yeah, it's a really awkward spot. So it's really easy to just cut off from the rest of the supply line. But that's good micro here for the Zerglings. They're still in the base. The Mothership Core is going to go to work now and clean this up. But
yeah, there we go. But not before a couple of probes die.
Oh.
Winter trying to get... I really like this. He's just doing as much as possible to get out as much as possible, you know, from whatever he does. Like all the units and micro and stuff like that. So he's done a really good job. Being a little like a root cat, he likes doing proxy hatcheries.
Oh, yeah. But it's the other way around. If you get cannon rushed, you build a proxy hatchery. It's not like I build a proxy hatchery first, and then your opponent cannon rushes you. So it's otherwise, it's usually the other way around. So I really like this. This is a really exciting game.
Oh, here we go. Mothership Core 2 Zealots moving across the map. And we have a bunch of additional lings being produced here from Winter. So he sort of knows what's up. I really like this. He's got a great game sense.
Yeah.
He just like understands, like, yeah, well, you know, this and this happened. So now Fusroda is going to be hitting me with some light pressure. He has the potential to, because I did see those Zealots and the Mothership Core, of course. So here we go. Queen and a bunch of lings. They should be able to easily hold this off.
Yeah. I don't know what... they will do a check out and see what's happening inside the bases here. Getting some scouting information and maybe kill a couple of lings, but they're not going to be any major threat to the infrastructure.
This Mothership Core has to get out of there because she's in the yellow. Lost those shields.
Oh, don't worry. If that had been on the creep, I would have been a bit worried.
Oh yeah, on the creep it's dead.
Yeah.
Like you can't get away with such a slow unit.
No.
I don't even think Void Rays can get away on creep from queens.
Yeah. Roach Warren has finished right now, so we're going to see a lot of roaches popping out. He doesn't have the actual supply to handle any roaches here, and he's just building one more Overlord, so he's not going for a full-scale attack right now. So he's going for a just stable economy and then putting the pressure on. But speaking of pressure, there's actually an Immortal finishing now.
Yeah, the first like fallback plan is just going to be the Sentry Immortal all in, the Soul Train, as coined out by whoever was the I don't remember who the first person was, like to call it the Soul Train, but Parting was the guy who, you know, sort of invented this build as a counter agent to the Stefano Roach style long ago.
Well, it's a really, really powerful build, so I understand him going for that. But
yeah, it's really good. And, I mean, this map isn't too big, so you can actually get over there fairly quickly.
Yeah, but Roach Speed is halfway done right now. 7 roaches going to pop, so there's going to be a lot of defenses here for Winter.
This is going to be sort of a turn back to last game, I feel. I mean, with a sort of a bit of a hazy start there from both of our guys, with that failed cannon rush in the natural of Winter, and Winter sort of... I don't know if I would call it entirely failed, because, I mean, he did have those lings. They did kill a couple of probes and delayed. So I think Winter was a little more successful with his gimmicks.
All right. A couple of more roaches popping now. It needs to be ready, because here comes the attack. The Soul Train is leaving the station and are heading for Roach Town.
Yeah, there is no brakes on this train. Now we have a few spines being added, or a spine being dropped down, and roaches and lings moving across the map. The War Prism is revealed now, so Winter knows what's up, but he's actually sweeping in here. Not
nice
time there for the force fields, so one of the Immortals is going to get focused down right away, and all these sentries under so much fire, having burnt so much energy, time warp going down, the desperation warp in, but no, that's not going to be enough. And Winter just sweeps in and easily cleans that up.
That was a quick game, and nice focus fire on the sentries here. He just got inside the shields and started picking them up.
Yeah.
So that was really, really good.
He definitely tore to shreds there, showing who's boss.
And the proxy play, wow. That got balls of steel.
Yeah,
so
I didn't expect that from Winter, but it did sort of pay out there.
Yeah, yes, it did, because he got some great scouting information. He got a couple of links
constant
to the base,
scouting,
and he delayed everything.
Yeah, that's like the biggest thing. You proxy out your Protoss and you let it finish. The creep, you know, really delays that Nexus. It's so annoying.
Yeah. But that's the thing. If your opponent is really aggressive Protoss player, you need to delay him as much as possible before he hits your base, so you get the number of roaches and defense up as soon as possible. And Winter actually, he saw from the last game what happened, and this time he was really, really prepared for it.
Yeah, it's like sort of as you say, you're up against someone who's really comfortable being the aggressor.
Yeah.
Let's say they really like the setup of being on 2 bases and putting on pressure from there. If you can sort of stall them from reaching their comfort zone, keep them out of it or force them out of it, then you generally have like a psychological advantage. StarCraft is a lot about psychological warfare. So,
if I were to give Winter a sort of a martial art or assign him to him, he would be a judo guy. He uses the power of his opponent against him.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we have this final game in this best of 3, guys. And, of course, match point is always the most exciting when it's an ace match. Now, spawning here, wearing the color red on the right-hand side of Waystation. Station, he is none other than Winter.
Oh, man, that crowd cheering. And his opponent in the top left corner, it is the blue Protoss player, Fustora!
You're switching the R and the D, man.
Oh, I am.
Fustora. No, Fusroda.
Yeah.
No, I did it.
Oh, man, it's such a hard word.
Fusroda.
I wonder what it means. Please type in chat if you know
I don't know. I don't speak Dragon.
Only when I'm drunk. That's when I speak Dragon.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm fluent in Dragon when I'm drunk.
You're like, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, well, now, Winter right away is going to... he's looking for proxy gates, I think. That's why he sent that drone out. No, maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe not. I don't know. I'm a little uncertain. On this map, proxy gating, I mean, you could set up, like, close to that tower on the right-hand side, sort of... fairly close to that 3rd base for the Zerg, but no, this is sort of probably just to be safe.
Yeah. You know what I'm hoping for this game? Island bases.
Island bases?
Yeah, I'm hoping for that.
I don't think we'll see Winter. Okay, he's going for the proxy archery again.
Oh, it works.
I was going to say, like, Winter wouldn't take that. Maybe Fusroda would in the later stages of the game, but that's not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, because Fusroda is coming down here now. He's got those 400 minerals ready, and then he sees again, and with a heavy weight in his heart and the dread hanging over his shoulders, not again.
Yeah. And I feel that Winter has found the kink in the armor of Fusroda, because he knows that Fusroda actually caves in under pressure. So if you put pressure on him in the beginning, he will slip up his macro and micro.
Yeah.
And suddenly Winter will be on top and just throw in the roach punches here and there.
Very accurate.
Yeah. So I feel it was a correct play from him, and we'll see if he actually does the same thing again here with just a very, very stable roach defense.
Yeah. Fusroda now did not opt to go in for that cannon rush, because, I mean, I think Winter was a little prepared for it.
Yeah.
And, yeah, so double forcing a second cannon again. I don't think Winter's going to cancel this time. I mean, I think we're going to see a repetition of exactly what happened last game with those 6-lings, and it's just going to be so annoying, because now with this creep again, delaying, buying time.
So, still, it's a bit of a mineral lost here from Winter, but I feel that he can actually cope with that just by getting ahead in economy, because that would take so long time to clear up all that creep and the hatchery and then the Zerglings, and it's just so annoying.
Yeah, it's really, really frustrating. Now, Fusroda's probe just getting chased away, but I mean, okay, Winter did not actually do anything with his lava. So
he just the larvas die really, really easily.
He didn't do as much this game, but I mean, still bought time. And this map is actually a little frustrating to wall off on, because I mean, it's this space in the natural is just so wide. It sort of reminds me of Daybreak a little bit. I personally had so much trouble walling off on Daybreak.
Yeah. This is one of the maps where the new map pool has shown that Blink play isn't that good anymore, because the maps actually stop that, because there are huge gaps and there are no ledges to exploit that on. And this map is actually one of them as well. You can't go easily inside the base by blinking, because there's not that much space to blink in. There's like one, it's just one slight ledge.
Maybe here, maybe on this edge, and you can, not get in too many of those stalkers. Because I mean, if your opponent is on his toes, he'll be able to just force you away from that area.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't think we're going to be seeing Blink coming out here from Fusroda. I'm just gonna like make the assumption of that. Okay, never mind. He does go for that +1 attack this time. He didn't do that in the previous games. He is going for the robo.
I wonder if he forgot that, or
yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
He was under such pressure last time that actually slipped up something. And
yeah, you easily forget those sort of like staple things in your builds.
Yeah, and still, he actually built all the units he needed, but he lacked the important upgrades, and he was delayed so much.
Yeah. Now, once again, Winter does come in, and he does see that it's going to be a robo, and Chrono on top of that as well. So I think Winter's just going to assume, you know, Immortals, and he's just going to set up exactly like in our 2 other games. These games are very similar.
Yeah.
You know, the things going on, with only the crazies starting with Winter with that proxy hatch, and then just doing the same thing again this game. Now, again, huge distance between the third base and the natural.
As a, you know, looking at this game again as a sort of a repetition of the last game, do you feel that it was the correct play by Fusruda of going for the almost exact same build and going to move very soon over the battlefield to try to engage and end the game right here? Or would you go for a completely different build as long as when you saw the hatcher?
To be honest, getting proxy hatched like that is it's quite difficult to deal with, because, you know, when you commit to start building your stuff on the low ground, you can't sort of go back from there. You just have to go with it. So reacting with those cannons, yeah, sort of, I'd do that, I guess. Yeah. And then going into the robo, I mean, it's a really safe choice. And then from there, I would actually probably go try to take a third base, or maybe go for a Stargate play-based.
Yeah, but wouldn't like Void Race would be a viable.
Yeah, but like open Phoenix, get some map control back, get some scouting going, and then maybe go into Void Race depending on what I see from my opponent.
Yeah,
I don't think like, you know, going into the Century Immortal build 3 games in a row is going to cut it, because I mean Winter even comes in there with the overseer, gets the full scout. He knows exactly what's coming.
Yeah, and the Roachers are now starting to move into the base in a defensive position here. 11 Roaches, 12 Roaches in production, and Roach speed are soon done. The gateways are just piling up inside Fusruda's base. It is the exact same build.
Yeah, but however, one detail to pay attention to is that this is going to be Soul Train 2.0, because as we can see, he's actually going up to 4 Immortals this time instead of 3. Ooh. And that means that this army is going to pack a mean punch when it, you know, starts pummeling away at the Zerg stuff.
Wow, it's going to be a slight difference in here. Now, it will all come down to the focus fire of Winter.
Yeah.
Will he, or the force fields of Fusruda?
Yeah, pretty much.
The force fields last time was really awkward.
They were late.
Yeah. And they were in a quite weird position as well. He was caught off guard right inside the middle of the map. And, you know, doing a complete 360 bubble around yourself, that's hard.
It is, and like especially, you know, when Roaches have already wrapped in so closely, they can actually be more beneficial to the Zerg. You know, like if you're stressed and you misplace them.
All right, 4 Immortals against 30 Roaches.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing here, excluding the 4 Immortals, is going to be those 12 Sentries.
Yeah, they're going to do a lot of damage.
So much energy.
Not damage, but control.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Those Immortals are what's going to be doing the damage.
Yeah.
And those Sentries are just going to be there too.
Oh man, look at the Roaches are now moving out. Will he
okay. Beautiful flank being set up in by Winter. He's at 160 supply right now. And here we go, sweeping in from the north and the south at the same time. Force fields need to go down. Okay, so the entire south army gets blocked. Oh wow, really nice force fields there from our Protoss player.
That was a perfect positioning here, but I would just have to say, like, watch out for Fusruda, it's a trap, but it wasn't. That was a really good defensive position.
It was a trap, but it wasn't a good trap because the force fields were really good. But here we go once again, Southern Army being completely just irrelevant right now. But one of the Immortals does get focused fired, and he's down to 2, so he must... Okay, I did lose 1 earlier, but yeah, the force fields are running out. He's even whooping in more sentries, but that's not going to be enough. Winter's just pushing through. There's too much Winter. Winter is truly coming.
Oh man, that's such a slaughter. One lost Immortal here. The last one falls right about now. 3 sentries left, and a couple of zealots are actually, a couple of zealots are warping in. Will they be able to do anything? But Fusruda refuses to GG right now. He knows that
he's being like Marine King, you know?
Yeah, this is the final game. I will show you.
Yeah, there we go. Everything gets cleaned up and good game gets called. Winter got to go.
Yeah, he got to go. He's got a finals to play. Hey.
Yeah, there we go. So Winter takes this 3-1.
What a great series.
Yeah,
I really love this.
Like game number 1, so scrappy. Game number 2, completely bonkers.
Yeah.
This one was a bit more straightforward, and yeah, I'm a bit sad to see that Fusrodad decided to fall back on the Salt train 3 games in a row. Would have really liked to see, you know, some sort of Phoenix play, because it really gives you good map control and, you know, the ability to scout, and you can sort of transition very smoothly out of any sort of Stargate-based play.
Yeah. But Winter really shows why he's such a good player. He
Absolutely.
read the build perfectly. He found the weakness of the build and exploited that
Set up those
2
flanks.
times in a row. That was awesome.
It's important as well to keep in mind that, you know, if you can burn force fields from the Protoss in an angle where he does not want to fight you yet, then, you know, that's also just like buying lots of time.
All right.
Yeah, brilliant.
One thing I would like to see, burrowing roaches.
Yeah, burrowed roaches is really good. We saw Jadon completely destroy SOS with that.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of, is that more than a year, half a year? Like, a long time ago. But yeah, guys, you know, we're not going to stall for too long, are we?
No, we're not, because we actually have a interview coming up here in the couch. So we'll leave it over to you guys, and thank you for us for a little while. We'll be back with the next set, which will be Zilla versus Madalisk.
That's right.
I'm Marvin Mega, and this is
Tenshi.
All right, we're
hey.
here at the Caster Couch. Was taken a little bit off guard there. We doesn't have Winter here, but we can actually start interviewing Fusrodad instead. So
We're waiting for Winter still.
yeah,
so
we're waiting for Winter. He will be here in a second.
Winter, please make your way to the stage.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually running. Perfect, perfect. Okay, but let's
Backpack and
start
everything.
with Fusrodad. How did you feel coming into this match?
Well, I knew that Winter was a very good player.
Oh.
And, we know that he was a lot better than I were. So
Welcome,
I know
Winter.
it was going to be a very hard match.
Had you decided had you decided before the match that to go Immortal Central in all 3 games, if it happened to be 3 games?
I decided to go Immortal Central in the first game, but the second and the third game he went for a proxy hatch, so I don't really know what to do against that except robo follow-up.
I have to congratulate you, Fusrodad, by the way. You know, you were the first player to defeat Winter in a map.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this tournament. So, congratulations.
I guess that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, achievement unlocked indeed.
Achievement unlocked indeed. What went through your head the first game, Winter?
I just wanted to play really safe, you know, so I opened really safe, and then I saw, like, all the timings was pretty off with his Immortal in, like my timings. I mean, so I wasn't really prepared for it. And then I don't know what happened in that game, though. It was like some roaches against a few stalkers, like running around.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. Like we tried to analyze it some here in the couch, and our first like point was that I think you had a little bit too much in your counterattack, maybe, because it was so hard for you to hold at your third, and it maybe would have been better if you like just gave up your third instantly. But he just pushed to the natural, anyways, right?
Yeah, his time hit like 1 minute before I thought it was gonna come.
Yeah.
My time is pretty much so. If I would have a bit more time to use, like, get more units and still have the full counterattack, because all my units wasn't even on the other side of the map when he hit, you know. So it was just really off.
Yeah. What was it that made your timings like off that game?
What?
You said your timings were a bit off that game. What happened? Like why?
I won't play really safe because I went 15 pool and then I went to the gas. So
yeah.
Like if it goes Forge Fast Expand towards Counter Rush, it's fine. If it goes Gateway Expand, it's fine as well. But after that, I haven't really practiced it that much. So I just like kind of improvised a bit, and then I didn't have that many drones to like produce units and stuff. So it was just a little bit off.
Yeah.
And your time is Fusrodad. Did you do anything to make them even sharper? Like he said, it came a minute early. What did you do to make it like that?
I was really greedy at the start. I didn't go for Probe Scout, and I made Nexus first, and then I made a pylon.
Oh, I
so
see.
You're supposed to go at least a Forge before the second pylon. So I was able to make more probes faster.
Yes, it was a sharper all in then.
Yeah, so I guess it went...
you take a risk and you gain a risk, right?
Yeah.
That's StarCraft.
I didn't think he was gonna cheese me or something, so... especially not at the first game, so... Yeah.
And a winner, do you feel like a little bit off when you go 15 pool and you notice he goes Nexus first, and you also have gone gas, you know? Because I know for me as a Zerg, it always feels bad, you know? You know you're behind economically,
Yeah, it feels bad, but you know, if you know that you can beat him in a macro game, you can still try to force it.
Yeah,
but
sure.
It's harder when he all-ins, of course.
Yep, yep, that's so true. That's so true. And what micro battle in the end of that game?
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
I gotta ask you, Fusroda, how did you feel when your immortal died to those broodlings?
Well, I didn't know if he had maybe a fort base or something and the drones there, so I didn't really know that I was gonna win. But yeah, that immortal loss really wasn't too helpful for me. Then I had to micro my stalkers.
That game was like, oh yeah, Fusroda has won, and then we're like, no, Winter got it. Yeah, he won. He started mining again, and then you ran in with your stalkers, and we were like, yeah, he's gonna kill those stalkers. And no, wait. Oh, Fusroda won with one stalker.
Yeah.
Anyways, Winter, tell us about the strategy next game. The hatchery in his natural.
Yeah, it's like if to go for like cannon rush, kind of, because he doesn't probe scout. He didn't probe scout early in the games. Then you like if you go hatch first, you're pretty screwed, you know. So instead, I just cancel my Ash and proc hatch instead. It's like fuck it, and then you just go standard after that.
Yeah, I mean it worked out. So you did it the game after. So my thoughts were, did you see something in the first time you did it that made you do it again, like it falls in his defense or something?
No, it was the same thing there. A drone scout, and I saw Forge, and I was like, shit, he's gonna cannon rush me. So I did a proc hatch instead. So that's my.
Yeah, that's a sweet response actually. Yeah. What do you think about Fusroda's response? Is it correct to build the double cannon?
It depends. If you sit early, I think it's better to just pull drones because you can kill it. But yeah, like if you sit early, like when it goes down, like you can just pull pros and kill it pretty fast. But otherwise, I think you should do 2 cannons. Yeah.
And I gotta ask about the second game actually. Like when you did that Immortal All-In on that base, you were very confident. Like as a Zerg, I know it's always hit and miss when you attack in the middle of the push. You know what I'm saying? Instead of waiting for him to come a little bit further. How confident were you when you moved out like that?
Like the or.
No, you.
Okay, well, like you know, if you hit him as he moves out and he's not at your base, you can mostly just kill him off then if he doesn't react properly.
Yeah.
So.
And Fusroda, were you on your toes? Were you bit out? Did you know that he was coming out that early and that hard?
I actually saw him with my mothership core, but I screwed up my force field, and he had so many roaches. I knew that I was behind after that failed cannon rush and the proxy hatch, and yeah, I knew I was gonna lose.
And I think, is it true that both the second and the third game, I know at least for the third game, you didn't counterattack at all, right, when at Robo? Was this like a conscious decision, or didn't you just have time?
Yeah, like I feel when you proxy hatch, your economy is a little bit more behind, but he still goes for gateway and Simon at square at his normal time, so his timing is going to be before my economy is where I want it to be. So I didn't feel that I would have enough units to both counterattack and to defend. So instead I chose to defend.
Yeah, I think that's smart too. Nice. All right, the third game, we actually got orders from Scylla to grill you a bit about your engagement. Like that's a pretty short and narrow space to go in, and you were kind of lucky that the first wheel were a little bit off there. Tell us about your overconfidence.
Well, when I thought in my head, I thought the space would be bigger, because I really want to engage at a big place from all sides, but somehow it just ended up being there, and kind of sucked.
Luckily, it ended up well anyways. Yeah. Like, at the first engagement, you actually got one of the 4 immortals, and I think that saved you. Because, like, if that one had survived, maybe picked up by a war person, it would have been hard, because you lost quite a lot of roaches in that engagement. Nice.
Yeah, and I also have to tell you that last season, when you were playing in the finals, you let me buy you a beer.
All right.
Yeah, I remember that. Do you want a beer now? Sure. Fusroda, do you want a beer also?
Yeah, sure.
I'll get you guys a beer then.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we like here in University Star League. We just chill out and drink beer and have a good time and talk about StarCraft. So that's awesome. All right, one last question for you, winner. You're going up against Goldhead, right? Yeah. How is your CVC right now?
It's pretty good. I actually prepared for White Phoenix, because I know he cheats like a lot. But it works the same against Goldhead, because Goldhead plays a bit more standard from what I saw in the games, and that will work out real fine.
Cool. How do you like the maps for CVC?
I don't know. I think it's pretty much the same as CBC. You can do pretty much whatever you want. Some maps have a bit more open ramps, so you can't really go gases as easier and stuff like that. But everything still works.
Yeah, cool, perfect. Well, thank you so much, both of you, and that's going to be it for this couch interview. And I'm going to throw it right back to Peter, our presenter.
Yeah, there we are. That's 3 out of 4 of our quarterfinals, and we have some really strong competition this season. So Gold had moved on, Winter just moved on, and Mekar moved on previously as well. We have 1 more quarterfinals left. That's going to be Madalisk versus Xylla. So another Zerg versus Protoss. No Terran people made it to the quarterfinals whatsoever. And that's going to be our last quarterfinals. Then at 15:30, so 3:30, we're going to kick off the semifinals, and that's going to be best of 5 games. And then finally at 7 o'clock, we're going to kick off the finals with a huge best of 7. So a lot of great StarCraft still remaining today. And well, I'm going to join these people in the bar and talk a little to the players as well. The bar is open, of course, so drop by Kista, come here, watch great StarCraft, enjoy it with us, meet the players, have a lot of fun. And also for the people sitting at home, you can also participate now, because we're going to do a short break waiting for Madalisk and Xylla to set up their gear. 10-minute one, and you can participate in the quiz. Meanwhile, quiz.unisl.se. You open that on your mobile phone or on your web player, regular web browser on your computer, and you can join in in answering questions that are gaming related in general. And the winner each day gets one of these mouse pads. So we had the winner yesterday. He's actually leading those again, Linus. And sorry, you can't win 2 days in a row, so we'll just have to give it to the second place in that case. But you're still going to get this one, and if you win today as well, I'll give you a hug along with that. I'll find you and I'll hug you. Don't worry about that. So, 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back with quarterfinals for Madalisk versus Xylla. See you in 10 minutes.
Cyclops inbound. Cyclops inbound.
All right, and we're back with the fourth quarterfinals, and we have our two last players joining in for today. Madalisk on my left side here, hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. How are you feeling for this?
I'm okay. I mean, I haven't played a lot lately,
Yeah.
but I still think that I should have a chance to go far.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong names here. It's a lot of fun to see all the competition popping up here as well.
Yeah.
And on this side, we have Xilla. Welcome back, man.
Tackar. Thank you.
That's it. There's a bit of a grudge match here, almost.
Really?
Kinda.
Kinda. You've been playing each other a few times back and forth here during our seasons previously. So it's going to be nice to see you playing again. Now, questions again. You studying?
I'm going open.
Open?
Yeah, at KTH.
At KTH, yeah. Have you been selecting what you going from open or?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
But I'm thinking about maybe IT.
IT, all right, cool. And Madde?
Mathematics.
Mathematics.
Yes.
And you're not just studying low-level mathematics, you're all up there in the pro section of mathematics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pro mathematics.
Pro mathematics. Okay, so Madde's studying pro mathematics, most obviously. I'm not going to talk too much about you guys. Just the straight-up question from everyone in the beginning is, how long have you been playing StarCraft?
I started maybe 1 year in of
Right.
Wings of Liberty. It was
Yeah.
still season 1, but...
And you played quite competitively already at the time?
Yeah, it was when I kind of started to get what you call averagely good, maybe,
Yeah.
that I found out that it was a lot more fun to play competitively than just ladder.
Yeah. And that was how far into your StarCraft playing?
Maybe, I think when I just got Masters, I entered the first DreamHack Open.
Right.
And I managed to take a game of one Korean and...
oh, that's got to feel good.
And of Cyplo, I think.
Yeah.
So that was kind of surprising.
The turning point, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Madde, how long have you been playing StarCraft?
Basically since the game came out, like a few months after. But at the start, I only played like 4 versus 4 with some friends.
All right, yeah, and then you decided, no, I'm crushing better alone.
No, actually, it was there started popping up some female tournaments, and my friends were like, "Oh, you have to try and play," and they practiced with me.
And I heard you've been doing quite well in the female tournaments.
Yeah.
You're the world champion currently, so yeah, that's good. All right, I'm not going to take too much of your time. Give me the mics, give me a handshake, and welcome down to your booths, and good luck to both of you, and have fun. A huge applaud for these two players. There we go. The greatest of feelings here at the University Star League competitive finals, and this is our last quarter match, and you don't want to see me, you want to see the casters, and you want to see the game, so I'm going to leave this straight up to the casters.
Thank you, Petter, but you don't want to see us, you want to see the game. If you want to see us, you can check it out at our own channel, 24-hour streaming of Tenchi and Marvin Mega.
Yeah, go to Twitter. There's pictures of us there.
That's perfect.
But yeah, so anyway, we have this game on our hands.
Oh, yes.
Madlisk versus Xilla. It's going to be a rematch. These guys have faced off before.
I've been looking forward to this so much. I remember I actually casted Madlisk last season, where she actually lost against GRC.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that was such an intense game. But
it was a pretty close series, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really, really close.
It was a Terran, so a different matchup this time.
Yeah, so
but anyway.
First
there
player
we go.
is Xilla, and
Mr. Oscar Melin.
Yeah, he's plays for South Points, and he has a 100% win rate against Zerg this tournament. So.
Yeah, some of these players have had amazing results, just like clean sweeps.
Yeah, and his opponent.
Yeah, let's see here.
It is Madlisk, the female world champion.
Yep, Miss Leander. She plays Zerg, and quite a famous known name around here.
And she plays for Millennium and has an 88% win rate against Protoss, which is not bad.
No, not at all. Now, I guess it'll come down to who decides to take initiative.
Yeah.
You know, like sort of in the previous matchup with Winter versus Fusrodar.
Yeah. But Madlisk is more of a strategical, mechanical player. She thinks a lot when she plays. So she's really a sort of a genius or a professor at StarCraft. So she takes her time and she finds out the weaknesses and then attacks. Xilla is a quite aggressive Protoss player.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, because I don't know too much personally about these players, so I mean, I'm going to rely on you quite a lot for the inside information of the records and stuff like that.
Yeah, and Madlisk also casts StarCraft.
Oh yeah, esports SM.
Yeah, and she casts it with Pedder.
Yeah, with our very own Mr. Dreamish.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched that, check it out. It's on SVT, I think, Sweden Television.
Yeah,
it was live on
It's been
Swedish
aired
television.
there, hasn't it? Like
So-
from DreamHack.
Yeah, so we got 2 famous people now in the production.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. So we're just waiting for the players to jump inside the game, and the first match should be Overgrowth, which is one of the new maps. And it's, in my opinion, I've been checking it out a bit, it's sort of designed to resist blinks. So it's going to be really interesting to see which kind of build Zilla goes for. All right. So they're both getting ready here and are actually,
Yeah, we have both our players in our lobby. Just
Yeah.
going to be sorting out some minor details, and then we're going to be jumping into things. But yeah, so Overgrowth, and you know, Mother.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see quite a quick. We're going to see roaches.
Do you think
roaches
that
and hydras that we're going to see? That's
who do you think is going to be the aggressor? Sulla or Mother?
I think Sulla.
I mean, it's game 1, and game 1 is quite important. You know, like whoever takes this first game obviously has the lead.
Yeah.
So you know, it's a best of 3 series, but you also take a lot of initiative and get that sort of momentum going.
Yeah.
And that can help you a lot, you know, in the run.
One of the guys in the crew actually spoke to Zilla and asked him, do you have any specific builds against Madalisk? And he said,
What do you say?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so he's ready.
Yeah.
We don't have any inside info from her though, so we don't know if she's got anything planned for this guy. But I mean, they have faced off earlier, so you know.
But
we'll have to
enough
see.
about that. We're inside the game now, so let's jump in and see what's happening.
Yeah, here we go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we have spawning, wearing the color blue, none other than Millennium's Madalisk.
And her opponent in the top right corner, it is the red Protoss player, Zilla. Oh, it's looking so tense. Look at that IAPM.
See, yeah, he's playing fairly quickly, I think. Just, I mean, what do you do? I guess you can spam. Okay, pause please calls there from Sulla, so just brief, you know.
Yeah, he's probably have some problems with the hardware or something, maybe some key binding, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
you know, like, there's always, maybe he has to, like, change his mouse sensitivity and all these details. I mean, it has to be perfect for playing in a tournament as prestigious as the UniSL.
You can't just, you know, go into a game and then like, oh, my E key doesn't work. Screw it. I don't use it.
Yeah, but guys, we're back in.
Yeah.
So let's go.
Well, jump into the game.
Ikimashou.
Yeah. As they say in Russia.
No, that's not Russian, you dummy.
It's Japanese. Sorry, I'm teasing with you. All right. So looking here, it's going to be a bit of a scouting here. The Overlord is going to see the probe just going by here.
Yeah, Sulla going for that pylon scout, and he's just going to play fairly safe, you know, check out what Madalisk is up to, see if she's going for like hatchery first or like any sort of early pool play. Going for the pylon in the main, I really like that. It's very safe.
Yeah.
So not taking any risks here, and we'll have to see what he decides to do. I think he's going to be going for a Nexus first, though, after this pylon, and then like gateway.
Yeah, but this is one of the maps where the ramps are so wide. So you're not going to do an easy wall of her. You need to have a lot of buildings to get this to work.
Yeah, it's a pretty big area there to wall off. But yeah, Nexus first goes down there, and Mother, meanwhile, she's only got this pool going down, and yeah, Zilla's been really annoying. He's blocking her expansion, but she does manage to get that off, so now you can just catch your breath a little bit there, because I mean, it's just so annoying, you know, like, especially if the Protoss manages to get down to pylon block. Oh my god.
That's even worse.
Yeah, it's literally the worst. But Zilla, by the way, does go for the Forge. Not surprised, but I thought you'd go for the Gateway, because I mean, you can do both. Forge is a little safer, but the Gateway allows you to tech a little quicker and put on pressure faster.
Yeah. And Madalisk, I wonder if she actually sees it. She has an Overlord moving inside the area right now, so we will know that she can actually put up some aggression against this, that there are not going to be any units available for a while.
Oh, she's got 2 links out right now, and just going to be scouting with these. I think she'll be looking for like proxy pylons, you know, any sort of hidden tech, like proxy tech or stuff like that, and just checking that third base to ward off any potential probes, you know, who'd be sitting around there.
Really a third base directly. I love this.
Yeah, pretty standard 3 base. You know, go to those 3 quick hatches. Still gasless, so we should expect to see her take her gas within, you know, 45 seconds, 1 minute, as she starts adding in that, was it 7-minute Roach Warren?
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
And it's not going to be denying his scouting here. Zilla spots the third hatchery. Very important information.
Absolutely.
Because, that actually shows exactly what's happening here.
It's like you miss that, and you can just die to just about anything.
Oh, yes. And it's not often that you encounter like a 2-base Zerg. If there's a 2-base Zerg, you can expect super aggression.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Sila, meanwhile, did take the double gas. He has actually only got 5 mining right now, so I think that's a little slip up from him. Mudda's got complete map control right now, controlling these towers. Her third base is right around the corner of finishing up, and we have no gas for her yet, so she's just making drones, you know, getting up that good, stable economy.
Yeah. And the Great Wall is soon finished outside Sila's base, so it's going to be really safe for any aggression for a while now.
I mean, he knows what's up. There we have double gas going down in for Mudlisk, and we're going to be seeing the Roach Warren coming in shortly for safety. And from there, it depends on if Sila decides to be aggressive. You know, like he hasn't really gone down any sort of tech path right now. He's getting the +1 attack, and he's got this 1 gateway. I think that with this additional gas that he's taking, we could see, you know, like maybe a 4-gate, and then like with a Stargate to complement that. Because, I mean, getting the chrono on that +1 attack, it really sort of signals, you know, that you want to be doing something. You want to be aggressive. It could potentially be that he's, you know, rushing out to go for a blink attack. And there we go, the Twilight Council actually going down. So, yeah, it's going to be Blink, I feel, coming out here from Zula.
Nice. Madlis don't take any risk. She wants the scouting information. She goes for Overlord speed. So we're going to have fast Overlords zipping around the map and providing information together with the Roach Warren. Still, she needs to throw out a lot of Overlords to be able to handle this this production here.
Yes,
look at the energy of those queens. She's really doing the injects perfectly.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, now checking it, yeah, she hasn't missed a single inject so far, so looking fairly nice there.
You have the energy, do it!
Oh, the Queen of the Third, yeah. Getting a little distracted there. Overlord coming in there, and actually Mudlisk with that speed is going to be able to get the full scout. She's going to see the Forge chronoing.
She can't see the cluster of buildings there.
The Twilight Council, yeah, okay. But she pretty much saw most of the important tech.
Yeah.
The Twilight Council and the Forge, you know, being chronoed, and that should sort of, you know, signal something. You know, some things are going on. I don't know entirely what it is, but, you know, it's something. And there we go, Robo being dropped down, and she's going to be able to see these gateways as well, so she knows exactly what's going on here in Zilla's base.
Yeah, but she actually threw them 3 spores, so she was expecting some kind of a cheese or...
DTs, I guess?
Yeah, but nothing... That will be nothing, and here it comes. On cue, the Hydra dance. We're going to see, as I predicted, Roaches and Hydras.
Yeah, Roach Hydralisk does really well versus Blink Stalkers.
Yep.
I mean, with this robotics facility, he will be able to add in, you know, Immortals and Colossi eventually. But I mean, on a 2-base economy, you can't really do too much. Yeah, there we go, going for that 3rd base. That's exactly what he wants to be doing right now. And with these sentries, mothership core, stuff like that, it's a fairly secure 3rd. I don't think Mudda can do a lot, I mean, considering the texture he has. When the Hydralisk is done, I mean, Hydra is done, actually just finished up right now. She could potentially go and hit pretty powerful Hydra range timing on this 3rd base, if she goes for it, but I doubt it, actually.
Oh, Infestation Pit as well. She's going for the high tech right now. So that's
do you think
really
Swarmhost? Swarmhost or
might be
Infestors?
Swarmhost. Hard to tell right now, as she's going for every tech available. It's going to be interesting to see how she actually uses this.
Yeah, right now Mudlisk does have 65 drones, and she hasn't been adding in any additional ones. Got Glider Reconstitution, that's a roach speed, +1, 1-1 coming down as well. Scylla now has got this nice wall off here at the 3rd base, and the mothership as well.
But there's stuff happening right now. Lynx are trying to pressure themselves past this and cancel this expansion.
Guardian Shield does go down, but this one gateway is going to fall, and the Lynx will be able to slip through unless Scylla is really on point with the force fields, and there we go. Cannon does get focused down right away, loses one of those sentries as well, and right now Mudlisk is being really, really aggressive. Nexus does finish, Photon Overcharge being pulled as well. Wow, we used a lot of energy.
Yeah. That was a lot of energy lost there, and also they photon overcharge, so he's going to be quite weak for counterattacks now for a
okay,
while.
do you know what Mud is doing? She's going. I think she's doing what I think she's doing. She's going for the 3-base all-in with Vipers, Hydralisks, and Roaches with only +1. Like
Nice.
1/1. That's what you do. You stick on that. You can also do a variation where you get the +2 attack and 0 armor.
Yeah.
But yeah, she went for the armor and has got the attack. So yeah, she's setting up really nicely right now.
Look at the economy of Madlix. 79 drones versus 59. So she's 20 drones up.
Yeah, it's got a significant lead here in economy. It's really, really good day for her right now. And she's still maintained pretty good map control as well, still controlling those towers. I really like this, by the way, Scylla throwing down, you know, spotting pylon.
Yeah.
He's getting Colossi right now as well to complement his army with Blinkstalkers. So, I mean, it's not gonna. It's a pretty good army. Blinkstalker Colossi is actually really powerful. But yeah, never mind. There we go. Mud finally taking full space, and it is going to be the gold. I do like this decision.
Yeah, I like it too. It's a bit of an awkward spot here, and it can easily be cut off from the rest of the supply train, but it's a... You need it right now because she's going to refill and remax directly after every assault. So I think we're going to see a huge engagement from Medalist coming in very soon now. 3 Vipers on their way. They're going to need a few moments to refill their energy, but after that, it is fishing time. And you know what you're going to fish?
Colossus?
Yeah, it's going to be Colossus fishing.
Yeah, there we go anyway. Now, Madalisk's army setting up here. She's maxed now pretty much, so... Lucilla still down, roughly 70 supply. He's now finally adding in additional gateways. His upgrades are looking fairly nice. I mean, he's got the +3 on the way. Mudda now getting the 2-2, and also getting in with the Hallucinated Phoenix, seeing the hive, and, you know, he knows what's up, and he knows what's right about to hit him in the face. And, yeah, I think that he can be in quite a lot of trouble if the Adopter are on spot here for Madalisk.
Well, he got the extended thermal launch finishing right now, and the last upgrade... well, the second upgrade is going here for attack, so he's not doing that bad.
There we go, okay. Sweeping, actually getting quite a chunky of Zerg units there. Really nice force fields there coming out of Zilla. But here we go, first yank, there we go, 1 Colossi evaporates. Number 2, number 3 gone, the time warp is down, the force fields can't really help you now. But Madalisk has to pull back, or she chooses to pull back. Maybe she could have committed forward, because I mean, there was primarily only Stalkers in that army.
Yeah, I feel like she's really worried about some kind of a counterattack because that was way too easy. So she's probably looking that something will hit one of her bases, and she is correct. Here's a Warp Prism slowly moving across the map here, and it's going to drop a couple of Zealot inside one of the bases and cause some havoc.
Yeah,
but,
I think so too, but I mean, we have Spine, static defense already set up here in both of the, even all 3 expansions of Mud, but here we go once again, Immortal Mothership gone. And Madalisk is just pushing on forward. No force fields being dropped. There is a Guardian Shield up. I mean, that helps a little bit. Yeah, but I mean, you need to stop these units from getting in close.
Yeah, the Hydras are doing so much damage, and he's
nice
trying
there.
to
There we go.
Here. Lost force field. You need it.
One more. There we go. Blinking back there. So pretty nice control there from Scylla with those Blink Stalkers. But I mean, he's lost so much of this fourth base there. He had to cancel down.
Yeah, the Warp Prism is now moving in. Scylla is on his toes right now. He needs to cause some damage here and force Madalisk back. But look at the engagement here. There's no energy left on those sentries.
Goodbye, Colossi. Only Blink Stalkers remain.
Look at the DPS.
Blinding Clouds as well, covering all of those Stalkers, nullifying their damage completely. And here we go, Madalisk is streaming on forward. She can bust into the natural, break down the third. She can pretty much do anything at this point. This Warp Prism does not even matter right now. Another nice Blinding Cloud there. And I think that she is just going to push on forward and take this game fairly decisively.
Yeah, the Roaches are really tanking all damage now, and it's only Hydras left now. The Vipers are going back now to refill their energy, but they have served their purpose. Yeah. Another Colossus comes out and see if it can help, but look at the DPS.
He's not even paying attention, so that's going to die.
I'm going home.
No, okay, he's alive. He's still, yeah, there we go. Now third base is under so much pressure, and these units aren't even going to be finishing the warp in. They're just evaporating right away. And Madalisk is pretty much just destroying Zilla now in game number 1.
My God, that was a great game.
She looks very happy in that booth.
And that was such a good build she used directly against Zilla. Hydras, man, I love Hydras.
That is such a powerful all-in. It's ridiculous. She didn't even do the all-in variation I thought she was going to do.
No, she had the fourth base.
Yeah, she went for
gold. She went for the gold.
I mean, she had that backup plan.
Yeah.
You know, in case this doesn't kill him, I can fall back on this gold base.
Yeah. But she had everything. She went for the full tech tree. She went for upgrades. She pulled the whole army at a great timing. She had great defenses at all of her bases.
Yeah,
So-
like having static defenses helps so much versus Warp Prisms.
Yeah. But really, what could Zilla do to defend against this? This is such a powerful attack.
Yeah, like, I think he needs to scout a bit more often, you know, with hallucinated phoenixes or any observers, anything like that. And then, you know, sort of, if he manages to identify what's going on, in this case, you know, the Vipers. I mean, from his perspective, if he came in, he saw no fourth base, and he saw the Viper tech and stuff like that, that really signals, you know, okay, this is going to be the all-in, so I really need to get Templars out.
Yeah. But that was such a good build once again. It was really good to see. But
Yeah,
I hope
solid.
this time that Zilla actually goes for more of a... He needs to disrupt the macro for Madalisk. He can't let her build up this great
She looks
economy.
very comfortable in the
Yeah.
macro.
She was like, all right, let me build some bases. Oh, no, nothing is harassing my lines. Let me just continue and build this super weapon that will
guys.
blast you. But
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But we have a game, and it's number 2, so here we go. Let's go. I'll say it again. Ikimashou.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you, currently down 1 game. He needs 2 more to win. It is the red Protoss player, Zilla.
And his opponent, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner on Frost, wearing the color blue, decisively just destroying Zilla in that previous game. She is none other than Millennium's Madalisk.
Oh, she's got fans out there.
Yeah, got
That's
lots of
nice,
supporting.
yeah.
Okay, now Zilla right away going for pylon on the low ground. So, you know, forge, fast, expand. Pretty old school. It did fall out of fashion there for a while in early Heart of the Swarm because, you know, all the Protoss were experimenting. And then, like, then it was 1-gate expansion.
Yeah.
Like, his build there was just so popular. It's a really good build. And, I mean, it's pretty much what every Protoss does now when they, you know, go for the Mothership Core expand. It's really, really good, really solid, and you can do a lot of things, you know, coming out of that. But that's not the case now for Zilla. He's going for the back to the roots, you know, Wings of Liberty.
Yeah.
I think Rain likes Forge Frost expanding too.
I noticed that, you know, Frost, I wonder if this could be Madelisk's choice of map. I'm not sure about that, but it feels like it because she has the play style to make this map work.
Yeah, very macro-oriented.
Yeah. Forge is soon getting done, and there's 2 probes out on the map.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. He loses a little bit of mining time, but I mean, he did lose that first game, so I think he's nervous of, you know, if Madalisk would be pulling any sort of cheese on him, you know? Because, I mean, you have this game advantage, and that means that she can afford to drop 1 game.
Yeah.
She technically can, but, you know, of course you don't want to, but she can. It's not going to be the end of the world.
True, but we'll see what it does with that. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any kind of cannon rush or something like that. So he's going back to his base. Now he knows what's going on here. Madalisk has... does he actually know where Zilla is? Well, she will know in 1 minute. So
Yeah, in just a moment, when this Overlord makes his way over to that, to the base there. Now Zilla just went for that Nexus, and then the gateway, and then you get the cannon.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward here.
I think you can feel very secure as a Zerg player here because it's such a good, large map. So you can just go for your standard build and don't be afraid of any kind of proxy or something like that. Well, except for it's a proxy in the middle of the map. Then it doesn't matter.
It's like 2-gating someone on this map, that really takes Balls of Steel. You have to be like...
Have you done it?
On this map? I have never proxy-gated anyone on this map, ever.
I dare you to do it.
No, I'm not going to give away my ladder points.
You can give them to me.
I can give them to you.
Yeah.
I have proxy-gated on, what's it called? Whirlwind.
Oh, but that's a big map as well.
It is a big map.
Yeah.
Did it in the middle, you know, because there are no Silnaga Tower. There's a Silnaga Tower there, but you don't go there, generally.
All right, Matt is going for the 3 hatcheries really quickly here.
Once again, very standard Zerg macro opener. I mean, because she's comfortable like that.
And the Great Wall is soon done outside Zilla's base here.
It is done.
Yeah.
It's not that great though.
But at least didn't see the probe down in the right corner here. I wonder.
Yeah, that's very true.
What are you doing there?
It's really close though. But I mean, if she decides to just move out with a set of lings to scout for proxies and stuff like that, she would probably find it.
Yeah.
Because this location here, right above this third base, the third base she's not taking, which it is going to be her fourth. It's a very popular pylon location, for many protos to take.
Well, I like the decision of actually going for the third base more aggressively against your opponent.
Well, I mean, I guess it's a... Does it call it a calculated risk? I think is a bit too much. But it can really work well. Because, I mean, if you're being super aggro, you'll reinforce a bit quicker.
Yeah.
But if your opponent is super aggro, that means your base is a little bit more exposed, potentially. So, I mean, yeah, okay, I guess I can call it a minimal calculated risk.
All right. But looking at Zilla's build here, is this the same build as last time?
Yeah, he's getting the upgrades, he's chroning out that Stuka once again, getting the additional gas. Yeah, this is looking very identical. He could change things up and go Stargate.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be bad. I really like Stargate openings.
Yeah, the thing is that I hope he does, because
me
this
too.
build failed last time. Why would he go for it again? Did he slip up something?
I don't know. It could potentially just be a straight up 4-gate. Yeah, we see 4 gateways going down here, total, and +1 is soon done. And here we go. He's forcing away the Overlord of Madlisk, but it's just going to push on forward.
Is he going to see it?
Yeah, this is a very tense moment.
90s, 70s, she sees 1.
Yeah, she's going to see this.
She sees 2.
She knows what's up.
And the third. All right, full scouting information. That is a hero Overlord.
That was really came in there nicely.
The Swarm will be proud of you.
Yeah, I thought like with the Chrono Stalker, you can generally deny that one Overlord like quite easily, but he wasn't really on par there. He's going for the Twilight Council now once again, but this 4-gate with the +1 upgrade is just going to be really, really potent.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, he comes in there and he sees that. Oh, wow, she has not taken this base. That's a bit, unlucky for him, but she does go for the Spore Crawlers once again, just like anticipating some sort of DT play or Phoenix play.
She's really, really defensive. She's like, I will not be cheesed.
Yeah, she just like plays really defensive.
Yeah.
Until she gets the composition she wants and feels comfortable, and then she just moves out really decisively. I do like that.
It's like me when playing Civilization. I'm like, growing
Civ is a great game.
Such a huge army, and then just moving out and steamrolling everything. Just going for defenses, playing with diplomatic, and then nukes.
Yeah, well, okay. Now, +1 is done, and +2 has been started right away. I do like this decision from Silla. He could, go Blink with this.
He is. It's Blink on the way.
Yeah, I really like that. So adding the Robo as well. But now, Mad is moving across the map with some units. She could potentially force him to recall.
26 circuits in production. Speed finishing right now.
And now she's adding those additional drones. I was just going to be like, oh, what about the drones?
Yeah, and Roach Speed, she's planning something.
Yeah, but here we go. Overseer comes into the main, sees everything. I think she saw the Robo, not entirely sure, but she must have seen that Twilight Council. And now, Sula is moving in with these Zealots and the Mothership Core, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much. Time does go down here, which means there's no recall, so these Zealots are guaranteed dead.
Yeah, and it's all come down to the bit of how good Madlisk is at kiting with the Queen, but
doing a really good job now. These Zealots are nicely positioned, but the Queen does survive, which means she's not going to lose any macro potential with this. The pylons remain up, but this Mothership Core has to pull out.
Yeah, all right, and look at the resources lost here of 4 workers killed. Not really worth it for that, and he almost lost the Mothership Core to that Spore.
But, I mean, he did save it, so that's good. But right now he's going for the third base, and Mud right on par. She's going to be seeing this, and, well, we're going to be falling into a pretty similar game.
Yeah, a lot of sentries here, all with... they have a lot of energy going for them, and it's now going to be the energy draining game from Zerg. So let's see how much energy Madlisk can force out of these sentries.
Yeah, but here we go. Now Zilla adding Immortals. He's got Blink almost done, +2 as well. So he's been very good with upgrades.
Yeah.
And I mean, some Protoss do really like adding this one Immortal for safety, against like massively roach-based aggression. I do really, really like that personally. Because I mean, it really helps you to fend anything like that off. He's even adding in a second one now. We'll see if he decides to change his tech or if he's going to stay on Blink Stalker Immortal.
Yeah. Hydras is now on the way, are just arriving, and a couple of hallucinated Phoenixes moving across the map, getting some scouting information, but man, Madlisk's army looks scary even without the Hydras.
Yeah, okay, she stopped at 50 drones here, and she's got these Hydras in production, like you said. +1 armor coming around the corner. There is no +1 there for her, So she's going to be fighting with 0 armor units versus plus attack. Okay, Ling's trying to force their way into the natural, but no, that's not going to work. Even a sentry being warped in there, good there. But right now, all these roaches outside of the third base. Photon overcharge does go down. Nice force fields. They're trapping a lot of those roaches.
Yeah, it's really good. As Lynx are continuing trying to pressure himself in, losing a few gateways here to roaches. But the defense will hold. This looks really good here for Zilla.
He's doing a really good job here. Actually haven't lost a single sentry here at the third base, and he does hold in the natural as well. So Madlisk pretty much traded a gateway for a lot of those units.
Yeah, and
really nice hold there.
Robo is now on the way, so we're going to see Colossus on the field really soon. Madlisk is going for, she doesn't have any upgrade whatsoever. She has roach speed and Ling speed, that's it.
No, not even, no +1 attack as well. She's got that +1 armor soon done, adding a Spire now, so even taking these gas number 5 and 6, so that's going to be Mutalisks.
Yeah, but
I'm just going to like...
look at the upgrades for Scylla. These Protoss units are going to hurt. They're going to hurt a lot.
+3 weapons versus +1 armor. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna really show when these zealots are going in for harassment here. And wow, there's a great expansion here. 2 more bases adding on for Madlisk.
Oh, I really like the north one there.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think he's going to scout that.
1 more assault coming in here, trying to drain more energy from those sentries. Now a couple of Hydras have been added in here, and they will do extra DPS. But this feels like it's just poking, and this is not the main attack. It will come really soon when Madlisk economy is on overdrive.
Yeah, it's already pretty crazy right now. 66 drones to 65 probes there of Scylla, so they're fairly even.
Yeah.
But she's grabbing these 2 additional bases, and just like again emphasize on this northern expansion. It's just so smart of her to take that, because I mean I don't think that Scylla anticipates that.
No.
Unless the hallucinated Phoenix. No, there we go.
Yeah. 4th base been added here by Scylla, and he also wants to play the macro game. A lot of warpins here down at the bottom, and they're gonna hit the what is it now, 5th base?
Yeah. I'd call it that. 6 zealots marching in here with +3 weapons. Now, we have 1 Colossus here, and I think, yeah, range is soon done, but we have Mutalisks on the way. He does have a lot of Blinkstalkers to counteract this.
Oh, and he catches the drone transfer here. They're going to go to work on that hatchery, and it's looking, she might be able to, no,
she's going to save this.
Yeah, she's going to save it. It's not enough. And there's actually, I don't know if there's energy for a transfuse on that queen, but never mind. They've been eaten by roaches, not a good way to die.
Doesn't matter too much there, like just. So that was pretty much 3 zealots, didn't kill too much. But here we have Zilla moving across the map here now. He does have 3 immortals, 3 immortals, 1 colossus, and a bunch of sentries and stalkers with blink, with +3, still so huge. But here finally the Mutalisk is going to be revealed shortly, and they're going to be coming into this completely undefended third base of Scylla.
Templar Archives going down here for Scylla. I wonder if it goes for the Storm. Mutas will hit the mineral line right now, and there's nothing to protect those poor probes.
No, he's going to have to recall or something like that, because I mean, he's taking a lot of economical damage. Down to 48 workers, having lost 18, 19 already.
Oh man. A bunch of Stalkers actually warping in. Let's see. Oh, High Templars are going down.
Nice sniper there on this Templar. Okay, now Zilla is just going to go at the front and defend with the Stalkers at home, hopefully. Force field's going really nice there. Doing a lot of surface area, but there needs to be more. Oh, we see the power of this +3 though. But Madlisk is wrapping in really nicely here from the rear as well. And these Colossi are slightly exposed. More really nice force fields there. Double time up as well. Oh my god, I think he's done it.
Yeah, he was predicting against this, but he doesn't know that there's 13 more Mutas in production. So there's going to be 60 Mutas. And what do Colossus do against Mutas?
Yeah, well, like...
nothing.
33 meters, 29 meters is a lot. Okay, losing this proxy pylon is pretty big, because, I mean, I was going to say, if he could warp in additional Stalkers, because of his huge upgrade advantage, I think he'd be able to take this. But now, with all of these Mutalisks, I think that this game is over.
Yeah. This army is going to be cleaned up pretty quickly, and there's nothing to do. The Mothership Core goes down, and there's nothing they can recall. These poor Colossus are going to be killed very quickly. They take some units with them, but that's it. The army is cleaned up. And Zilla is now trying desperately to remax on something, and that is Stalkers. But, you know, if you're fighting Mutas with Stalker, you better have a lot more Stalkers than Mutas. Or better upgrades.
Yeah, he does have that. He does maintain an upgrade advantage, and he does have this 4th Nexus to fall back on. But I mean, 30 workers to 60, Madlisk doubling her opponent in supply. It's going to be very tough here for Zilla to come back in this match.
Yeah, and I feel this is it. This is the final attack. If this army is destroyed, it's going to be really, really, really hard. All right, and here comes the engagement. The Mutas are cleaning up everything behind here. There's nothing to resupply this, and they're moving in and killing Stalker after Stalker. Some good blinked macro here, but it is not enough.
No, I don't think so. These Mutalisks are just proving too potent here. And these Stalkers, even though well upgraded, are falling out in good game and good luck. Madalisks takes the series 2-0 in a clean sweep.
What a strong, powerful
well
play.
Played there.
Oh man.
She really nice hold.
Yeah.
That she came in there.
And Zilla, I don't know about his play. He went for the almost exact same build. Well, it was a bit, he went for aggression.
Changed things up a little bit.
Yeah. But Matt is like, nah, I'm not going to have Vipers this time. I'm going to have Mutas instead.
Yeah.
And that caught Zilla
It did work
off
out.
guard. Yeah, it
but,
worked perfectly.
to be honest, I thought that Zilla had a pretty good timing there to go. When he killed all of those roaches outside of the third base,
yeah.
Like he got a lot of free units there. And, you know, when he got the +3, he could have probably hit a fairly strong timing. But being a little passive, I mean, it's easy to become that way.
Yeah.
You know,
All
go
right.
down one game and stuff like that. So
that makes Madalisk one of our 4 players for the 2 players.
To advance into the semi-finals.
Yeah, to the semi-finals. And that's going to be really interesting, and that will come up pretty soon.
Yeah, but guys, we're going to be throwing it over to an interview now. So take it away, Fubar and Njal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Player Couch once more. I'm here, as always, with Njal, and I'm Fubar, and the players from the last game, Madalisk and Sylla. Nice.
We have some audience support here.
Yes. First of all, of course, congratulations, Madde. Nice games.
Thank you.
Were you nervous going into this match?
Not really.
Not really. Not really. Oh, how does that feel?
I don't really know.
How are you feeling, Sylla? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I was kind of nervous because I haven't played for a bit, so I was kind of unsure about
but I mean,
my builds and stuff.
You also have some stage habit by this time. I mean, this is your first time in a booth or on stage, right? This isn't
not,
your...
No. This is like my 5th time or something. So
yeah.
It's not that bad. But I was more nervous of remembering my builds in the macro, because that's kind of where I screwed up. I still had my micro, but my macro was just subpar.
That's what happens when you're like rusty. Like you always try to focus on the small things, and then you mess up the big things. So yeah. Mad, how is your CVP nowadays, except for that game, like in general?
I think that CVT is probably my best matchup, but there are no Terrans here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But CVP is not that bad, but
Cool.
it's not that good either. So.
Yeah, but it's better than it was before.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know you were like you were not confident in.
That was a
CVP.
year ago, or
yeah, true.
even
But,
more, but
like I've been uncomfortable in CVP since probably beta. Like I've always hated playing against the Protoss. I don't know why. It's just a force field.
How does it feel finally beating Sylla then?
I don't know. I haven't. We don't really have a grudge, I think. So.
It hasn't really sunk in yet.
No, maybe.
Maybe. All right. So the first game, it was pretty standard game, in my opinion. Sylla, did you know that Mada had Vipers when you pushed out?
No, I didn't. Did you rush for Vipers?
Not really rushing, but kind of fast.
It was just my macro that was slow then.
Yeah, because I saw
that push is supposed to come before Vipers, so I just figured that you either rushed for Vipers or my push was really slow. Because I didn't check the time when I moved out. I don't know if you remember.
Sorry, I don't remember it. I didn't write
like 30 minutes or something, so that's not that good. But I mean, Madalisk she played really safe, so I couldn't do any of my builds. I had some really Protoss-y builds that I was going to do, but she played too safe, so I couldn't do them. So it was all up to improvising, and that's kind of hard when you haven't played so much.
Yeah, I think it was the first game you had spore crawlers in all your bases before you even had when his robo went down. Is that correct, or am I misremembering that?
If I remember correctly, I scouted with my Overlord and I saw Twilight.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I don't know if this is just to take a third base or if it's going to be DT somewhere. So I had to make spores to be safe. And then I saw the third base. So when I saw the third base, I kind of rushed for Vipers.
Yeah.
Also, I have to ask you about your spine crawler placement. Like in every base, you had a pretty peculiar way of placing them above and to the right of every base. Do you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not that... I just put them down, you know. I have to do it fast, but the idea in general is that if I make more spines, I want them clumped together so that the zealots cannot get the area to. Yeah, exactly. So I want to put them close to each other.
Yeah, I feel like in CVP, when you go Roach Hydra Viper, there's always like a timer on it, because if the Protoss actually gets high templars out, it's very hard to engage that. Were you ever like nervous that he would get to that point, or were you super confident in your own push?
I think that even if he gets high templars out, I mean, he can have like 2 or 3 at that time, and if I can just snipe 1 or 2 of them, I will be fine anyway. And I also thought that, I don't know, I felt that you were kind of delayed on your tech. I saw the timing on the robo, so I thought that if I go Vipers ASAP, I will have them in time. So I wasn't really scared of it in that game. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I also have to ask you, you're studying mathematics, right? You're becoming a doctor of mathematics?
Yeah.
Does studying mathematics help you somehow in your StarCraft game?
I wish, but I mean, it's not really the same kind of math, you know, that you do. But I guess the way of thinking and problem solving might help, but not really the mathematics itself.
Okay.
Can I ask you fast what kind of math you're studying?
I'm doing combinatorics and studying like zeros of polynomials.
Okay, cool, nice. All right, so we're moving on to the second map on Frost. So tell us about your game plan going into that, Silla.
I was going to cannon rush and do the 2 pylon block on the high ground. But then I scouted you cross spawn, and the pool was finished when I came with my probe. So I skipped that and just expanded instead. And that was so I was already a bit behind on the expo after that, which means that everything got more delayed. And this time I expected Vipers like the first game. So I had my Templar Archives, but then I saw Mutas when I moved out, and I realized I didn't have enough money to warp in back home. And I think my push got really delayed as well for some reason. I don't know why. I just walked around in the middle of the map for like 15 minutes or something. So that was kind of bad, but I don't know how it would have turned out if I maybe attacked like instantly. I think I was waiting for a pylon or something, which was kind of dumb now that I think of it, but since I was expecting Vipers and maxed the Roach Hydra army, so that's kind of why I waited for the pylon.
It's also a hard decision, like when mutas come in, it's like, do you go back or do you go forth? Because you were kind of indecisive, you were going back to defend and then you went to attack anyways and everything like kind of clumped up. So yeah.
Yes.
That's a statement.
That's a statement, not
That's
a question.
It's really hard to engage on Frost. I also think that's why I kind of delayed the push, because I couldn't find a good angle to... I couldn't figure out where to attack. Since anywhere I was thinking about moving around and attacking the third from the other side, and then I realized that would be too long and come absolutely too late. So I just... And then when I finally decided to attack, I saw the Mutas come. So I realized I didn't have any warp-ins, so I started to move back, and then I realized I had warp-ins, so I attacked, and then she had like 15 to 20 mutas. I could only warp in like 6 Stalkers and 2 High Templars that got instantly sniped, so...
It's a really hard spot for Protoss when the mutas came in at that exact moment when you're trying to attack and you have nothing. Did you ever consider recalling in that moment?
I don't know if I had I don't think I had my Mothership Core. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you had your Mothership Core.
Did I have recall energy?
I'm not sure about the energy though, but the Mothership Core was there.
So I definitely thought about recalling, but I don't know why I didn't do it.
He was lagging behind.
And it's also a symptom of attacking too late, that you get in that position where the mutas come. Because you usually, if they go mutas, if they're not maxed, you usually win and maybe take a base, and then you see the mutas, and then you have to decide, should I continue on attacking or should I move back? But now she still had that whole army and everything. And plus, I saw the mutas, so I was kind of double screwed.
Who chose that map, Frost?
I did. You did? Yeah, for the cannon rush, of course.
Okay, cool. Mara, how do you feel playing CVP on Frost?
I don't know, I expected him to go for like Nexus first, so I took a chance and went for the 13 pool, because in the first game you went, I think, 17 Nexus, 17 Forge. So I thought that if I scouted you early with my Overlord, I would just make links and go kill you. That was the plan, but then I saw your probe and I didn't see a Nexus, so I just continued making drones.
That would have been a really boring game, because I was maybe 90% sure to go Nexus first, then Gateway, and do the like 6 minute 20 seconds 8-gate sell it timing. So, but I decided on the Cannon Rush instead. But.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Madalisk, you're facing Mekar in the next game.
Yeah.
How do you feel about going up against him? I mean, he's still a Protoss also, but he's maybe Grandmaster and stuff. Do you know anything about him?
I know quite a lot about him. I've seen him play. I played him, and I've seen him play quite some in eSport SM. So I think I know how he plays, and I didn't really show any of my builds now or when we played last time. Maybe the Roach Hider Viper, but everyone does that, so it doesn't really matter. So I think that, I don't know, I really don't think that I will beat him. I think that he is the better player in this case.
Okay. Do you have a message for him then, except that?
No.
Oh well.
Okay.
So I think that's it for this couch interview, and we're going back to our presenter, Petter.
All right, so that is that for the first block of this broadcast in the quarterfinals. Very mannered players and very bit of shy players this time. So no real attitude from any of the players so far during the interview. So, but we'll see if that changes in the next blocks. So our next block will be the semi-finals, and that will kick off at 15:30, so 3:30. And as stated, Mother will be playing Maker, but before that we'll be having Goldhead versus Winter. So a Zerg versus Zerg, and then another Zerg versus Protoss. So 3 Zergs, and the lone Protoss left is Maker. Let's see if he can defend the Protoss honor. No Terrans made it to the quarterfinals even, so none of those have been here, as Mother stated. Unfortunate for her, since that's her best matchup. But that's at 3:30, the semifinals, and those are going to be best of 5s. So it's going to be a lot of epic games. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll be kicking off the finals. So come back at that time, and we're going to go to a break until 3:30, and we will be running the quiz for 15 minutes now. So if you want to join and participate there and rack up some points answering some questions about gaming, do that. And after that, take a break, eat something. We will, the production crew will, and we will meet you at 3:30.
and more reliable. Let's go. Oscillator, such as this.
The computer technology.
The history of the future.
Rewriting, recreating the same old programs over and over and over.
What was wrong with the world's first musical instrument?
Extremely low frequency.
We live in a special kind of space. We live in a special kind of space.
What was wrong with the world?
We live in a special kind of space.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the University Star League Season 3. I'm here with two of our semi-finalists. On my left, I have Mr. Goldhead. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, all good. And here we have him, last year's champion, Winter.
Hello.
All good?
Yeah, I'm very fine.
Yeah, right. So before I say anything else, I'm just gonna show you guys these. This is second prize in the UniSL. These sweet set of RAM from Kingston HyperX, one of our sponsors. And first prize is this 120 gig SSD, which is really nice and smooth. Also want to thank QPad and Komplett, naturally. Now guys, so you made it through. How do you feel about this? I'll start asking you, Golden. Now, ZVZ, how do you feel in that matchup?
It's a matchup I'm not sure if I'm comfortable, but in some cases I'm comfortable, but others not. It's a very varied matchup. Can end up in extreme late games or early games.
Yeah, well, we saw you now face off against White Phoenix and managed to pull through there. How did you feel? Like, it was a CVZ, and like, did you expect you'd have to play against Winter now? So,
in the previous match, the match didn't go as I expected, but and I expected the Winter to go through actually from his match.
Mhm.
So if I expected to meet him because I expected to win the last game.
Lots of expectations.
Yeah, expectations.
Yeah, well, so you're feeling fairly comfortable at least. Yeah, what about you now, ZVZ? How do you feel in that matchup?
I kind of feel the same because CVC is right now going through like a lot of changes in the matchup with new builds coming up like every day, pretty much.
It's a little flippy, right?
Yeah, no, it's not flippy. It's just that you don't really know what they're gonna do. Maybe like there's a lot of variation to the core builds, you could say, with different kind of like advantages and disadvantages. So it's hard to like really like study an opponent and really know what they're going to do. But in this match, I feel pretty confident since I saw the last games. I know pretty much how it thinks. And
Yeah,
so.
I mean, both of you guys have seen like each other play, but different matchup now when you're watching Winter. So I mean, he does have a small advantage coming into this, but it's a best of 5, so anything can happen, guys. And yeah, we're very excited to see how it goes. We'll give it up to our first two semi-finalists, guys, and I'm not going to keep you, so go and sit down in the booth, and I'll throw it over to our casters.
All right, so that's that for the pre-interview for the first semi-finals, and I'm in the casting booth now. Dreamish here together with Swag.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, this is the first time we're casting together.
It is.
I'm so happy.
Oh, this is a moment to be proud of.
It is a moment to be proud of, and you know what you should be proud of?
What?
Beefing up so much that you barely fit into this one. Come on, do the
the
there it
beefy.
is.
Oh yeah.
There it is. The in control, clothing fitting maneuver. I don't know. Right, yeah. So let's not talk too much about us. Let's talk about the two players, CVZ. We start off with the first one, Winter, winner of Season 2. Felix Hegertorn studies at Röda Korset Folkhögskola, and of course he's playing Zerg, right here from Stockholm.
And let's take a look at his opponent. It is going to be Goldhead himself. His name is Andre Bjorndalen. He goes to Södertörns Högskola, and he is right now a Zerg from Stockholm.
Yes, so Zerg versus Zerg. You're a Zerg player, right?
I am a Zerg player indeed.
Yes. So what do you feel about these two players? Of course, Winter being a very strong player, you can't deny that.
No.
Does he have any preferences, really?
He's a very aggressive player.
Yeah.
I've known him for quite some time,
Yeah.
back when he was in Masters, you know. And he always loved the very, very quick play, working very hard with APM, a lot of links, muters, base trading. And he still kind of keeps this, a lot of APM, not really a strategical play in the sense, more of a mechanical player.
Yeah, and earlier on in the matches, you could see that he's the guy who's, in the first match, he's trying to study his opponent. He basically tries to figure out what he plays like, and then in the next matches, he kind of assumes that the same things are going to be happening. So he tries to prepare for that and tries to figure out a counterweight measure to it. And of course, he's been adapting greatly, and that game where he was almost taken out, and there was a huge micro battle between him and the Protoss. That's what we want to see. We want to see more of those games, but I'm not sure if it's going to go that close. Well, of course, CVC can be very volatile matchup, so it can end up. Yeah, most probably with that aggressive a player, we're going to see some nice Ling-Baneling fights, things like this.
We'll see. I did talk to him a bit before, and he said he will try to play standard right now and try to make sure that he doesn't lose to anything, you know, stupid.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at Goldhead's earlier games, like versus White Phoenix. You remember those Baneling connections?
Yeah, all right.
So
that's the second game, right?
Yeah, the second game.
Absolutely insane.
So you have to watch out for that.
Yeah, Goldhead. Talking about Goldhead, what would you say as a player? What does he prefer as a fellow Zerg?
He seems to be a bit more of a defensive player.
Yeah.
And it seems like he really doesn't want to go into something very odd. It seems like he just wants to do his thing, and that he's completely comfortable with his Ling Muter.
Yeah, all right. So with that, one aggressive, one a little bit more defensive, and let's start by introducing our first player. The winner of Season 2 down here in the lower right corner is Winter.
Oh yeah, he does have a few fans in the audience.
Yeah, they're all impressed. They don't want to. They don't want to clap. They just want to woo at him and say, "Yes, impress us. Go ahead."
Impressive. And let's look at his opponent playing for Mind Games, the blue Zerg player Goldhead.
All right. He's getting some applause right here, and people are, just chilling out. The bar opened a while ago, so, not too much action down here. They're just enjoying the games, as we are, of course. And this one, well, this will be interesting. King Sejong Station, of course, a new map in the map pool together with all the other ones. Another two-player map, so they know and where the other player spawns, and they will be able to scout that correctly right away. It's a bit of a maze, trying to get any type of early pressure right across the map. You have to crisscross all over it, which will of course be scouted by an overlord in that sense. So what would you say in Zerg versus Zerg? Is there a possibility for any early game pressure on this map at all?
It is, because of early speed timings.
Yeah.
It's very, very easy to get whatever you want going, really. And yeah, I would say speed links on this map is really, really strong. Mutes can be very good as well.
Yeah, the bases are quite large.
They are, and it's very easy as well for you to kind of get your mutes around. But I have to say also, in Roach play, usually you would say it's kind of standard map, but looking at these rocks into the natural, it kind of opens up for some very interesting Roach play.
It really does. All those rocks on this map is completely going to change the layout, of course, throughout the game. All right, so pool coming down here, or hatchery coming down here for Goldhead, actually, and a hatchery as well for Winter. So nothing super fancy and super aggressive from either of these players. Do you have any predictions here? Let's see, Gases coming down as well, Queen's coming up. Do you have any predictions for each of these?
I would actually say that it seems like both just getting Gases standard timing. I think both of them probably would just go into standard Baneling Nest and get the speed defensive Bane Nest into either continue with Roaches and +1 or into Mutas, which is kind of the standard meta right now.
Yeah, and Winter liking Mutas. He's the, as you stated, the APM heavy player. He likes to be able to just counter-attack with those, constantly pressure his opponent. And of course, they give you a scouting advantage as well, as long as you just keep them up. You can see whatever's going on in your opponent's base whenever you get there to that level of the game. All right, so just hatcheries finishing. And very mirror so far.
It is very, very mirror. And
such mirror, very same.
Very, very same.
Wow.
Wow. Such amazement. Basically, this is what you usually would see in a ZVZ. Kind of what you look for is either the gas going down or the gasless into a low queen. Since both are going for gas and no one wants to be the aggressor in this case, this is kind of what happens. This is what happens when you see that both players want to rely on their macro game, and they are really reluctant to be the one taking lead because they're so afraid of, you know, what if I mess up?
Yeah, exactly. So both of them are just feeling each other out. None of them really feeling too confident, it seems like, in this matchup. So none of them really want to take a risk this early. It's actually, well, this is a best of 5, so you can throw away a few an early game, but actually you'd want to be 1 or 2 games up before you start doing anything really crazy. Very mirrored still. You have those Baneling nests you were talking about, and of course defensive Banelings. There's there's always in CVC the risk of a lot of circlings coming your way, and you want to be having a few Banelings to be able to stop that. So Roaches from both, you think? Oh, as a lair come in?
Yeah, no, Winter really probably is going to go for Mutas. We already see 2 more gases. The third should go down soon, so he goes up to 4. Goldhead, though, we'll see. He added on 1 more gas, so it does look like he wants to go for something else. And now adding on 16 links, I think he wants to do kind of a mid-game timing here and try to do damage. This is not kind of the all-in you usually see, because this is still a lot of drones from him.
Yeah, Summon Gas has taken 3 for Goldhead there as well, to be able to produce those Banelings. There's a lot of Speedlings running across the map. And yeah, the lair is not close to be finished, and of course the Spire will take a lot of time after that. We're going to guess to see that. 2 Banelings being morphed in defensively for Winter, whereas 8 Banelings are being morphed in for our Goldhead here, being the aggressor in this matchup. So exactly the opposite of what we thought. Additionally, 15 are morphing in all, so 7 plus more.
Oh! Wow!
One huge initial connection takes out so many of the aggressive Banelings coming in here. And these Banelings really haven't done any real use. There's a bunch of them still left behind, but is there any reason to actually push with these? Winter has a bunch of Banelings spread out in his base to be able to put out groups of aggressing units coming in there as well. So, wow, Winter really showing us why he was the victor in Season 2.
Yeah, look at that hole. Look at that. He just bruises a few drones. Look at that face as well. He's so concentrated.
Yeah.
Basically, what Gold is trying to do, this is not going to work whatsoever. And oh my god, that was close. But basically, what Gold is trying to do is just as in Game 2. He makes a ton of Banelings, and then he hopes he can just get enough of them into the drone line. Oh my god, those connections!
Super connections.
Oh, Winter getting a huge lead with this, since we only see the lair on the way for Goldhead, and the Spire more than halfway done for Winter. He just crushed through, and this is why this can't work against someone like Winter. His micro is way too good.
Yeah, Goldhead really took this into Winter's field, you might say, with that micro APM intensive fights, and he really didn't see too comfortable. It didn't look too comfortable in that, actually. There was quite a sloppy attack, and he kept bunching up those units. A little slow reaction times, actually. He was the aggressor, so he had the opportunity to turn those units around, split them as well. But Winter, man, the Baneling hits, the Baneling splits, and as well, he even focus fires the Banelings in a superficial fashion.
Oh
wow,
my god. Look at those connections. A really good micro from Winter, and Gold is trying to keep up, but it's just way too hard. He has 1 last Baneling here, and he sends 2 links to destroy it. Beautiful play by Winter, and look at that. He didn't have the big army, but now he does. This is the strength of Ling Baneling Micro, and the Mutas are on the way, and the road speed just now starting, meaning that Winter will have a huge advantage. Good Baneling connection still, and even though Winter is kind of thwarted off right now, with those Mutas, the road play from Gold is going to be so weak.
Yeah, exactly. The tech advantage for Winter is huge here, even though the drone lean was just a while ago pretty much equal. Now Winter has eked ahead with 45 after getting all of his tech paths into play. So a bunch of Zerg coming in here trying to killing off the aggression from Goldhead, so he's not going to be able to put on any pressure, of course. And the Mutas are moving across the map to start pressuring all the bases, and from here on I think this game will be in Winter's control.
I think so as well. Just look at the supply. That tells almost the entire story here.
Yeah.
I mean, probably right now Golden would try to just get these Spore Crows up. He actually just did. And now get the Roaches out. But the thing is, he already needs to transition into something else, which means that he doesn't have those Roaches, no map control. And we even see Winter right now. He's going to be so careful. He gets carapace for his Mutas because he's afraid of his opponent going Mutas. I mean, he hasn't even scouted what his opponent is doing, really, because he's just staying out here in the third base, killing off everything. And with these Spore Crows going down, that base is for Winter's taking.
Yeah, that base is going to go down, and of course, you know, Winter, it doesn't want to lose to anything strange.
No.
And usually players on this level, when they feel like they're ahead in the matchup, really what you want to do is just stay out of those weird builds, stay out of those all-ins of different types. And with these Mutas, he has perfect map control, a lot of Zerglings to be able to just hold everything. And actually, he's turning back with these. Is he going to try to chase down an Overlord there? Seems like.
Yeah, I think he's just, you know, sniping some things here because he knows he can't attack into these Spore Crows. So he's just chasing. I talked about this with him before. He loves just running around the map and uses Mutas because a lot of people get Mutas and then say these are army units. They are not army units. They are harassment units, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and as we stated, the APM-focused player, Winter, we've seen it time and time again, how he takes engagements, how he can win things, and oh my god, he had to kill off a Zergling there, so he did. For some reason, he needed that. Well, Goldhead is tucked into his base quite tightly. He's got +2 attack for his range units coming, but don't really see how that's going to help him all that much. And Winter is going up to full level upgrades here.
Yeah, and look at Goldhead. He got a Nidus Worm, interesting enough. So this is his last chance. He's going to push out with these Roaches. He doesn't have any map vision whatsoever. So he's going to push out with Roaches. You can make him a nice one close to it and try to get those Queens up, but it's too late. His Roaches are caught, and those Mutas just killing everything.
Yeah.
It's Goldhead's army evaporating. He's trying to get the Nidus up with the Queens. They're going to be so slow. They're going to die, and I think he even was scouted by that one Ling, if I believe. Yeah, it was. So Winter holding it like a boss.
Holding it like a boss. He knows what's coming, and these Roaches are going to be taken down, of course. He doesn't even have to finish them off with the Mutas. He's moving up for that Nidus Worm. The question is, how much damage is he going to be able to do that with the Mutas here, with those Queens? So many Queens coming in here, but there's so many Mutas for Winter, and in production, actually, Ultralisk Kevin coming down for him, but he should be able to do deal enough damage, I think, with these Mutas. So many transfuses on this Queen, but the energy is not going to be enough. Those upgraded Mutas, Carapace we talked about earlier on, this is going to be cleaned up, and there's nothing else that can shoot air, and the rest of those forces are going to be slaughtered before he manages to do enough damage, I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting attempt by Winter, but of course in this case it's not going to be enough, and Goldhead, he will try to do make something happen. Another Nidus Worm coming down with a few units in it, but Winter just has way too much. He's mining from 3 bases, his opponent only from 2, and he's even pulling everything. And there we go, GG for Goldhead.
GG. Just a hugely controlled game by Winter. He scouted out his opponent. He figured what was coming pretty early on. He noticed the early push, and well, you just don't beat Winter in an APM intensive game, apparently. Don't micro against the king of micro himself. And then again, Winter was in home field. I mean, look at that map. It was very wintry.
Yeah, that had a lot of snow on it.
Yes.
He knows exactly how to play in that kind of terrain.
I think we, you know, if Zerg players have an advantage on creep, I think Winter has an advantage on snow.
Yeah, that might just...
It gotta work. It has to work.
So what happens on Frost then?
Ooh, he has semi advantage.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Habitation Station will give Goldhead a lead. He's got an advantage on gold.
Exactly, right? I think so. He probably would go for that as a first base, most likely.
Yeah, probably. Oh, actually, I didn't think about that. His head all turned in on gold.
Yeah.
Has to be that. I don't know where that comes from.
Oh,
all
well.
right, we have the second map loading, and it's going to be Overgrowth this time.
Indeed, a 2-player map, and I think right now the players are getting ready. So let's jump into the game here. We do have our first player spawning to the top right, playing for ECV, the winner of the previous season's UniSL. It's Winter!
Yeah, and Winter has got this dedicated group of fans, actually. Let's see if there are any fans for our other player down here in the lower left corner. There's the other Zerg. In blue, it is Goldhead.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got some mind game people here, I think.
Yeah, well, actually, he only has one teammate from what I heard. It's a private clan, but it seems like he has a lot of friends, at least, or a lot of people cheering from him.
Yeah, and actually, he managed to coach his teammates into victory yesterday.
Indeed, that was.
Yeah, in the Gamma division.
Yeah.
So there, let's see if he can take it in the competitive one as well. But then again, he has quite some competition, to say the least. If he, for some reason, manages to beat Winter here, then in that case, he's got some pretty strong names coming up straight later on as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be Mecha versus Madalisk in the second semi-final.
Yep.
So that is something to look for as well. It seems like both players once again are going to play very defensively. We'll see if anyone goes for the hatch first. But to be honest,
Winter averaging 300 APM here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he always does. That's like, you know, if he's going to make one drone, he makes it with 300 clicks. I don't know how.
He goddamn makes that drone.
Yeah.
If he's going to make a drone, he makes that drone.
He's not. If he misses one click, that's fine because he's going to hit 299 more.
299 more possible drones could have been made. All right, yeah. So base taken for Winter. Straight up base as well for Goldhead. And yeah, what do we think about this game so far?
Well, it is a standard opening.
Yeah.
It will kind of die to any super all-inish play, but in most cases this is fine. What you see though is Goldhead being very defensive by getting this spawn pool right away, while Winter, you know, waiting one extra.
Yeah, throwing one more worker down. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking Winter is pretty confident with this. I don't know if Goldhead would really feel like throwing himself into some sort of early aggression after that last game. It's got to be quite discouraging when you are the aggressor and you get just shut down that brutally.
It's kind of also a mental thing, because think of it, if you watch a game where someone loses a macro game and then just goes for a cheesy move and lose again, he looks to be basically the lesser
Unbeatable,
player.
yeah.
He looks like to be a lesser player if he is the one who can't do anything make work. It almost looks like he gave up after the first game and just tried something. So it's also a mental thing you see a lot, and I believe in this case, you know, Goldhead just has to try again.
He does have to try again, and he decided that, well, of course, I need to grab a little bit of an economic advantage if I really want to beat out Winter. He's, well, we talked about it, and he seems like the macro player. He'd want to do that in the long run, so of course an economical edge. Then again, Winter thinking, well, that's what he's going to do.
Yeah,
I'm just going to grab as much economy as I can, really. Before throwing us into self. So speed coming up for Goldhead here as well. Plenty of queens produced, and there's still a mining gas here.
Yeah, right now Winter is mining Gold is mining gas still as one player, and basically this means that he either is just going to get his Bayonet and now stop mining more, but no, he's not. So it looks like he wants to go for either a super fast La, which you usually would still pull that off workers, so I would be very surprised if he doesn't go for the all-in, but oh my god, Winter, so secure in this.
Yeah.
He's going to scout it, and he knows he needs to scout for this. Perfect timed as well, and he clicked the extractor. He knows exactly what's going on.
Yep. He gets the exact counts. He sees scouting. He sees mining workers still, and actually, yeah, as long as just as you say, click that gas, and he knows exactly, basically what's coming. And the quick lair by him, and the evolution chamber, and the roach warren to start walling himself in here.
Yeah, very good choice there, because he knows there is a big possibility of Ling aggression, but also, as I said, you can see the early land. In this case, Goldhead will do that and get his own Evo Chambers. I'm not really sure if he wants to go into roaches with upgrades or if he wants to go for 1-1 links. He can choose either of them, but it looks like he's going to throw down roach one, so we'll see a standard kind of roach versus roach, which you see a ton in the Korean scene right now.
Yeah, the roaches, of course, with that Hydra upgrade as well, the roaches are more viable now because there's plenty more possibility for a nice transition right out of them. So, as stated, roach warren going down, lair as well for a gold head here, and we have that glial reconstitution coming up. So this is going to be, well, not as much of a micro battle. Of course, roach versus roach is more like a power battle.
Yeah, indeed.
Measure of power.
And basically, roach versus roach is quite interesting because usually you have one going for 1-1, +1/+1, and one going for just +1 timing. But in this case, both going for +1, both have the opportunity to be very, very aggressive. But in this case, Winter will be earlier with his +1, earlier with his speed, and just a tad bit earlier with his third. So I would consider him to be slightly ahead here, and he has the chance to go onto the map rather a bit quickly.
Yeah, and Winter, as usually, being on par with all that scouting, the Overseer grabbing all the information he needs, and he has Overlords as well everywhere, so he knows exactly what Goldhead is up to. As talked about earlier, he really wants to get all the information. He just does not want to die to anything unexpected. At the same time, Goldhead, he hasn't scouted that third one yet, but I think he saw the worker probably flying, actually floating. They're pretty much floating, these, aren't they?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. He floated over there for the third base.
Yeah.
And he's going to lose his Overseer, though, so every little victory counts for Winter, I guess.
Yeah, everything counts, you know. And here comes the one struggling from Goldhead, just going to scout what's happening, and there we go. The third is down, so he knows that. But Winter, meanwhile, he's pushing out, and let's look at the roach count for a second here. He's up just a few roaches with the defender's advantage. Goldhead should be fine.
Yep.
But Winter, of course, with his slightly +1, there's still 20 seconds left on Goldhead's one.
Yeah, but he turns back to rally up some more ones. I'm not sure if he's going to just going to regroup and try to push in here. There's so many roaches though for Goldhead. I don't really see Winter doing anything, managing to do anything with these really. Goldhead gets a few pot shots off Winter's roaches, and Winter is turning back. They keep getting those upgrades. They're pretty much equally timed on that missile attacks +2.
Indeed, and I mean right now Winter is just making a lot of roaches. He really wants to go for the push here. While Goldhead adding on more and more drones, he wants to get that slight lead, but the question is it going to be worth it? Because in a roach versus roach fight, every roach counts, and the engagement is everything. And right now Goldhead is going up to second Evo, meaning that he will have a few less roaches, and because he's going to go for +1. So it's up to Winter right now to really hit this time, because if he doesn't, he should fall behind.
Yeah, he should fall behind. There's a slight worker advantage for Goldhead, actually. What Winter was in a worker advantage earlier on. So, you know, a little bit of time, it's going to even out a little bit more. But yeah, as he stated, Winter, question is he going to gather up and push here?
Yeah, I think he should try for. I think he might just wait for the +2 and go for it then. It's very, very hard though, because of the defensive advantage for Goldhead. He will have a few more roaches always, but since Winter have more roaches before he pushes, it kind of evens out. So it comes down to who has the high ground, who has the concave.
Yeah, it's all about those engagements, and yeah, Winter, as we've seen, he's really good with those. He makes them so cost effective. He places them out. There's only one player here that I'd say has taken more cost-effective fights, and that's Maker.
Oh yeah, Mecha. Oh wow.
He's insane. What the hell, man?
That was like 3 units for 35.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
It's insane, absolutely. But Winter, yes, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Maker is in the next semifinals. This is Winter himself, and actually, even though it seems quite springy on this map, Winter is coming, and he brought roaches.
He brought a lot of roaches with him, indeed. We don't have any White Walkers, but we have roaches. And right now he's getting ready. Of course, he's going to have to tuck up to the high ground, and Goldhead is pre-splitted, but he's splitting a lot of those roaches for just a handful of Winters, and he's going in. Winter should have just... actually, the +2 will finish at the same time, but I think actually he has a few too-many roaches for Golden to deal with.
Yeah, Golden had a really nice split there, but as well, Winter actually lured a few of those roaches away. So with the defender's advantage, I think this should go to Goldhead, but Winter, he had a lot of surface area on those roaches. He did so much more damage than Goldhead initially in that fight, even though Goldhead actually got a nice surround on him. And wow, Winter with the reinforcements is now trading evenly. The Goldhead reinforcements, though, with the defender's advantage, is going to push Winter out of here. And well, well played by both of these players.
But Golden, he got his +1 carapace. He could have pushed here. That would have been...
so.
Oh yeah, he could have done a lot of damage, because right now Winter, look at the supplies. He dropped in supply here, and he should be scared. He should be scared, because his opponent just got +1 on him. He doesn't have the double evo, and now his +1 starts himself. I need to see, or rather, I want to see, and Golden need to do, is to get his +2 carapace. He needs to get that as soon as possible. Every upgrade counts, because these roach battles are so close, and both these players are microing really intensely. You can see the pre-splitting, the individual roach micro. It's really, really close, and now both going to Hydras. Every single upgrade counts, and now the +2 on the way for Goldhead. Winter seems to be in some trouble here.
He does, actually, and Goldhead, as he stated, yeah, he started his +2 carapace there, and he's got the Hydra upgrade as well coming along, and both of their Hydrogens finished simultaneously, though. But with those upgrades, Goldhead actually doesn't have any Hydras yet, so there's a bunch of Hydras in production in Winter, and, well, yeah, that +1 carapace finally getting about halfway done. This seems like, well, Winter, maybe he has a possibility to push with these initial Hydras. Well, not anymore, 7 Hydras in production for Goldhead. And, well, actually, it looks like Goldhead is finally in the lead in this game.
Yeah, but Winter is going to be the first one to take the gold. Goldhead not living up to his name, it seems. Right now, Winter, of course, with the 4th base earlier. This is one of the ways to kind of get ahead. Or rather, he's not earlier with the 4th base that much, really, it's just a few seconds, but he gets the gold base. And that means that you don't have to have as many drones mining, and you, of course, will get a lot of mineral income.
Yeah, it's a little harder to protect, but, of course, yeah, if it finishes, it's worth it. And it seems like he should be able to, well, protect it very well. Both of these players nearing in on maxed out soon, so even if Winter is just a few supplies below, it doesn't really matter in this case.
No, and the thing is, Golden right now, when he's maxing out right now, I feel that he should be trying to push. He can wait if he wants to, since it's even upgrades, to wait for his +2 and then go for it. It's just a few more, like 30 seconds, so that should be completely fine. But the thing is right now, Winter has to find a solution, and that solution is going to be an infestation pit, but Golden is going for the same. They've been so mirroring each other this entire game.
Yeah, this entire game has just been one huge mirror, them looking at each other going, this guy isn't that unlike me, really. We look the same. They don't look the same when they didn't even sound the same in the interview, but it doesn't matter, just building the same stuff anyway.
It's like walking up and seeing in the bathroom mirror like an evil twin of yourself or something.
Yeah, and here we have an engagement. Actually, Goldhead came in there and had a nice streak of units, but Winter, with the placement of his Hydras, dealt a lot of initial damage. The question was that enough? He's stepping in here to try to get as much damage off as possible, and the Hydras in the back dealing so much damage. How many Hydras are there in here? I'm not really sure. This is so close, but Winter's going to get to push Goldhead out of there. The buffered zone of all those roaches. Those few initial first attacks from Winter. He got the earlier engagement. He got the Hydras in there quicker. He managed to deal a lot of early pressure damage to Goldhead's roaches, and that is what killed the buffer for him.
Indeed. The thing is, like, that Golden tried to push up the ramp. He forgot to bring all his Hydras, as you say, and a lot of them were stacked up, bugging around in the background, and that was kind of the nail in the coffin for that engagement, at least. And Winter, even though he was one upgrade behind and had a few less units, he still made it. He has to watch out, though. These roaches are looking very, very hungry. And, oh, he's going to back up for now. He doesn't want to take any unnecessary engagements. Of course, Goldhead, he wants to take every engagement he can right now, since he has +2 on the way. But, of course, I don't think they scouted each other's infestation pit, which is a really big deal, because if you have infestors on the way, basically they can make or break the entire game. If you get one key fungal, that can be it.
Yeah, Very much so, actually. And there's a lot of lings on the way for Goldhead, which is going to be interesting. It looks like he had centrifugal hooks coming up there as well. So he's going to switch it up a little. Hive as well. Well, for both players, as expected, they're going to mirror each other perfectly. But yeah, talking about that, Winter is just poking here, poking the bear that is Goldhead to see if he can deal some additional damage. But yeah, with that reproduction, even though Goldhead took a fight that was a little worse, well, it was a little ahead, so it evened out pretty well. But what do you think about this Baneling mix here?
I feel that if he knew they were infestors, he wouldn't do this. No. But basically what you try to do is something that you usually do in Ling, Muta, Baneling, but you can do here as well. And that's where you try to get engagement and then get the Lings from behind or run around and hit those Hydras, because they have basically no health, and if you hit a clump of Hydras, you can instantly wipe them out very easily. And this is 24 Banelings.
This is 24 Banelings. This is a lot of Banelings with that speed upgrade, of course. And if he moved them out, I think, long enough for Winter to actually spot those with the tower. I think they've been seen. And what he tried to do there, was, of course, a nice split. If Winter would have gone down there, he would have been able to go around, bait out the roaches in the front lines, and, of course, roll around with the Banelings and hitting the Hydras, which is, of course, what we want to hit with those.
Indeed. And right now we are only one infested in the army of Winter, and none right now in Gold's army. But of course he needs to hit that fungal, because one fungal really won't take all the Banelings out, and he needs to hit a double fungal. He can't afford it right now with the infester. He needs more of them. Right now +3 on the way. But Winter, right now, Gold is split up. He doesn't have his Banelings with him. Winter's attacking in. Nice fungal, keeping those Banelings out. But Roaches and Banelings from behind as well. Will Winter get trapped though?
Yeah, I think it seems like he could get trapped, but the question is if that doesn't matter. Actually, he lost so much attacking time. But on the other hand, there's more Banelings in there, and this is actually looking like Golden is going to be able to push through Winter's force here. The question is if there are if there's anything really that he can do after this, if he can deal any pressure to any bases. Really nice, well played by Goldhead. Winter's reinforcements coming in here slowly but steadily, and with those spine crawlers, he should be able to stop this push, of course. But wow! Goldhead, even though Winter spotted an opening there, moved in and dealt a lot of damage and even fungled those Banelings very well. Yeah. Goldhead really pushed through there and getting a nice sandwich afterwards.
Absolutely. The problem here, though, this is a slight difference. Goldhead has made a huge mistake. He's mining way too much gas for right now, so he doesn't have the minerals to instantly remake his army. Winter is maxed out versus 150 supply Zug. He can go for it. And look at this. Look at the difference in workers right now. That's 12 supply as well. Winter being ahead in this, his active forces is almost, not really doubling, but close to it. This engagement could be huge for Winter, especially since we don't see any infestors for Goldhead.
Exactly, and a +3 attack coming up as well for both players. So on that end, they're pretty much equal. Here with the Evolution Chambers bringing us out to get, well, of course, moving up in the tech tree as well there. But yeah, as you stated, with Winter being maxed out with a smaller worker number, then he's going to be more powerful. And Winter, you know, we know him taking engagements. He's really good at that, and those infestors, well, there should probably make a huge difference. And here it is poking up the ramp, but I don't think he wants to take an engagement here.
No, he doesn't. He wants to split up a bit. And I think he might attack with a split army first. We'll see which one he chooses, because if he attacks with a split army first, he's going to try to just bait something. But no, he attacks with a big army first, and he will try to snipe this base. This is the main thing. He's just trying to buy time for his small task force. Can he kill off the base? Can he kill off drones? He's just trying to do as much eco damage as possible. Right now, Golden trying to split up his army. That's not enough, though. And Winter, is he going to kill Hatchery? Yes, he is! This Hatchery will go down. And Winter attacking into split Golden. Golden moving his army in weird positions. Not going to be able to hold this. And Winter leaving with the main force. He's attacking into the main. He's splitting up everything. Oh, wow. This is the Winter I know.
This is the Winter we all know. And he just took such nice engagements, forcing them all to come back there to the natural, while splitting off one force, running it into the natural, while killing two other bases at the same time. And now he's wreaking havoc in the third the army of Goldhead following Winter
God.
overextended a little bit, and he's taking out the Hydroden in the main as well.
He got the third!
Winter got the third, he got the Hydroden. He's everywhere. He's got 20 more Hydras in production, and this is looking really bad for Goldhead right now.
Goldhead just lost 2 mining bases and 1 building. That's 3 bases lost, almost losing his hive. And that third, oh my god, that was the last shot that Hydra made. It was like as he was dying, he threw the dart and he killed it.
And he killed it. This is no longer a StarCraft game. This is a symphony, and Winter is the conductor.
Yeah.
He sent the... Oh my god, there's another engagement here. Goldhead game coming in for a last one, but the concave from Winter is huge. And this seems like this could very much straight up be it.
Yeah, Bruce, and the Korean micro dance from Winter. He knows it's over, and GG, we have our first finalist for the second time. This is going to be ECV Winter in the finals of the UniSL Season 3.
Yeah, and wow, I'm so looking forward to those games. Whether it will be Made or Mecha, I don't know, and I don't care, because Winter is in there, and he's showing us some great StarCraft. Man, this guy is on a high level.
That was insane, and I have to say, I actually thought Goldhead would take it for some time there.
Yeah,
he was ahead, he was playing so smartly.
He had a really possibility to get into that game, but of course it was a lot of, it was a really tricky part. Or actually no, which we have a game win right. So here, you're getting ahead of yourself there.
Oh right, it's a best of 5. Wow,
we're gonna see more games here.
I am so locked into best of 3s because we've been playing best of 3s all day long.
Yeah.
Wow,
I wasn't even thinking of that. I was just
happy.
I was just happy for the game finishing, and you, so I didn't even thinking about what you were talking about.
I'm hyping way too much. Yes, we have another one.
Dude, you can't hype Winter too much. It's true.
That's
but
true.
No, let's talk about that coordinated attack. So he sent one task force down to the 4th base down there. Well, the first 4th base, and then the gold base at the same time. It came there just after, and while those bases were starting to drag the units in, he moved his main force into the natural base, forcing Goldhead to move back because this was something he had to take care of. And splitting that up, he took a small base, sent it into the main, and then bought as much time as possible. It didn't matter if he lost a bunch of units there in the natural base. Of course, as long as he could be able to take out tech buildings, the other bases, it was beautiful.
It was absolutely beautiful, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the next game. So let's jump right into the map, and let's introduce our first player. Spawning here in the bottom right. He's up 2-0 right now, playing for ECV. It's the red side player, Winter.
People like, yeah, Winter, sure. He's the guy, yeah. She's, well, Winter, whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to introduce the other one, On Frost, here in the lower left corner. If you're still out there and you still want him to pick this up, it's going to be a rough patch for him, but he can do it, I guess. It is Goldhead.
It seems like he has a few more fans right now in the audience. I think also it's because we both kind of overhyped Winter that because we were thinking in best of 3s.
Yeah, you were thinking in best of 3s. I wasn't even listening to you, man.
Yeah,
Don't drag me into this.
Yeah, I'm dragging. If I'm going down, you're going down with me.
No, you're not.
And I had to say, by the way, you said you can't overhype Winter.
Yeah.
George R.R. Martin can. Okay. He's been saying Winter's coming for ages now, and it never comes.
We haven't seen any Winter. I mean, seriously. Actually, Swedish Winter was like, it was 3 times the Winter.
Yeah.
It like ended, and we're like, yeah, it's finally spring, and Winter's like, nope. And then it came back, and then it's turned into some sort of a spring again, and we're like, yeah, spring is coming. Winter's like, nope. So I don't know if Winter is actually the player is controlling Winter the season, but in that case, he's a dick.
Wow, yeah, that is one way to say it. And interestingly enough, both players are going to be very, very safe here. On Frost, one of the bigger maps in the pool, they're going to get a spawning pool first. Usually you'd see just the hatchery first, but in this case, super safe, and it's possible to actually cheese on this map. I saw in GSL, Code S, that they went for a Bane, trying to go for Temple Bane on this map.
Actually, DreamHack J-Dong, same thing. And he just figured that, well, on this map, since you have an Overlord, you actually have 66% chance of hitting that first cheese. Yeah. Because you send your Overlord in to one of the positions, you scout out. If the base is not there, you send your Zerglings to the second base at the other direction from yours. And You're just in really bad luck. Well, actually, that 33% if the base is across.
Well, to be honest, though, Jaedong's like JVZ is 90%. So I don't know if he likes to take those risks. I mean, that kind of lowers his win rate almost.
It does lower his win rate, but he did. And the thing is, it worked out for him perfectly.
Ooh, nice.
Well, Jaedong, well, you can't say much about Jaedong. You don't have to say much about Jaedong.
No, you don't have to. Like, you can say tons, but you don't need to.
No, you're like,
it's Jaedong.
Yeah, you say Jaedong, and people are like, oh, Jaedong. Fair enough.
No, fair enough. Okay, that's a good argument.
Yeah.
It's like you can have an argument with anyone. It's like your girlfriend because you missed, the anniversary, and she's like, "What did you do?" It's like Jaedong.
Jaedong.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Actually, if Jaedong made a business card, it should be like Jaedong. Fair enough.
And right now, by the way, we have 4 Zerglings right now trying to get a snipe onto the drones. He will get one of them, I think.
Oh my
Will he?
God. No, he's gotta be able
to. Oh, the drone!
Winter.
This is a happy drone.
It's a Winter drone. That's what it is. He's happy to be Winter's drone, I think. Oh man, that guy and the micro. Winter's like playing around here a little with the workers with Goldhead. And well, that one solitary alone point square for a point up there. It looks like Winter could fill that one. Let's talk a little bit about the game. For Goldhead, there's that Baneling Nest coming down, their speed halfway finished.
Yeah, he's still mining a lot of gas. So either we'll see the early lair, but I feel... Well, he's still making a lot of drones, so I don't feel he wants to go completely all in. He could, though, if he wants to. Okay, no, he's not going to. Just to prove me wrong, we see the lair going down. Usually that's how it is. And I think Winter will just get the lair as well and then get his three gases down. Right now we see a Evo Chamber for Goldhead, so he might want to go into Roaches +1 very, very quickly as well, trying to get ahead in those upgrades, but being a bit greedy here, I think.
Yeah, for Winter, those 3 gases are coming down there together with the lair as well. Additional gases for Goldhead as well, and there's that Roach Warren. So, well, Mutus for Winter?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Mutus, and Winter's Muta control versus Roaches is kind of notorious. But I feel also, I mean, we've been hyping Winter a lot, but I have to say Goldhead showed some really impressive stuff versus White Phoenix earlier today.
Well, it did as well show some really impressive stuff against Winter, and it really was ahead in that last game. Yeah, last game especially. So he showed us that he's really able to take these games as well.
Yeah.
The question is what he wants to do with these Roaches. He's got +1 attack going on, coming here in the speed as well.
He kind of has to hit a timing before the Mutas come out. The Spy takes a lot of time to finish up, and this is when Winter usually needs to put down a few Spine Cores, be defensive. When you get the Roaches earlier, you can make sure you get your 3rd base because nothing can kill it. The Mutas aren't out yet, and you can push if you want to, or just be happy with the 3rd base. Of course, now there is no creep spread, meaning that Goldhead can't make Spore Cores at home and then just burn them right away in the 3rd. And look at this Winter. He's already on top of it with 2 links, and he will shut this drone down. Very, very beautiful.
Yeah, Winter playing his opponents and reading them perfectly as usual. So it's very simple for him to scout out that timing. It was coming and try to chase down that worker and delay the 3rd as much as possible, of course. Now 6 Roaches coming up. That +1 is about to start finishing. Hydroden coming down here as well. So Goldhead is looking like he wants to start putting some pressure on.
Although Winter making 28 links, and he's going to kill the 3rd. No cancel either. Wow, Goldhead, that was a big mistake. And Winter, this is actually all he needs to do. He doesn't need to kill his opponent. This is not all in. This is not even sacrificing a lot of eco. He's getting up his own 3rd and keeping Goldhead back as...
And he's just dancing with those Zerglings. He's taunting Goldhead right now, and obviously it's working. No cancel of that 3rd.
Yeah.
I think he's... it's gotta be a little bit tricky playing against the Winter, who's looking so confident and is up 2 games as well. So easy to make mistakes at this position. And, well, Winter, of course he can afford to make those links. He's going for Mutas. He just wants the gas.
Yeah, and he's going to be on Link Muta anyway, so he can just save those links for later.
Yeah.
And of course this buys him the entire map dominance, and it keeps Goldhead from getting a 3rd for such a long time. Now Winter can just do whatever he feels like, and behind this you see the Roach Warren and the Evo. What he's doing is a very cool thing where you get between 8 and 12 Mutas. Now he's going to up to 11 it seems, and he controls the map with this while getting his own Roaches, meaning he's going to be on Roach versus Roach. but in this case versus Roach Hydra, but on one more base.
But on one more base. And that extra base, well, all his bases belong to himself, and they're one more. So you know what you got to say about that. As my good friend Swade said here in the cast earlier, you know, even if you're just a little bit ahead, it's still a little bit, and you're still ahead.
Indeed, that's exactly how it works here. And I love these really neat builds. This is not something simple. This is not something you just do like roaches or mutas. This is, I go for Lings to shut down the third, I go into Ling Muta, then use those mutas to control the map and go into Roach, and then maybe in Roach Hydra. So very beautiful.
Very beautiful and very well controlled games. And I remember, you know, earlier memories of just watching an interview with Day 9, him talking about early StarCraft Brood War when him playing, when he very early on in the game figured, oh, I'm just 6 transitions away from winning this game. Yeah. And I knew that he was going to win. He knows exactly how to orchestrate the whole journey up till there. And Winter knows it as well, of course. And this being this far into the game, and oh my God, aren't we beautiful on top of that UniSL sign. Hello, everyone. And well, being this far into StarCraft, people are really starting to figure this game out, and the level has increased dramatically. So all these transitions, very well thought out and perfect. But here we go. The Mute is coming in here to try to poke, but the Hydras will of course chase them away right away. So that third base is coming up finally.
Indeed, but Winter with a lot of Lings, and he made so many roaches
as well.
Yeah, he has 28 roaches, and right at goal, that's only 15 Hydras. That's not enough, and here comes Winter. He's looking to close it out. Right now, up 80 supply, and this is just devastating and brutal. Not even Game of Thrones could do this.
No. The engagements are impeccable by Winter, and a very quick GG from Goldhead. He just ran straight in there. He split off his Zerglings to take care of some of the fire being a buffer for the Hydralisks, chasing down the lone Hydralisks, just trying to pick those off so he could pick off the Roaches after that. His decision-making, it's split second and perfect.
Yeah, and I'd say Goldhead, a really formidable opponent, but it just wasn't enough. And it seems like we have, this time for real, Winter in the finals.
There you are, 3-0 Winter, moving into the finals, and is going to meet Madalisk or Mekar, depending on who's going to prevail from the next semi-finals match, and that's going to be very interesting as well. A lot of people have stated that Mekar looking very strong, and Mada as well herself said that she's not quite sure that she will be able to beat him.
He's very hard. I think also, from everyone I talked to, he seems to be either him or Winter seems to be the one they fear the most, almost.
Yeah, they fear the most. And Winter, of course, throughout the series up till now, he's lost... Wait, how many laps? He lost one map.
Yeah, one map so far. And that was
the quarterfinals.
The quarterfinals, yeah.
So Winter has a close to 100% win rate. It was interesting to look at the statistics for the other ones trying to match up win rates. And, you know, just you look at Winter and you say, overall win rate, 100%. You're like, I don't need to take a look at that.
Like, which one is you strong, like, which race are you strong against? Like, everything. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I had to say, though, I actually believe a bit in Madalisk. Looking at her games versus Scylla, I have some hopes for her versus Mekar, because Mekar, even though he's really, really good, Scylla's no pushover, and Madalisk almost made it look easy in some engagements. Like, she has some really strong engagements at times.
She does. She's a very good player, of course. And
absolutely.
She's looking very laid back and rested today. So I'm actually thinking, I stated that as well, that I think Madalisk could make her a real run for his money. Yeah. And as well, she's not going to be Mekar, of course. He doesn't leave any room for engagement error. If you make one bad engagement, he's going to annihilate your army, and he's going to move forward. But I think Madalisk could be careful enough.
I think so as well. As we did see with Mekar before, he's a bit hesitant when it comes to whether he should engage or defend at home. Yeah. So he does still have a few weak spots Madalisk can use.
And you saw Mekar versus Sergei. He was actually behind.
He was behind. He was almost losing that game, but he managed to hold on. And in the late game, that's his biggest strength, I feel. Yeah. And that's when he gets scary. And I even think, even though we have some really good Sergs here today, I feel both Madalisk and Winter will have a really hard time dealing with his late game. So really watch out for Mecker's late game.
I think so as well. Especially Winter, I think, will want to be aggressive against Mecker in that sense. Mecker has as well, you know, he's been behind. He was behind in 2 games well against Prospect, and still he just, with small engagement victories everywhere, with harassment everywhere, he just when he gets into his zone and gets into the late game position, he's a very solid position. And there's so many players who are very good in the early game, but then start lacking, start dropping small engagements and things like these, and this is really, of course, what differs the absolute pros from the other players. It's basically game and experience, you might say.
Absolutely. And I think we're about to leave it over to the couch, so let's go over to the interview with Winter and Goldhead.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Fubar, and here's Snell, and we are back in the cozy casting couch. Cozy casting couch. That's hard to say.
Or the cozy couch, anyway.
And this time we are here with Winter and Goldhead, who just had a nice CVC. Let's start with congratulating Winter. A 3-0 victory. How do you feel after this match?
I felt good, like all my plans just went completely right. But in the first game I didn't get to show my ultra, so...
Because you had an idea before going into the games, right?
Yeah, of course.
That is...
And everything just went completely right. But I wasn't unsure if I was supposed to do the build I did in the second game, but I thought that he's probably not going to all-in me, so it's going to work. It was a really greedy build.
Yeah, it was the first game.
No, in the second game.
In the second game? Yeah, okay. Yeah, those are really good. I have a word for these interviews. Do you want to hear it? Winterview. Yeah,
so
and that's
bad. It just had to be done, right?
It had to be done, right?
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the first game there. It was a pretty straightforward game, I feel. Do you have anything special to add about that game?
No, it was really straightforward. I was able to deny his third base, and then he denied his, and it didn't work.
Goldhead, do you have anything to say about the game?
Yeah, I tried an all-in, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I have one question for you. Like, when did you decide to make that the lane bane aggression in the first map?
I wanted to scout in and see if he didn't go gasless, then I was gonna try it out, put some pressure on him, make him play safe in the rest of the series.
Okay, cool.
Fun thing. That build, I used to do that build like every day, like the only build I did in CVC on ladder before. So I knew kind of how to defend it.
So you kind of know that?
Yeah.
Right. Okay then. Well, that's just bad luck then.
How good did it feel to like explode? I think it was 6 banes or something with your 2 banes. You know, when you make that defense,
it's so dangerous running uphill with your stuff. Like.
Yeah, it feels great, but like as long as you put down like 2 spines and don't lose like too many drones, you're fine anyway. So it was all good.
Yeah, for sure. And then we went on to Overgrowth. Who picked that map?
Me.
Yeah, did you have any special reason to pick that map?
No, it's good map overall.
Yeah, of course it's a little bit different CVC. Like you can't have that map. Oh, this is Super Surg favored in CVC. But of course you can pick somewhat with the plan behind it. That was the most close of the 3 games, and you actually seemed ahead sometimes. You had some really nice engagement. Were you ever confident in that game, or did you ever think like, all right, I might win this?
I felt like it was very even, so I didn't really know what to do, and I felt I had to defend. I know he's better than me, so I knew that he would try to like counterattack and stuff like that, and didn't want to risk it because I didn't want to risk going out and on the map, so he could counterattack me, and
Yeah, because something happened in the macro that game where after like the first huge engagement, Winter ended up with a lot of minerals and you ended up with a lot of gas. So Winter could resupply and you were like floating 1500 gas or so. What happened?
I don't know, my gas timings, or I took too many gas, I think, and and he took the gold base too. And I saw it kind of too late, I think.
Yeah, and I noticed in the later part of that game, you actually had like 74 workers or something, and that's pretty high in a CVC, especially like Roach Hydra, and I think it's very hard to win engagement with that many drones.
But there's like 2 times in that game that Winter managed to scout you from the towers. The first time he was moving down the right side with his Hydras and his Roaches, and you were trying to flank him with Banelings coming from behind. And you saw the Banelings, right, rolling right? So you backed right out?
Yeah, I saw him come with the banelings and stuff, and then when he wanted to go like around to attack my gold base, I saw him going around, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna engage his army because I have more units, you know.
Yeah, that was the second time, but then you almost died with everything anyways.
Oh yeah,
because
but
that
it was
like,
fine because it was on my turf.
yeah,
so
because
I
you could
just
resupply very fast anyways.
Like, if you think about it, if I would have attacked the whole army, I would die even worse.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So it was the best engagement I could get.
But I thought that you were gonna like, because he ran away with like a third of his army, so I thought that you were gonna crush the remaining army, but it didn't somehow. But
no,
like,
no,
I didn't understand that at all. I was like, okay, what happened now? And the second army came back from behind, like their spies and everything, and still all of you guys died.
Yeah.
I don't have any comments on that. That was just.
I have a question for you, Goldhead. Do you usually add in Banelings? Because I know like Bane Roach is pretty strong against Roach Hydra. Was it a conscious decision, or you just feel like, Banes could be good here?
Yeah, I usually do like a Roach Baneling with speed Banelings. It's really strong, like one big attack, and if you crush their army, they can't like get a big army together. You just go between their bases and kill any reinforcements. So it's like really good if you want to crush an army one time. And I wanted to crush his army, and I also saw he's had a lot of Hydras, which are.
Winter, did you expect the Banelings?
No, because usually you don't go Roach Hydra and Baneling. Usually go use Roach Baneling or Roach Hydra usually. Yeah. So it took my bit of card, and I only have one investor, so it's kind of screwed in that way. But
you got kind of a good fungal there. You got like half.
Well, it wasn't in range.
But they connected.
I clicked on it when.
Yeah, but Infector was kind of far away.
Yeah.
You're stuck behind the units. After the second game, your friend Defur, who also won the Gamma tournament yesterday, walked into the booth. Did he give you some good advice or something?
He told me to stay calm, play my game that I played well in game 2, so I should keep at it.
Yeah, cool. All right, so we moved on to game 3, which was on Frost. And if I remember correctly, looking at my sheet notes, I think both of you went for 15 pool, right? Were any of you, let's start with Winter, were you afraid of it all in?
Yeah, of course. I was like, no, I'm not going to lose to that.
Were you going to all in?
I was thinking about it, thinking about doing the 10 pool speed lane, but then I thought, no, I have to play standard, I can win. But then the Muras came.
Yeah, the last game it reminded me of the first game, of course. It was a pretty standard game, and you evenly went into roaches faster. Like it was just a straight-up game. Do you have anything to comment on that game?
I wonder more. What was your like counter to Mutas? Because you seem lost in the third game and the first game when the Mutas come. You didn't really have anything to go against it. Because usually you either like move out or you have like take the third base really early. So it's kind of wonder what was you thinking there?
Yeah, I'm pretty bad against Mutas. That's my like biggest weakness in CVC. Haven't practiced much against Mutas. There isn't that many on ladder, so yeah, I'm pretty weak against it. I try to go with Leicester and make queens, but it's hard.
Good thing is they didn't say that before the games, though. Okay.
Well, yeah, all right then. That was all the games. So congratulations once more to winner here, and you're going to be in the finals. Who do you want to face off against, Mekar or Madelisk?
I don't know. Like the funny thing with if Mekar wins, it would be exactly the same like in the last finals. It would be.
No, what's that, Mekar really?
No, it was URC, but URC only played Zergs, you know, throughout the bracket and crushed them, and Mekar only plays Zergs right now. And maybe we'll crush him too, and then I'll meet him in the finals.
And you will crush him?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I hope it will be like that.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you're hoping for Mekar then?
Yes.
Okay. Is your CVP any good?
Yeah. Of course.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually saw your CVP before, and it looked strong. So.
Yeah.
Oh God. I only did builds I never done before, so. I haven't shown my builds yet.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some new cool stuff then.
Yeah. Also, today is May the 4th. So may the force be with you. I mean, you too. May the force be with all of you.
Yes, and with that being said, we are moving on to a 10-minute break with quiz. So don't go anywhere, join the quiz, and have a good time. See ya.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned now. We're back, University Star League, and I'm here with our other two semi-finalists. On my left, I have Madalisk here from Team Millennium. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
You look spectacular from down here.
Thanks.
And here on my right, I have Mr. Mecha from Team Property. You doing good as well?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Yeah, so you've made it this far, and it's going to be a best-of-5 series. Now, you did really well in your previous series, just showing looking really dominant there. Now, facing off against Mecha, he's a bit different in his style of play. How do you feel going up against him?
I think Mecha is a lot stronger than Xilla, and I played him before. We had one game that was like, okay, kind of even, but he beat me 2-0, so I think that he has an edge, definitely.
Okay, and how do you feel now going up against Madalisk? I mean, now, like, finding out that you
pretty confident going into it, after all. I beat a 2-0 in the group stages, online group stages earlier. And I hope I can keep my patience, and I should be able to pull out my victory here.
Yeah, do you have any builds prepared or anything?
Yeah, some secret ones.
Yeah, secret ones. And you?
I actually have nothing prepared, so I'm just going to go with the flow.
Yeah, I think that's like a good way to do things, you know, just like, yeah, I'm feeling a bit awkward here, you know, but standing in the middle of these two. But I'm not going to keep you guys for any longer, so I'm going to wish both of you best of luck. And so go take your seats. And
thanks.
You guys, enjoy the games. I'll throw it over to our casters.
All right, that's a tall order. No, I don't think I have any good David versus Goliath references here. I think I'm going to leave that out, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Madalisk deciding that, hey, I'm going to be as tall as that guy. I can beat him. Now, in-game, though, these are both very, very tall players to beat. And Mecha, of course, looking fantastic.
He's been playing really well so far.
Yeah, absolutely has. And Madalisk as well, of course, the winner of Season 1. And she was a little bit off last season, actually. She unfortunately had that tournament event came at the wrong...
Collided.
Collided. Thank you very much. I speak 3 languages. It's horrible. This is my 3rd language, actually. You wouldn't look at me that way, but it is. So it collided with I think esports SM and so forth. So she had a lot of not that much time to prepare since she was casting and so forth, and she had very little time to sleep. So she was a little off last season, but this season she's looking really laid back, confident. Look at that smile, having so much fun standing on that thing. So I'm really thinking this is going to be an even match, and I'm really hoping this would go all the way to Game 5.
We'll see. I mean, she did it very well with Scylla, but we'll come back to that later because here we have our first player. His name is Alexander Johnson. He's right now attending to Uppsala University. He is playing as a pros, and he's from Uppsala, and he goes by the name of Mecha.
Yes, and his opponent is going to be, of course, the winner of Season 1, Madeleine Leander, Stockholm University Mathematics Doctorate, and she is playing Zerg, that is Madalisk. And, well, with that, let's, I think, throw ourselves right into game number 1. You don't want to watch us, we want to watch StarCraft for reals. Indeed. And the first, and I'm going to introduce him because I play Protoss. Finally, a Protoss I get to cast up here in the top right corner, looking really strong. The question is, can he beat the Season 1 champion? It is Team Property's Mekar.
Yeah, and he has quite an audience on his side, but let's give it up for the blue Zerg player, the female world champion and University Season 1 champion. It's Madalisk.
Motherkill.
Oh, yes.
She's going to have one of those, I think.
So,
smashing him.
What do you think about CVP? Like your own opinion. Do you like it? It's a very special matchup.
It's a very special matchup. I actually like CVP. As a Protoss player, it's funny because, you know, this game, it does give you, sometimes when you play a lot of StarCraft, you forget that it's a game and it's supposed to give you a feeling, and the music in the game, you know, along with all the graphics and everything, it's supposed to feel like you're in space actually fighting things. And when you watch and play much StarCraft, they just become units and numbers and things to you.
Yeah.
So I think this is really matchup as a Protoss player where you really feel like you are in space fighting an alien race who can run you over from any direction at any second. So you're just walling yourself into the base. You're putting units out there saying, stick together, man.
Yes.
They're coming from every direction. Force field here. So, you know, I really like the matchup because it's scary, and I like that.
It's kind of the end of Wings of Liberty, you know, the campaign where you had to hold on for ages.
And just Zerg coming from every direction.
Yeah.
So I like it because it gives me a nice flavor of playing the game. And when you manage to, it gives you that feeling, an intensely satisfying feeling when you're winning it. But you know, and out of a technical point of view, I think it's been a little too much Immortal Sentry.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a lot of it. And the thing is, it's very effective, but some people, like Teffel, for instance, right now in the European scene, have been so effective in just shutting it down, and suddenly it just doesn't look as strong. So we'll see. So far, Madeli's going without the gas. We'll see when she chooses to add it in, because this is quite a delayed gas, to be honest. Of course, you can just add on later if you're secure with yourself, but basically, the later you get the gas, the easier it is for those cells' pressure timings. But she's going to have a bit more eco because of it.
Yeah, of course, and there's a gateway expansion, so nothing too fancy, and actually gateway on the high ground, everything. So, yeah, Mecha just wanted to be pretty safe. Interesting placement of that gateway actually up there. So, and the gas is coming down for him as of right now, and as you stated, yeah, here's a gas for Madelisk. So plenty of queens early on.
Indeed, and basically right now she's going to make something very sneaky
wow.
here. She is going to get that gold base, and as long as Mecha doesn't scout this, that could actually give her a huge advantage in this best of 5.
And the question is, do you scout that? Would you?
No,
I really wouldn't scout that.
Well, I'm kind of paranoid, so maybe I would. I'm like really paranoid,
would. Yeah, so she's feeling, well, what does this say? Does this say that she's not feeling confident against Mecha? I think that is what it's actually implying. She's thinking, look at her, she's a little bit paranoid going, don't scout it, don't scout it, don't scout it, not scouting it.
Yeah, and right now Mecha's Mothership Core is very close to it, and that link kind of comes from that direction, so we'll see though. She kind of has to divert him away from it, but
yeah.
The thing is, there are two ways he can scout it. Either he just scouts it right off the bat, like he couldn't right now, and oh my god, is he going to? We'll
see. He's going to up there, he's going to put a pylon here somewhere, so I'm thinking he's going to see it. Here's that Mothership Core.
And he sees it!
He scouts it.
My god.
And he's like, yep, okay, there's you see him nod his head there, he's like, yep, expansion. And that is, oh, that's not fun for Mother really at all.
No.
It was a huge risk actually taking that. And now, as I was getting into, does that mean that she feels like she would need that because she feels in a disadvantage against Mecha?
I would actually almost want to say that. And right now, backing up even Paladin is Mecha, and he's just going to warp in here. Basically, first thing he does, throws down a Paladin and says, this is going down. This is not going to survive.
This cannot get up. And of course, backs out that Zealot into the choke point, and wow, nice warping, keeping him from a surround there. More Zealots coming down, and I don't see Mother really holding on to this.
We'll see though. Mecha right now is focusing down the links, meaning that it will be harder for him to focus down the hatchery, and of course, eventually the links will kind of overpower. But of course, he can just keep on warping in, and look at that, still holding strong is Mecha.
Yeah,
and
new warp-ins coming in there as well, and yeah, he's losing those Zealots, and those Zerglings keep streaming in, and actually that Queen is going to take out the Mothership Core even, so whoa! This is not looking like a good engagement for Mechar.
Well, actually, what's happening right now is Maddie is not making a single drone. So she's losing so many workers at this point. So even though she may save this hatchery for now, I don't know. Like I like the fact that she gets the gold base, because she's going to be able to be so eco heavy with this.
Yeah.
But of course now she's going to be so far behind in drone that it kind of means that she, for some time now, will be really far behind.
Yeah, she will for a little bit of time, but once that gold base kicks in, as you stated, of course, she's going to pick it up as well. But yeah, as you're stating, 10 workers behind as of right now. She's trying to do a push here, getting some poke on the second base of Mecha, but with those sentries with force fields there, it's not going to get in there. And at the same time, ooh, an Oracle pressuring here.
Yeah, some very nice Oracle harassment by Mecha. That could have killed a lot more drones than it just did. It got 5, which is... You might not think it's a big deal, but to be honest, that was a huge deal in this game, because mana is still very low on drones, and every drone from this point on counts.
It does. The Mecha is still ahead in the worker count. 7 up right now. He's going to kill this pylon and finally start mining from that gold base. But those oracles on the map, and so far in between these bases, it's possible that he will just wants to start putting on a lot of pressure, and it's going to be quite hard for Mada to stay, hold on to a base this far out.
Yeah, and that queen is certainly going down, and right now he's even whooping in. The whooping paladin wasn't killed. That's a big misstep from Madde, and right now that oracle is going to kill so many lings. The second oracle coming in again, and that paladin might go down. No, he won't. So he will be able to kind of shut down this base very easily here.
Yeah, of course, they're running out of energy, are these oracles, so when that spore collar popping up, well, she has some defense, but that's not enough. There's still 2 zealots hacking away, and there's nothing he can do. She can do quick enough to kill them, and that base is going down. Wow.
And this was the end goal of Mecha. He just needed to get that base down, and so he did. Right now, the Void Race on the way for him. He's getting a very strong fleet, a second Stargate on the way. So we're going to see some really heavy Atos come out of him. A very nice late game kind of play here from Mecha so far. It seems with a charge on the way and +1, a very strong composition. And he's playing for the late game so far ahead. Just look at that supply, look at the worker difference. Everything is going the way on Mecha right now. And Madde, she's getting her Hydralisk done. She's getting her Infestation Pit. And I don't know, it feels kind of like she's freaking out at this point.
Yeah, it does. What is she going to do with these? What's the composition Mecha is going for? What do you think?
It's kind of a death ball composition.
Yeah.
With a charge and +1, you'll really just tear through any kind of Hydralisk or Ling or anything like that. And that's exactly the kind of counter composition to these Void Rays and Oracles. Of course, the Oracles will more to just harass, but they will be really strong against Lings as well. And here comes a ton of Lings, but they won't be able to do anything really, just looking for that third base. And Mecha right now will turtle up. He will be behind the supply after some time, since Matt is just getting a lot of stuff, basically.
Yeah.
But he will get his third very securely and have an almost impossible to crush army.
Yeah, he will, and that's the problem with the Zerg here as well. From Madelisk's side, what she would really need to have been doing from a while back was to power up on economy, but you can't really do that because the Protoss will scout you. In that case, you have no defenses whatsoever. Indeed. And even if he manages to deal that much damage that early on, I mean, still, we're so pretty on top of that complete logo. Hello, everyone. But even, you know, if she has no defenses whatsoever, even with the small forces of Mecha, he can be able to put on pressure and keep you down. So Mecha, as you're stating, just in a very comfortable position. And Madde, well, what would you do in her case? Here?
Well, she's getting up the hive right now, so that is a great answer to this, since both Vipers can shut down any kind of Colossus play, but let's see how much she scouted, because she hasn't scouted really the tech of her opponents. She saw the Twilight, but she hasn't seen all these Stargates and the Temple Archives, and with a Storm on the way, basically her units would be close to worthless, since they're mainly Lings and Hydras. So I think she's trying to go for kind of counter Stargate composition, which is exactly what Mecha wants her to do.
Yeah, so Mecha is firm control of this game, walling in his third base there, of course, with additional gateways and cannons even. So it's going to be very hard for her to do anything of that. Well, if she's got anything going for her, she's got the gold base, but it's not very saturated, unfortunately.
No, it really isn't, and here comes an Oracle. Of course, it will be shut down, but he does get the revelation off, so he will now see exactly what's going on with the main part of the army of Mecha. Now, Madelisk, she has a few options she can do, and well, I guess the Vipers is still decent, but of course they're always okay. Yeah. But versus this army, they don't really have a function. They're always okay, but they don't have a key function. They can't really bait out those they can't fish out those Colossus. The Voiders are way too many to just fish out as well. The Blind Clan won't do anything because it doesn't affect air. Versus Mecha's army, you just need Fungals, Hydras, and Swarm Hosts. You need to be Turtle, and you need to have a Lost Active Defense. That's the best way I see it. It's kind of going Snoot mode almost.
Yeah, and well, she knows Snoot's playstyle very well, so she could very well copy that if she really saw what was coming. But the question is, do you really get to all that tech? Mecha is not going to let her do that. So the question is she trying to run for some sort of middle ground here, meeting Mecha halfway up the tech threes? She's really should be able to think for late game. And here he goes, up in with the Hydras. And wow, these storms are decimating the Hydras. All those Zealots are charging in, they're killing everything off, and it doesn't matter. Those force fields were actually, well, they were very good from the beginning, and then working to get towards him a little bit. But with all those Void Rays in the back and the Zealots in the front, this is so strong. And I don't think Madde is going to be able to hold on here during the first game.
I don't think so either. Those storms, as you say, were so strong. And Madde, even though she tried very well, she's taking so much damage. Another storm kind of hurting his own units, but still very well worth it. And GG from Madde. Mecha takes the first one.
Wow, and Madalisk feeling like she's on the downside here, and actually that could be her downfall as a player. She really has a bit of a problem thinking that when she's really below, she does not play the best. Other players, there are players that are really good in disadvantaged positions, but Madalisk can actually be thrown off a little bit, and she felt like she needed the advantage, needed to take the risk with that gold base, and of course it was scouted unfortunately for her, which put her at a deficit, was not able to come back from in that game.
Yeah, that was a bit too much of a disadvantage, but I feel she kind of held on for enough time
She did.
to prove that she's just not a pushover. You can't just, because if that was anyone else, then Madde or Winter, I feel, at this point in the game. Maybe Golden as well, because he also made it very far and he's a really good player. But if you had anyone below this kind of skill level, you would just get rolled over right away. And she still put on a really strong fight, I feel.
Yeah, she really put up. Die slowly is always a good advice.
Yeah, die
course.
slowly.
Yeah, and as he stated, she would have needed to get up to a pretty tech-heavy army composition to be able to deal with that. Probably get a lot of infestors out, and it's always hard to find your window to get those infestors in that position. Actually, she took that gold base again. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, I do, because after we see Mecha killing it, there's not really a lot that can kill it afterwards, because as soon as she gets her troops out, as you can see, she got, what was it, 30 links to kill those 2 extra cells, just killing the base.
And
After that,
so many Hydralisks as well there, So that's true. And actually, let's not talk too much about game number 1. We have game number 2 on our hands, so let's jump into it. And I'm going to start by introducing the Protoss player again. Up 1 game, showing us some really strong gameplay. Let's see if this match will be closer. It is Properties Maker.
And,
go ahead.
And his opponent in the top left right now, down 1 game. She needs your support. She's also known as the Queen of Blades. She's known as Madalisk. There we go. That's the show we want to hear.
You got a lot more support out of that. I don't know if it was you or Madalisk getting a lot.
I think it's Madalisk.
I do know she has a lot of supporters in the room, sitting there watching her play. And Habitation Station. I like this map. I do, because I like the possibility, and if there's a possibility to take a gold base, then this is the one. Overgrowth is actually not the map you usually see that happening on. So do you think we're going to see any gold action throughout this game?
Depends on how far we get, I feel. As a third base, actually, we've seen a few pros, very interesting enough, in high level.
We have, even in Code S, actually.
Yeah, get that as a natural. Very, very interesting play. Very interesting play. But I feel Mecha, since he loves his late game, as you could see now that he was very late with getting his third, very secure, I feel he's kind of like Rain. He wants to make sure that he will not die to anything and always get the late game. But what do we see for Madalisk?
Yeah, as we talk about that, we see her taking the gold base again. And I don't know if Mecha, do you expect this or do you not expect this? Well, I would actually say that I'm expecting her to take it. I think it's a pretty strong move to do as a third player. And as a Protoss, well, what do you do against this? The problem is many people feel like they need to rush and try to deal damage as quickly as possible, whereas that's not really possible. As soon as that mineral intake kicks in, she's going to be able to produce so many links that it's going to be hard to put on any early pressure. So quick expansion, I think, and then try to hit 2-base timing.
I think, either because of that, you want to attack this either before the mineral kicks in, so you have to do a really early gateway, and it's really hard after you scout it this late. But now, of course, Mecha will see the drone pool, so he knows kind of what's going on.
Yes.
And Madalisk, of course, being very safe with this, getting the speed. So, as you say, I think you have to attack before the third base kicks in. So you have to try to somehow ignore the fact that Maddie will get a really nice eco lead because of this, and see what can you do with the location.
And actually what he does is he takes a quick base himself and decides, well, if you're going to have a gold, I'm going to have a gold. You shall not gold alone.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Very nice here from Mecha. I love this choice, actually, because even though Madder will have a chance to kind of try to attack into this, it's very hard because of the small ramp up to this gold, and I feel that's the strength of Habitation Station. And as you said, this is a base which is very easy to take as a third, and still decent enough to take as a natural. So this is something absolutely the Mecha can do, and if he wants to go for Forge, that would be a perfect way to wall it off with, as he can cannon behind it and get his +1.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see these games and see what they do, because I like this map. It throws off the meta a bit. You have to play this map for what it is. It's a completely different thing. All your timings when you have a gold base as your second or third, even just a very viable natural, are completely thrown off.
And right now, Malice wants to just scout off here a bit with the Zerglings, and she kind of understands, I feel, that there should be a third here. She doesn't scout it right away, but she should know by the fact that there are units right there. She sees a pylon. She should know.
It's a huge tell that they're defending it.
Yeah, exactly. Like something's defending third base. It should be something there. She does kill the probe though, and it should get the pylon, I think. No, actually, no, it won't. So she will actually just damage the pylon. She wants to make sure she can't get attacked. And 14 links on the way, she'll be very, very safe. While Mecha, he's getting ready for more of a pressure, more of a safe build here, Phil.
Yeah, more of a safe build. It just wants to put off the pressure, of course make her produce units, overcommit a little bit if possible. And well, she's only at 28 workers to the 26 of Maker, so actually he's done a pretty good job with that.
Yeah, although of course that gold base does give you a lot of mineral income. A lot of mineral income.
It does, and she's had it up a lot longer than Maker has had his up. Actually, talking about defending the third base, it would be such a pimp build to fake you've taken the third base and like put units there and start defending it and then pushing or something like that.
And then your opponent just attacks your natural and you're like, oh, crap.
Oh, damn it. Didn't work. Worth it though. So a lot of zealots moving in here from Maker. I'm not sure with all those. Well, if he manages to tuck those into a corner, he can do a lot of damage on that on those Zerglings. But the question is, in that case, will the Zerglings attack them? It'll be hard for him to really sneak them in there and deal a lot of damage. There are roaches coming out onto the field, and behind this he's creating a Twilight Council behind there.
Indeed, and I feel with the Twilight he can do some very interesting plays here, especially since he doesn't have the Forge yet. So I'm thinking something like a Blink play, maybe just get charged really early with all these cells attacking right into the third. That's way too many.
These are way too many, and they get a really nice choke on the ramp. They're getting stopping all the Zerglings from getting us around them, so they got a lot of extra free damage in here. There's a lot of Zerglings though coming up the ramp for Maker, and that one sentry is not. Is it force fielding right now? No, they're getting through actually. So even though he's dealing quite a lot of damage, there's roaches enough to clean that up. But in the main, actually, he's going to lose a lot of workers.
Some really good trading here for Madalisk. She's going to kill so many workers. Oh my god, the work count on Mecha. Down 16, 17, 18, 19, and do we go to the 22? Yes, we do. Even 23 workers killed. I'm just loving this. And even though Madalisk took a lot of beating here in her natural, so to say, the gold, she's so far ahead. Look at the stats.
It's absolutely brilliant. She lost very few workers there, and even though she lost a lot of other units, and oh my god, she gets through with Zerglings into the goal, and that's that.
That is the game.
Mecha just not being on top of his defense here for some reason. I don't know what happened there. Did that sentry not have any energy? I didn't see it.
I actually didn't pay attention to just the sentry, but I feel even though he had the sentry and even though he got a force field, it wouldn't have been enough because he sent so many cells out and he didn't have the warping capabilities to get even more defense down.
Yeah, exactly. And there was so many Zerglings at that position as well. So really well played by Madalisk, reading her opponent very well. And actually in this game she didn't take any risks, and she shows us that she can take straight up games. And that game experience really coming in there. Madalisk has been playing for a long time, reading that, well, even though you have a gold base, and even if it's a little hard to recalculate here, where you have to think about the extra income in minerals, you had a lot of zealots in my gold base here. And she left exactly the amount of units she needed there to defend it without losing units. So really well played by Madalisk, really strong play.
Absolutely, I just love that game. And kind of what's happened here, I feel, in the first game, we saw Mecha just playing to his strengths all the time and Madalisk trying to do something sneaky here, while in the second game, Madlisk, as you see on the picture right now, she's so happy about this. Oh, she's always so happy.
Yes.
Just look at that. But like the thing with Madlisk is that she's so good at making these odd things work as well. Like she got the goal base, and a lot of people usually are a bit thrown off by themselves by doing it because they basically just get into this position where they don't follow their own build order. They get way too many minerals. Do they add the early gases? What happened to my drone count? As I said, she was on very few drones.
Yeah.
So that's something we have to take into consideration. But
and it's nice to see her because earlier on in season 1 when we were playing, she was quite a comfortable player. She really wanted to stay within her zone, and when she was thrown off, she had a hard time. She could have a hard time handling that. So it's nice to see her really improving on her lacking parts and really being able to adapt to situations in a completely different way. So she's really growing as a player.
Absolutely, and I hope we do see a lot more of her. But of course, we are getting ready for the next game.
Yeah, we can see more of her right now, actually.
Yes, we can. So that is going to be great, and it's going to be on Way Station, a 2-player map. It can be either very far apart or very close.
Yeah. So what do we do here? Do you think we're gonna? I asked the last one. Just throw into the game here and introduce these and then continue that train of thought. I'll start with the Protoss player as usual. I want to have him because I'm a Protoss. You're a Zerg. This is perfect.
You're biased.
I am biased.
What? A biased caster.
No,
Kick him out.
Yes.
Admin.
Remove him. I'm the one deciding the casters, so no, I won't be removed.
Damn it.
Up here in the top left, in the long position from his opponent this time, it is Properties Protoss player Mekar.
Oh yeah, that was quite a few fans.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for the second player though. In the bottom right, on Way Station, as a Busak playing for Millennium. Give it up for Madlisk. Yeah, that was quite a few.
Still, she has a few woo people. Maker has no woo people.
Yeah, that's true.
The question is,
she has two really loud friends though, I heard in the audience.
I know exactly who they are. Find them and I will hunt them down. I will, no. It's nice to have, the question is, she has, no, I will not hunt them down. Guys, I like you, don't worry about it. You can still sit there, chill out. I'm not that dangerous. I'm a very short and small man. It's not, it's not that dangerous. Anyway, yeah, I stated, they're woo fans. You know, these going, woo! And I'm not sure if she's better off with them or without woo fans.
Don't you like Woo fans?
I don't like Woo fans. Well, I like those two Woo fans, but I don't like the other Woo fans.
You don't?
The Woo fans clan ain't nothing to do.
Well, to be honest, I actually like wooing a bit sometimes. Like when you have to go completely kind of fanboy mode, then you have to go like woo!
Like when Winter's playing.
No, no.
We fanned him a little, but you know him, so you know you can be a little biased.
No, not doing the cast. As soon as I'm done here, though, then I can be biased.
Then you can be fanboying him.
What I love, though, is when you see someone like Jaedong or Tage or someone that you really love seeing, that's when you can woo a bit. So that is something, of course. But I have to say, going back to the game, though.
Yes.
Way Station, do you like the close positions or the far position? Because this is almost like a full-player map. Diagonal positions.
I like it here. In this case, I do like the far-off positions, but it gives us a macro game. A lot of potential for a macro game. It's really hard to make any pushes right off there. I don't know. I haven't seen any too good games in the close positions. Have you?
Well, I don't know. Good. Like not a lot of good macro games. No longer macro games. Usually just really quick ones. Yeah.
Yeah, in the close position.
And I want to see long macro games in this series.
Yeah,
because,
me too. So I like this.
Yeah, because I like the Madlisk. She has, even though it seems like Mecha is has the strongest engagement usually, it feels like Madlisk has some really good decision making.
Yes, it does.
Well, Mecha's late game is amazing. So I want to see mid to late game really aggressive. Even though I feel still though whoever faces Mecha in the late game is probably going to just lose straight ahead almost, unless you've done damage before. But I feel though if Madlisk goes in the mid game and does damage.
And she's really good at just executing a perfect build of some sort, doing pushes at specific timings, 2-3 bases. She's always been really good at that, so I'm thinking that's possibly something we're going to see out of her. And Zergling making it right into the main of Mecha, so she knows exactly what's going on. She sees the gas there. She's going to see the second gas as well, and she knows the expansion is coming down.
And what I love on this map, well, actually no. As a caster, I love it. As a player, I hate it. It's the third base location here from Madness, as you see. It's very odd. It's very hard to hold. You can't spread creep too easily.
No.
It's in a very odd position. As well as, like, when you defend it, you're in the, like, where's it? Low ground. That's what I hate about it. You defend in the low ground. What's with that?
What's up with that?
Yeah, come on, Blizzard.
Yeah, come on, Blizzard. Think about this. And as well, since it's so far off, it's really it's very against the Terran player. It's horrible because they can keep dropping you.
It's almost like they don't want us to go 3 hatch before pool. I don't get this.
I don't understand. Why would you not want Zerg players to play very slow and uninterestingly?
Exactly. Swarm is amazing, right?
Yeah.
I thought everyone loved them.
It's true. It's true, though. We get to talk about Pokemon and stuff like that when you have 3 hatches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so here's the proxy pylon as well for Maker. And what do we think he's doing from this? Is he going to put down some pressure? 3 gates?
Well, he has 3 gates. So what he can do of 3 gates is just whooping in a lot of zealots and try to make sure to do damage to Madlisk. Her Roach Run is kind of delayed. So that means the cells will be very effective for some short amount of time. But of course, since he doesn't have 4 gates, he won't be shutting down many bases. He won't be doing some super heavy aggression.
No.
This is more just, you can poke if you want to, you don't have to, and you still have enough to hold any kind of all-in, and of course just to wall off your natural.
Yeah, and of course he's got that mothership core out there, so he's going to be able to put on some pressure. He's going to get to recall if he likes to do that. And his Forge just finishing up, so let's see what he wants to do that. Modelisk on the other side. She's got an evolution chamber coming. The speed's about finished. 2 more gases, so she's about to kick into macro mode. And what do you think she's going to go for?
Going up to 3 gases, so it doesn't seem like she wants to rush anything super tech-wise, but of course she doesn't have way too many Zerglings, so let's get back to that thought in a second, because right now Mecha will maybe even shut this base down, as she just made 8 more drones.
Yeah,
she can make a lot of Zerglings. She has a lot, but I don't know.
I don't know either. There's so many zealots coming in here, and she just retreats.
Yeah.
She decides that she has to give that base up, and I think that's a very wise decision of her. There's Zerglings coming in here, at least trying to delay these zealots, and the zealots, well, will be wanting to. Actually, they turn around and take out those as well. Very nice micro by him. He turns 3 of those zealots around. The other 3 keep fighting the hatchery. And together with the Brewlings, trying to do as much damage to those zealots as possible.
Yeah, and she will clean it up, of course, losing a lot of drones doing so. And this is what I meant, that he can put on aggression, but not way too much.
One lone roach standing there.
Yeah, he's like, oh, guys, you should have waited for me. I could have kited them forever.
I was just born and now I'm homeless, man.
Yeah, oh, damn.
Yeah, that happens.
That is a bad way to be born, homeless already from birth.
It is, actually. And she made a lot of Zerglings there. She managed to take out those zealots, but was that worth it? Should she have gone for a little bit more economy, or is she happy with that 56?
Well, I mean, sure, it's a good number, but she wants more at this point in the game because she don't want to be droning right now. She wants to get units at this point. Her La is very late compared to where it's supposed to be, and she's getting a 4th base right now, so she's going completely crazy eco mode. You usually talk about how Zergs want to be 1 base ahead. Right now, she's trying to go 2 bases ahead, and this is where it gets really hard holding on. And of course, right now with the blink and +1 on the way from Mecha, he will have a really strong timing of 2 bases. He's getting up to 6 gates, and I think this might just be an all-in from him.
Yeah, it seems like it is, and he scouted that 4th base as well, so I know it's coming up. The question is for Modelisk, though. Many players create that 3rd or 4th base and only use it for larva, basically. So the question is that basically a macro hatch?
I think depending on what scouts, and ooh, nice.
Oh, really nice. She gets in there, snipes, gets a few Zerglings out as well. Nice cancel on that 3rd base.
Yeah, Mecha does get the cancel, of course, very, very important. Mecha, though, has a decent amount of probes, so I feel he wants to go for the Nexus here, of course. He went up to 6 gates, but he doesn't want to be all too aggressive with it. Of course, I thought he would just, throw down 2 more gates and go for it, but he can still kind of just get the +2 here. He has the blink, and he's getting the Immortals very, very strong. The problem here, I feel, though, is since he hasn't scouted too many roaches, I think he's kind of just assuming there'll be a lot of roaches, but Madlisk getting her
Carapace right now will kind of nullify the +1, and with so many links, I think she should be able to hold on for quite some time at least.
Yeah, and she's got an amazing amount of, as soon as that Spire finishes, she's got an amazing amount of potential mutas to come out there. And actually the Spire was scouted now, so Mecha knows what's coming, and those force fields are not going to help against the Mutalisks.
They're really not. Of course, the Guardian Shields do help a bit, but you need way more Stalkers than this. And here comes Mecha, though. He wants to shut this base down, and here we go. Will he be able to shut this down? I think he should be. Malice is not reacting, and there we go. Here comes the Ling army. That's a lot of force fields, though, and already pulling away the drones. Don't want to lose those, of course. And here, I think Malice should be trying to force the force fields. No, she's going for the counterattack.
She's going for the counterattack. She just says, well, I'm not going to be able to save that base anyway. She could have baited out a bunch of force fields, but she would have lost so many of those Lings, most probably. She wants to keep those for full engagement with the Mutalisks as well, since the Mutas alone are going to be able to check in. Wow! The recall home into the third base, saving that. The Zerglings did not even get there.
Wow, the recall is real, and basically Malice right now kind of standing here, not really knowing what to do with those Lings because they can't really do anything here. She's trying to get a few more drones out, just trying to survive at this point. Disappointing in the game where you say, oh, everything went wrong, what do I do? Well, Mutas are on the way into the main, and she does see the double Stargate, so these things will be very dangerous, but already the last second, whoa!
Wow, and not only does she see the double Stargate, she manages to shut them down. That Artosis pilot destroys everything, and she's dealing so much damage to these Stalkers. Even with the Blink upgrade, it's not enough, and the question is, how much damage is she going to be able to do? Because once you start losing those ground anti-air units, so those Mutalisks are just going to keep powering through, and so many sentries, so much energy going down.
And Malice gets in!
Wow!
The Lynx get into the natural, and Malice suddenly has a great engagement. Look at that, Immortal does nothing. Those Blink Stalkers not long for this world, and even though this will be cleaned up, that was a ton of damage, and look, the position Malice is in. The third is for her taking. Oh, this is a horrible position for Mecha.
Yeah, he just lost so many sentries with so much energy, and you'd really need those for the late games engagements against all those Lings. And right now the Lings, they're fighting very unfavorably against those Zealots, so she should just back out, regroup, and redo this. And she's really somewhat more of control of the pace of the game right now.
Yeah, and she did take some damage there, but of course the biggest problem for her right now are those 3 Phoenix at a time being produced from the triple Stargate of Mecha and Madalisk. She's going up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases, it seems, so she really needs that eco boom, but the problem is she needs more stuff. I don't really care what she gets, because anything right now is good against the composition of Mecha. Except for maybe Mutas, but right now she just needs more units.
Yeah, and she is right on top of that, producing Hydralisks and Roaches, and really nice transition behind this, knowing that she needs to get out of those Mutas and get into something else. And Roaches and Hydras, I'm not sure how well Mecha knows this, and she hasn't really shown those yet. A lot of Zerglings coming in here to try to clean up the Zealot pressure in the third base or fourth base, or whatever you would call it at this point. And, well, he knows now that there are Roaches. Wow! Another drop in the main, not doing any damage.
No, it's a really good micro from Madelisk, not losing a single Roach. That's a really good showing her multitasking at this point, and both being quite quick players, very, very decent here from both of them. And Madelisk, I have to say, she's not in a terrible position anymore. She did get her +2, so kind of nullifying all the upgrades of Mecha, and she's getting her own +1, and then it's a long time until the +3 of Mecha finishing up, so she's going to be in a decent position. And right now she has a ground army, which will be kind of okay against this amount of Phoenix. She needs more Hydras, though. We've seen way too many times where Phoenix can just obliterate Hydras.
Yeah, and if those Phoenixes can just get in there and pick up the Hydras, and after that it's a lot easier to clean this all up, of course. But 15 more Hydras in production. She decides to make that infestation pit as well, and wow, Mecha has really quick reactions, of course, so no further damage being taken by to those Phoenixes.
No, but some really good run-bys here by Mecha going into the fourth base and, the third base and the fifth base at the same time. Right now, Madly is just trying to hold on. She's trying to make sure she doesn't take too much damage, but she will lose this hatchery, no question about it. And she's going for the counterattack. She has a lot of Hydras right now. We don't have any Colossi out yet. The robotic space on the way, but it's way too late. And I feel Madlisk might just crush on through here because we don't have any decent composition for Mecha.
Yeah, so these Zealots are going to get a free reign on that third base, and Madelisk is going in there. Let's see if she can deal enough damage. This is a massive army from Mecha. So many Stalkers, though. And the question is, are those going to be enough? Wow, the Phoenixes are picking up a lot of Hydras, and the damage dealt by Mecha is insane, and his Blink Micro really good here as well.
Yeah, but it's going to be enough though. Madelisk right now trying to trade, but Mecha with some spectacular micro pulling up unit after unit after unit. And look at that, holding is Mecha, and Madelisk suddenly wondering what just happened. That was a gateway army with a few Phoenix. That shouldn't have happened.
And this is what we're seeing time and time again. Mecha against the third player who's well ahead in a good controlling position, just keeps harassing so well. Zealots everywhere, taking out bases, taking out workers, and in the end forcing the third player to an engagement which he completely crushes.
Indeed, Mecha's done such a good job with this. And right now, those Phoenix are shutting down every single Muta. No more Mutas on the field, and even pick up this Roaches. So annoying, and Madelisk can't really do anything to this. She needs those Hydras. She has 19, which will be enough to clean this up. But of course, she has to watch out because a few of them could get caught off here. Now trying to trap those Phoenix, and he's not paying attention.
Wow.
Mecha losing 3 Phoenix right off the bat. That's a big number, of course. And it seems like Madelisk trying to clinch her way back into this game. It's going to be very hard though, because Mecha trying to get up his fourth base. And when you have a pros on 8 gases, that's when things get scary.
That's when things get really scary. Of course, Madelisk has been on additional gases for quite a while, but she's going to need to grab another base soon here. And there's 2 gas geysers actually on one of them, the one to the left. So she has the possibility to just re-grab that one and start mining gas. But of course, yeah, Mecha is getting into a really good position. He just getting the income to create whatever army composition he wants to. And these Phoenixes are doing so much harassment damage.
And even though there's been so much harassment, I have to say both of them being very good at holding their drones and their workers away from trouble. Failed trying to run by attempt here by Mecha, but only 10 workers killed for Mecha and 13 for Madelisk. Not the biggest of deals, to be honest. I would actually expect something in the numbers of like 20 or 30.
Yeah, for some reason they're really at the same the worker count here. Of course, Madelisk would want to be a bit ahead to stay on track with Mecha. And she's producing Vipers now. Is that going to work?
Well, there's a lot of things right now, and of course with triple Stargate, it's very easy to get more of them. So it all depends. Will she engage, have those Hydras in the correct position, and be very quick and very micro-intensive with her Vipers? Absolutely. Will she show the Vipers, let Mecha get more Phoenix? Absolutely not. If she miscontrols, absolutely not. So I will say, if she does everything correctly, she should be okay. If she doesn't, those Vipers won't do anything in this game.
Yeah, and the problem is Mecha is so good at handling fights. He's so good at taking those engagements.
And he sees the Vipers.
Oh wow, he scouts those with the hallucinated Phoenix, and he knows exactly what's coming. This is going to be very tricky. He's got all his upgrades. He's actually working on shields right now, together with that Psy Storm, throwing in a bunch of High Templars in there, so even more splash damage. And they're going to be a lot harder to join than the Colossi.
Yeah, and of course, right now he's not getting any more of those Phoenix. He actually doesn't feel like getting more Phoenix. That's one of the answers, but the High Templars are much harder to actually focus down, and the feedbacks are so effective against the Vipers. So both Phoenix and High Templar against this, with Storm in just a second. That's, how many is that? There's 7 High Templars right now on field of him?
Yeah, and actually Ultralisk coming down for Madelisk, so both of them moving very high up in the tech tree, and she's going to try to, I guess, deal some damage here. A small roach force keeping the other units back while she's going to take out that fourth base. Well, she's going to manage to get it, but the question is what's going to happen when the Protoss army engages this.
I think Mana just has to run back as soon as possible. She has
but
to
she
run.
Can't.
Oh, she's too late.
She's too late, and they blink in, and so many force field here. You're yoinking out the Colossi, so the Colossus have been taken out, and there are so many Hydras here, but there's Storms dealing damage, and wow, she's moving in with the Hydras taking out, of course, the Immortals dealing no damage to them, and the question is, are they enough here?
It's enough of it.
It seems like they are enough, and actually blinks away.
Wow! Although those joining Stalks, I think, will be enough right now, but man is taking a wonderful engagement, absolutely spectacular engagement from Madlisk.
Yeah, and finally she's back in the lead of supply here, 140 to 122, and she keeps putting on pressure, but there's so many Stalkers coming in here with Blink as well. I think they're going to be able to chase down those remaining Hydralisks, unfortunately.
Yeah, most certainly. Of course, this will sting a bit for Madlisk, but she's really happy with that engagement. Actually,
turns around, not wanting to meet up with any reinforcements.
Yeah, very, very true. Of course, you have to watch out for that. And I'd say Mani's creep spread could be slightly better, but I feel on this one particular flank where she's trying to spread it in a big pathway almost, has been some very, very good creep spread indeed. And right now she's up to still only 3 Vipers, but she has 35 Hydras. So it all comes down to the Storms, I feel.
Yeah. There's a possibility for huge storms here, and Maker, as we know, are very good with them. So he's going to get very good value out of them, I am sure. So this is tricky. This is going to definitely come down to the engagement micro by both these players. But Made is, of course, going into so many Hydras, and behind that, Broodlord, actually, sorry, Ultralisks is what I'm going to say. All these high-tech units, man, I'm just so happy to see them. I don't even know what to call them.
It was a while ago since we got to see Ultras coming into ZVP.
Brutalisks.
Yeah, Brutalisks. Oh, I missed those.
I'd like to make a few of those, actually.
Yeah. But yeah, 2 more Ultras on the way. Oh, sorry, 2 Ultras on the way, rather, because she doesn't have any yet.
I screwed up our casting. We're not going to be able to see Ultralisks anymore. Sorry.
But, I mean, Chitin's plating as well with that,
yes.
and plus 2 armor. This is going to be great. No upgrades yet for the Ultras, just about to get +1, so they won't do all too much damage, but they're more as tanks in this composition.
Yeah, they're going to tank very well. The question is it going to be enough against those Zealots? Well, they're going to have to stay as a buffer in those Hydralisks dealing all the DPS in the background there. But the question is it going to be enough against the splash damage of Maker? He doesn't have the perfect army composition here, but there's so many High Templars at least in there.
Some very good splits here by Maddie, pretty much early, and here we go.
Here's the engagement, and all those Zealots coming in here, they're dying very quickly, but so are the Hydralisks, and some incredible storms coming down here, and Maker, even though the blinding clouds come down, he's cleaning up that army so easily and taking out a base here.
There's only one word for that, and that is wrecked.
Wrecked.
And,
unfortunately, these Ultralisks really need to turn around. No, the blink will prevent them from getting out there. One of them dies while the other one gets out, and he keeps cleaning out the creep spread, and this is looking pretty bad for Mother right now.
Indeed, very bad. And of course, those I had to say those feedbacks were just where they had to be.
Insane.
Great feedbacks, amazing storms, and just overall really good control by Mecha. Madlisk tried her best, but of course, even though she had pre-splitted and everything, it just wasn't enough. The pure Hydra army, for some reason, did not hold. Of course, they have basically no health, which was the main reason why they fell so quickly. You had to micro them really, really carefully. Right now, Maddie trying to re-max on Ultras. She has a lot of gas, but she needs some time.
She does need a lot of time to get up a nice composition to be able to take this out. And small engagement here, blink in, trying to deal some damage to these Ultralisks. Of course, they have insane amounts of armor, so it's going to be pretty hard. And the High Templars moving in, but then again, Storm's not that effective against Ultralisks, really.
No, they're not the greatest.
No, not the greatest. Really.
No, not really.
No.
Barely scratches them, to be honest. But right now, Mecha is getting very ready for the attack because he's maxed out and he wants to snipe bases of Mada. He wants to keep her mineral income down right now because she's mining so much gas, but she just needs more minerals. And Swarmer's trying to transition into that. It's not going to work. Yeah.
That's the GG. Mada just taps out. She figures that if she could have gotten that base up, she would have survived, possibly. But no, Mecha comes in, snipes it, and Mada just, well, she throws herself out of the game. No reason to continue. No time to get any swarm hosts up.
No, it was just a bit too much there. I feel also she kind of felt that she was in a losing position, and that was kind of, you know, the last drop, really.
Yeah, tapped out. So, Mekar strongly moving into the lead in this series right now, and he got into the position he wanted. As we talked about earlier on, Mekar getting into that late game, the mid to late game when he starts harassing everywhere. He's starting warping units, sellouts in every base you have, and taking perfect engagements. That's where he's really the strongest.
Yeah, I feel that he really wants his late game. You can really tell that even though he's trying to do these kind of run-bys, I mean, once he tried to do like a delayed soul train of sorts, but he still always wants to get that third base. He always tries to get some kind of late game because that's where he shines. He's almost, I feel like he's a bit less defensive than Rain, but has the same kind of play style.
Yeah.
Where you just, you know, you don't care if you're at a disadvantage because you know you always win the late game.
Yeah, and his blink control is stellar, of course. So he's been able to really be very cost effective. And already early in that game, we see that even though Mother took a great, pretty good position, she had lost a lot more resources than he had already earlier on.
Okay, and right now I think we're almost getting ready. So actually, we're just going to look at another color. So anyhow, what do you feel? We had so far 3 games between them.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, Mecha 2 won with Madalisk, but Madalisk looking so strong in the second one. Do you think she has a chance for this fourth one, or was that because she got the gold base?
Well, I think, it was... She obviously won with those great run-bys of her. So it looks like she's going to need to find a window of some sorts to get some damage in, because Mekar he's a very strong player, and it looks like he really has the advantage in all the engagements. He's taking them absolutely steadily, and I think she's a little bit afraid of that. So she's going to have to work on her multitasking. Multi-pronged harassment, trying to get down his bases at the same time as attacking, and try to do some tactics, basically.
I think so as well.
Special tactics.
Special tactics, White Trust style.
Yes.
So, without further ado, let's jump into the fourth and maybe final game of this semi-final between these two great players. And if you would do the honors...
I would, actually, since it's the Protoss player up here in the top left corner. He's up 2 against Madalisk. It is Properties Mekar. And
oh, there we go.
There's a one Woo person.
Yeah, we have a Woo person in the audience.
Yes.
And let's hear it for the Millennium player. It is Madalisk.
There they are as well. Just leaning back, watching StarCraft, enjoying themselves. I know there's a lot of people here, and I know they're also a little too relaxed to clap because they're just enjoying themselves so much. And I like that. I'm going to join them after this game, actually, to watch some epic finals.
I'm going to grab some really wonderful beer, just sit down and watch some wonderful StarCraft.
I will as well.
Wonderful evening.
Nothing super special here, it looks like, from any of these players. And unfortunately, Madalisk's first Overlord going in the wrong direction on Frost. So, PVZ, Frost. Third player.
Yeah.
Let's put yourself in that position. I believe you've been there a few times.
A few times, yes.
What did you do? What would you do?
What I would do? Well, what I would do is probably better than what I did do. I'm not that amazing, but on this map, to be honest, even though you may have close positions as we do now, because diagonal positions as a solo player is just absolutely fantastic if you love the macro game. But
yeah, you get all the time you need to do whatever you like. Of course, the pylons for the Protoss player kind of stops that distance, but still, Immortals take a long while across that map.
They really do. And of course, it's very, very strong though for a Protoss who likes the late game. So I would say in most positions, the Zerg would almost have a bit of a favorite map here. But I'm saying in Mecha's case, this is probably the one he loves the most, because this is a huge map. He can go for those Phoenix, he can go for the Death Balls, those Colossi. I guess he loves this. And Madalisk, who likes going for this kind of rogue tactics, you know, gold bases, is probably, you know, doesn't really like facing him on this one.
No, so yeah, she really doesn't. And the question is she going to gear up for some sort of nice timing here, or is she actually just going to try to grab as much economy as possible and trying to stay alive to this, to have a higher chance of taking him out in the late game? I don't know.
I don't know. It feels like Madalisk, she has a really good grasp on the mid game, but I feel looking for the previous game, that her late game needs a bit of work almost with the composition-wise, because we got into this really weird composition wars, and that's where you can kind of tell, because people who play late game a lot will often go into these very strong compositions, but now in this case, it took Mecha some time to do it, but he eventually got into it. But managed to try this kind of odd, you know, ultra Hydra army, which could have worked, but not versus what Mecha has.
No, it really didn't. So she had a hard time adjusting there, really. Yeah, she had a nice transition from those Mutas over to the Roach Hydras, but after that, she was kind of taken off guard, it seemed like. She had a hard time transitioning into something reasonable. So, and it took her way too long to get those oh man, Swarm hosts.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. Swarm hosts out there. So they never really got to finish even. I'm guessing possibility for her would have been to have gotten those up earlier on, so she could start to defend those bases.
I actually love seeing Swarm hosts in CVP just because they so often can create cost-effectively trade, and
they kind of force the Protoss player to try to find openings in a completely different way. So they do account for some interesting games.
If you watch any Snoot games, as I mentioned earlier, he loves doing this, and it's very, very strong, and that's one of the reasons why he got into the round of 8 in the previous WCS Europe.
Yep.
Swarm host all the way.
Swarm host all the way. Swarm host for president. So there's a bunch of links just running out the map here, trying to figure out what's happening. Oh, there's quite a lot of links actually.
Yeah, 13 links. This is a lot actually, and as you said, you know, she can be a bit aggressive with this. Of course, with 2 sentries, they're not going to do a lot really. I feel maybe it's more because she's a bit afraid of what Mecha might do, and the Celts and Mothership Core combo won't really do any damage, trying to force just a few links. Of course, it kind of works against the Queen if you have more health on the Zealots, but with the second Queen coming down, with the Queen having so much health and the Celt being so bruised, nothing really going to happen. Maybe Madlisk will get the snipe on the Celt on the way back there.
Yeah, but it seems like she's running a little bit scared, overproducing on those Zerglings a little. And of course, she's not going to get into the natural base to do any damage, really.
I think she maybe thought the Mecha wanted to be a bit greedy behind it and leaving it open. So it's not a big deal, I guess. It's still like, you know, you lose your 5 extra workers.
Every little something.
But if she got in, though, that could have been more than just 5 workers.
That would have been, of course, a pretty good, big deal. And yeah, it's hard with that amount of Zerglings to do any real killing of workers, but you lose so much mining time trying to chase them around. And
it's very strong.
Yeah, and the Twilight Council coming down here for Mecha, behind this the +1 and the Robo there. So it seems like he's gearing up.
Yeah, he did something similar before where he got Twilight and the Robo. He did get Charge Event. Actually, no, sorry. He did get Blink, actually, from that and Observer. So I'm actually going to call the same here. I'm thinking he's going to get his Blink up. He has right now only 3 gates. What he did was very interesting. He got his 3rd up. He got Blink, and he finished up his +1, started +2, and then got an Observer. It seems like he was doing something similar now, and he got into this really awkward, or not awkward, really interesting rather composition with a lot of sentries, as he's having right now, and a lot of Blink Stalkers, which is really strong against the kind of mute composition that a lot of people like going for.
Yeah, and for Madde, on the other hand, she's producing a lot of links. She saw a lot of sentries moving out, and she feels like she probably needs those. 1-1 is coming up for her, halfway done, and that lair.
Yeah, that lair, and it's a bit later than I like to see, but of course that's because we see the +1/+1 go down before it. And +1/+1 links is a very, very strong kind of composition, and if she goes right into Infestor, or even skips the Infestor and go right into Hive, they can be very strong against this kind of Blink Stalker Sentry army, since even though Sentries and Blink Stalkers are still very good against Speedlings, believe it or not, they really are. You can still buy enough time, and that's exactly what she's doing right now. She's trying to rush into the Hive, and I think she might just be able to, with the 2-2s starting really soon, she should be able to just buy enough time, get those ultras, which completely wrecks this composition.
Yeah, and the Infestation Pit is going down there, stated. There's a +2 coming up, the Blink is coming up. So yeah, buying all that time is Madlisk, and there's a lot of scouting going on though. And Mecha knows what's happening here with all those Phoenixes in the bases.
Yeah, he sees the Infestation Pit and he kind of has to know what's going on.
Yeah, he must have figured out what's going on right here. And a nice force field keeping Madeleine from getting in there. And she's trying to do some harassment with the Zerglings coming around down here. And whoa, there's now Swarmhouse.
With a +1/+1, interesting. Getting +2/+2 for Lings. This is really surprising to me. Extremely surprising to me. Because basically the Locust will only get the armor upgrade, and it's very hard to keep on massing Lings, and now she has to kind of defend against this incoming army. How is she going to? She only has a few Lings, and with +2 finishing up soon for Mecha, it's going to be very, very tedious to do.
Yeah, actually, well, the first wave of Swarmers is pop, and the second wave is about to come here, and the question is, what was she going for something else? No, that said she was scouted and then switched it up, or was this the plan from the beginning? There's some Locusts coming out here, and of course they're going to be able to deal damage very slowly, but a lot of Lings coming in here, and they actually get around the force fields, but there's too many Blink Stalkers here.
Way too many, of course. Right now, Mecha only having one observer. It's going to take quite some time to get over here, and meanwhile he can just... meanwhile, Madlis can use those swarms to her defense, and I feel Mecha's kind of hesitating because of it. So this buys Madlis a few precious seconds to get those extra few swarms out, and now at 10 almost, she's going to be completely fine against this.
Yeah, as soon as you get that critical number up, and she really did manage to this time, then you're going to keep staying on, holding on for ages.
Yeah, it's very hard to break through. You need that AoE somehow.
Yeah. So unless she makes any big mistakes, let's make her blink in and kill any of those Swarmhosts off, then she'll be right fine here. But there's a lot of warping for Mecha outside. He looks like he wants it. He's running past these, and he's bringing that observer. So if he manages to get in and catch those, she's going to be able to do a lot of damage. These Lings are not going to be enough against the Blink Stalkers.
No, but just in time, Madlis, Locust do spawn, so she should be okay here. The Observer, though, does scout. Do we see the aggressive blink? I don't think so, though. Those Locusts do a lot of damage. Where is the next wave, though? They do take some damage, and every swarm's lost here is a big deal. Nice force field and an aggressive blink.
Yeah, and he blinks on top of them, manages to start taking those Swarmhosts off, and we talked about that critical number where if she's no longer up there, he's going to be able to keep pushing, but there's so many Lings coming out still.
I think it might have been a mistake. He killed a few of those swarms, but not enough.
That's a recall.
Yeah, the recall just in time, but was it enough though? I don't feel so. Madlis get almost 80 workers rocking those, that 78 number, and of course now at 13 swarmers, she's pushing on forward. We have double colossal production with extended thermal lance, but that would be so late.
Yeah, it would be so late, and here they come. They just boom, 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 right across the map. And even though there's observers here, well, this is very annoying, an observer in the mothership core. But these Locusts are going to be able to do a little damage here, possibly take out that gateway. Yep. Before they go back into the depths of hell where they came from. And nice round of those zealots, being able to take out a whole bunch of them, and it's always good to get to pick off a group of units like this.
It really is, and with a 2-2, those Lings actually are much stronger than you'd anticipate. Now with a Hive on the way and 8 more Swarmers, this would be a very strong composition. I wouldn't be too surprised if we even saw a few Vipers on top of that. That's a really, really good thing you can do. Even Infestor Swarmers can be extremely cool, because if you just add those 3 Infestors with the Pathogen Glands, those fungal growths can be so devastating onto the army, but also, of course, the Vipers.
Yeah, and the Hive just finished, so we're going to see what she wants to do with that. The Spire is popping down. She's gearing up to add more units to the composition. Still 4 more of those, and the 4 more of those Swarmhosts finishing, and there's that +1 for the ranged one. So gearing up to upgrade this composition as well.
Indeed, and I feel right now the Madlisk, if she wanted to, she could even go into Broodlords, because she might want to go for a Muta transition. She might want to go into Corruptors, but I would actually say Muta transition from all the gas she's saving up. But Broodlords would be so cool, because we don't really have any good anti-air here, and Broodlords together with Locusts are just so strong.
Very, very, very strong. It's so hard to kill those infinite 3 units just moving in. There's so many Zerglings for her being finished, and that crackling upgrade as well, so they're going to be very powerful too. Mecha on the other side just adding on more area of effect. He's adding on that Psy Storm, he's adding on more Colossi, and he's got a Warp Prism, so the question is, this is looking like a pretty tricky position for Mecha, but we've seen so many times before him climb into the game by warping in zealots in different bases and so forth. So you see, let's see if he can still climb into this one.
Yeah, we'll see. Mecha's late game is impeccable, as we say, but of course, Madelisk right now in a superb position.
Yeah.
And she's even getting ventral sacks. That Overlord drop is so strong, and look at all these links just surrounding the cells. No way Mecha can get any kind of harassment going.
No, and it's so smart. She just made a whole bunch of links because she figured, oh, wait, in the previous games, I was this far ahead, and then he started killing stuff in my bases. Why didn't I just build a task force of links that's going to be able to wipe out any actual damage? And wow, she catches a warp in down of the pylon, but there's still 4 Zealots coming into the main base.
Yeah, and I feel though she should be okay, not going to lose anything here. Those links are so strong, especially when the Adrenal Glands finish up. And I feel also, of course, with the +3/+3 on the way, when that finishes, those links will be devastating. Let's just see, though, what she will be doing with that Spire. Right now, she just maybe wants to max out on links and then trade her entire, not maybe trade the Swarm Host, but try to trade links and be aggressive with the Swarm Host and be ready for a huge Muta transition.
Yeah, she has that chitinous plating coming along here, so there's the possibility for several different transitions here if she really wants to do that. And these Swarm Hosts are moving back a little bit, Maker trying to push in here, get a lot of damage of them, but there's so many Locusts, of course, coming from those, and he's going to have to turn around that. Those Storms are doing a lot of damage, but it's not enough.
Oh my god, the High Templars!
A huge misclick!
Whoa!
Losing so many High Templars there.
Yeah, that was way too many. I think that was like 5 High Templars, and right now the Locusts are spawning. She needs to retract those Swarmers, though. They are close enough with the army, and those Colossi are getting the beams into them. There's nothing for Maddie to hold them on, and what is her response? 10 more Swarmers. She's maxing again on Swarmers. She can't. She should be getting the Mutas, but she's getting Swarmers once again, and I don't know if this is the right answer. Maddie's dropping so far in supply, and her big transition didn't work, and suddenly Mecha, wow!
Wow, they completely switched places here, and as I stated, Mecha does not leave room for error. As soon as he finds a window to get back in there, he will. Getting on top of those, and actually I'm not even sure if he really cared about those High Templars, maybe even set them in for a buffer. It didn't look like it, but it sure worked out for him at least. He managed to take out all those, and really Muddy is down to 102 supply, and she's losing bases.
Yeah, she's losing base after base. She's trying to hold on. She does have those 7 Swarmers still, but that's not even close to enough. How many Colossi are that? Those are 7 Colossus, more than 1 for each Swarmers at this point, and killing off Swarmers after Swarmers. It looks like Madelisk is down and out, and I think we have our second finalist for today.
I do think we do. We have a Protoss player a week, I guess, in the finals. There's no way for Madelisk getting that.
There we go. Good game, good luck.
GG, good luck.
Oh yes, we have our second finalist. It is going to be what we predicted before. It is going to be Mecha versus Winter.
And it was so unfortunate there because Mari was looking so strong. She was really taking care of all the warpins, all the harassment, but one bad move, letting Mecha get in with that huge Protoss Death Ball on top of those Swarm Hosts really cost her the game, unfortunately. So really close there to actually get into the last game of that series.
And dare I say, she was even in a winning position in that game. I even want to say she had the game. That's how far I want to go. She had everything. I just feel there were 2 things, actually. She lost all the Swarmers because she didn't retract them in time. And the second thing was she tried to remax on Swarm Host. Those Mutas are so deadly, and that was exactly what I thought she was going to do.
Yeah, the question is at that point, well, when they was re-pushing that, would the amount of Mutas have been enough to push those Stalkers back, you think?
Yeah, because basically what kind of was left of the army was a few sentries. Sure, there was a decent amount of Stalkers, but not a ton. What was it, like 8 Stalkers? And the rest is just Colossi. They can't fire up.
No, they can't fire up.
If they could, though.
Yeah, if they could. That'd be insane.
Yeah.
That'd be GG for all races.
I'd be swapping into Protoss.
Yeah, I would be swapping back to Protoss, from Protoss even. I'd be swapping up my Protoss to Colossus only.
Into GM.
Into GM. Yeah, but so actually, yeah, they're also... He lost all his High Templars in that engagement, so there was nothing to really fight up as well. So even though he did a huge mismove there, he still managed to get on top of that on those Swarm Hosts, and that really changed this game. So from a really strong position, wow, these games can change so quick.
Yeah, and of course, it seems like we're all set for the finals. We have our 2 finalists, Winter and Mecha. Property versus EC Visualize. This is going to be I want to say a grudge match, because I talked to both the players a bit, mostly Winter actually, because he's the only one I could get a hold of, it seems. But basically, they've been facing each other before, and both have been favorites. I heard here some people in the chat, and also Mr. Bad Example, who'll be casting the finals later on. He actually said that he is expecting Mecha to win this entire thing. So I think that Winter vs. Mecha is going to be one of the biggest matches you can find in the Swedish scene.
Yeah, and Winter, well, Mecha, actually, Madde really had his number this time, because he seems to be a little bit behind usually versus Serg in these matches, and then all of a sudden he starts harassing everywhere.
Yeah.
He starts taking brilliant engagements, and Madde really figured that out, and unfortunately didn't work out for her this time. The question is, has Winter been watching this? He probably has.
He has
and
been,
what does he
trust
have
me.
planned?
He has
this?
I talked to him, he has some special things planned for Mecha at least, so we'll see. But I think we're ready for the interview, so let's take it over to Lucas Tenshi Collard.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Player Couch. What an epic series here. Of course, we're going to start with congratulating Mecha. How does it feel winning this and getting to the finals?
It feels really well. It was just very tight games. I wasn't expecting that. Very close, all of them pretty much. It was very nice to be able to take it in the end, especially after facing Swarm hosts on close spawn.
Did you hear what Madelisk said before the games? Like, going up against you, she didn't have much confidence before the games.
Oh yeah, I have that, but she should have had some more confidence, I guess.
And Madde, even though you lost, and I understand that you're disappointed about that, are you like happy with your performance? Did you feel like you played up to your potential?
Not really. The thing is that my problem was decision making, because I didn't play a lot the past 2 weeks. So every time I saw his army, I was like, what am I going to do versus this? Instead of, just making what units I'm supposed to do. So I felt like I was a bit slow, but my macro was okay, just some supply blocks. So I think the macro was fine.
Yeah, it's so true. In StarCraft, you really want to have all your responses like in the back of your rig.
Yeah, you want it in your
back,
spine.
you want it, exactly, in your spine. You want to know it. You don't want to do it on the spot. Yeah, that's so true. So right, we're going to talk a little bit about the games. So let's start with the first game. It was a pretty straightforward game. So Mecha, do you have anything to say, to add to that game?
Yeah, I was quite lucky that the pylon that I used for aggression stayed alive after it was pretty much defended, so I got the gold base in the end. But that made a big impact. But I was able to kill that. That kind of build that I used, if you take any damage, you're just going to lose to the Void Race when we come in charge and just wreck everything.
Yeah, like it seems that the gold bases are taking a bigger and bigger space in the game. Like there are more maps with gold bases now, and everyone seems to make strategies like around it.
Yeah. What do you guys feel about gold bases? Let's start with you, Madde.
I think maps are supposed to make the game more fun, like more exciting, and I think that the gold bases adds to that. Not before, when the mules were totally imba on the gold bases, but nowadays I think that they are just adding to the game.
Yeah, it keeps it from getting too stale. So yeah, I definitely. And Mecha, what do you feel about gold bases?
Yeah, I agree. You can do some more mineral-heavy strategies with the gold bases in the game earlier, so it adds some variety to the game, and it's very nice.
It adds a new flavor to the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
sure. All right, so let's move on to the second game, and that was the game of Habitation Station.
Another gold base game.
The gold base game. Do you often take your natural at the gold on that base?
Not really. Actually, like on Overgrowth, the first game, I never ever took the gold base there. So I don't really know why I did it. I just wanted to, I didn't have my strategies prepared, I guess. So that was a big mistake. On Habitation Station, I've done some, so I'm familiar with it, and yeah.
We loved your response to her taking a gold base, like taking a gold base yourself, by the way. Like every time I play and I see that my enemy has made a gold base, I'm like, oh no, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna try to punish this, or am I gonna macro, whatever? But like, what are your thoughts on that decision?
I had it planned actually from the beginning to do that build. Yeah, but then my walling got kind of weird as the natural, so I had to use some more buildings there than I originally planned to, and yeah, it was still the plan from the beginning to take that gold base.
And make like a solid follow-up push.
Yeah, exactly. It's very strong with the gold.
Yeah, Mecca, were you going to do that standard Immortal sell it heavy push after the gateway pressure on that map? Was that your plan?
Yeah, that was the plan, kind of.
Okay, but then Lings happened.
Yeah.
And the run by into the, those links.
Exactly, exactly.
It's so easy to forget, like, if you don't hear the in-game sound, and you're like, yeah, whatever, and there's something on the minimap and you miss it, it's so easy.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed there by you, Maddie, because when they go for like hard pressure of 3 gates, it's kind of hard to know exactly how many units to build, and you took a big chunk of links and just countered and made that decision. How confident was it that you were actually going to hold the pressure in?
I was very confident because I made an extra queen at my third at the gold base, and I had energy for a transfuse, and I had a spine crawler. Also, I started making roaches, so I felt like there is no way he's going to kill me with roaches or with sellouts. So I thought that it was okay to counter with some links.
Yeah, no, it was a perfect decision to make, so that was really nice. And then it's got to feel real good moving into the third game, being 1-1 instead of 2-0, right?
Did you expect me to go 0-2, or what's the question?
No, of course. But
before it sounded like you were expecting to go 2-0.
But it's such a you have such a different mindset if you need to win. Like if you're at the same point, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, so let's move into the third game. That was a really good game. And Mecca, how did you feel when Muddy found that Artosis pylon and just killed like unpowered 2 Stargates?
I thought I was dead for sure. It's like it always gets so close. When something like that happens, you're just an inch from death the entire game after that point.
Oh, that always happens?
Yeah, it happens way too often.
Yeah, that really seems to be your strategy. Like, let the Zerg get somewhat ahead in the beginning and then just sit on your ass and win.
Yeah, kind of.
Protoss it out. Just Protoss it out.
I like to be the underdog.
Yeah. And Madlisk, how did you feel? Like, when do you think that game slipped away from your fingers?
First of all, I did a lot of damage with the Mutas. Like, I killed almost everything, so my game was, it was my game after that. But then I think that I should have just kept making units and sent some to his third, some to the natural, and just kept the pressure up because I was ahead in economy, I think. And but instead, I felt like, okay, I'm going to just sit back and get more ahead, and then everything just failed because I attacked too late.
Yeah. That happens against Protoss. All right, so moving into the last game, right? This also was a really good game. Did you have the plan to go swarm host, especially on those positions from the beginning, or did it happen in the middle of the game?
No, I didn't plan to go swarm host at all. I didn't have any plans whatsoever.
Are you used to playing the swarm host style?
Not really. I don't play it a lot. But
so you're not a fan of swarm host then?
I like to be aggressive with swarm hosts, but I don't really like the passive, lots of spore crawlers. I think it's really boring.
Yeah.
So I like this style when you go for circlings and upgrades, because then
you try to zone out.
Yeah. So I could defend versus like everything he pushed at me, like sellouts and stuff.
I was so surprised when he made his last push and just killed all of the what are they called? Locusts. The locusts. Because every time I see StarCraft, like locusts kill everything, and you never manage to kill it. But like when he attacked into it, they all died somehow.
Yeah, but the problem was, first of all, I got a terrible position with a swarm host, and also I didn't have my links in position, and I lost a lot of links. I need some kind of wall, like some units to take the damage.
You needed something to grind it against, right?
Yeah, that too. So I didn't have enough extra units and enough Zerglings. I think I should have had some roaches too.
And Mecca, did you have that big Protoss sigh when you saw swarm host?
I'm sorry, did I have what?
Like a big Protoss sigh, when you see swarm host and it just hurts your heart.
Oh yeah, of course. Naturally.
How comfortable are you against swarm host?
I'm pretty comfortable usually, but sometimes you just can't break through anywhere, man. You slowly die over an hour, and that's kind of annoying.
Yeah. And Winter, if you're out there, cover your ears. We're talking strategy right now. No, but and as I said to you before, I was so afraid when all your high temperatures went into the grinder against the locust. Were you controlling your warp in the main at the time?
Exactly. Yeah. I was rallying those guys, and then most of the tempers died. But I had one left, and I was on top of the swarm host already, so it was kind of fine anyway.
It was fine. Yeah. Yeah, just like Madlisk said, it was a bad position for the swarm host, because if they were on creep, they just could have backed when the locusts were out, but now it's so hard from that angle. Yeah, I don't have any more questions for this series. Do you, Njal?
No. Or I can ask Madlisk, who do you think is going to take the last game?
I think that Maker is going to win.
Okay.
And
because he's a good player or because Protoss is good?
Both.
Okay.
50-50. And Maker, do you have anything to say before you start to get ready for the finals?
Shout out to JRC. He should be here, bro.
Yeah, that's
Are you going to avenge his death last season?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, perfect. Well, with that being said, thank you so much for listening, and stay tuned a little bit more and listen to my great friend Tenchi.
Thank you very much, Fubar and Njal. That great play interview, guys. We've had amazing games in the semi-finals, and I've just been so stoked to be here to watch this event live. We have this amazing bar and all of these great guys here. Yeah, right. Mix up the cameras there. Anyway, so our finalists, Winter and Mecha, a really hyped up matchup, so that's something to look forward to. That's going to be happening at 7 o'clock. That's 1900 hours local time here in Sweden. But before I sign off, I'm just going to be thanking our sponsors, QPad, Kingston HyperX, and Komplett. These guys have been amazing and great, so thank you very much for you guys, you know, showing us and giving us the chance to offer all these amazing prizes. Here we have the second prize, this 8 gig RAM from Kingston, and first prize is this 120 gigabyte SSD from our lovely sponsors. But yeah, guys, so don't forget, 1900 hours, that's when things go down. So yeah, until then.
and more reliable. Let's go. Oscillator, such as this.
The computer technology.
The history of the future.
Rewriting, recreating the same old programs over and over and over.
What was wrong with the world's first musical instrument?
Extremely low frequency. We live in a special kind of space. We live in a special kind of space.
What was wrong with the world?
We live in a special kind of space.
$6 million to die.
I'll be okay. I can dream the rest away. It's just a little touch of fate, it'll be okay. It sure takes its precious time, but it's got rights and so have I. I turn my head to the sky, focus one thought at a time. I do not let the little things under my tightly button sleep. It couldn't be a longer time. I feel like I am walking blind. I have no arrival time. There are no legible signs.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. University Star League Season 3 is nearing on its final moments. We're going to have the finals in the competitive series to finish off our 3 days of broadcasting, and it's going to be an epic finals. Mecha versus Winter, a best of 7. So I'm really looking forward to that. Both players have been extremely strong, and we're going to see if Winter can defend his championship. I'm very soon going to get into an interview with them. I'm just going to tell you what they win. Second place will go home with the HyperX RAM memories, and the first place player will go home with a 120 gigabyte SSD from HyperX. Some really nice prizes, including the also usual University Star League secret prize created by Violet Gear. So we'll see whatever that is. It's going to be, I'm sure the winner will be happy. So with that, I'm just going to mention that the quiz is over for today. And Elisabeth Bergqvist, you proved yourself to be the quizzes of the quizzers, and you have racked up a total of 141 points. Woo! Give it up for her, man. She really racked up those points, so you get a University Star League mouse pad, and we will get it to you somehow, some way. We will find you and give you your mouse pad. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining and participating in the quiz, and I hope you really like it. And well, that's it for me for this little instance. We have a short thing to do before we get into the players' interview. We're going to have a short interview with the organizer of Mylon, and I'm going to throw over to the couch with Njal and Fubar. They're going to have this short interview, and after that, I'll be back interviewing the players.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the player couch, but this time it's not a player couch. It's an interview couch. And I got my good friend Per here. Hi, Per.
Hello.
Hello, man. And what might you be doing here this fine evening?
Thanks for having me, first of all.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about something really big that's going to happen this January on Stockholmsmässan, or Älvsjömässan. It's going to be a huge computer event where it's going to be a LAN. We're going to play computer games, compete in esports. If you like music production, or if you like producing games, like creating games, the visual part of it, or the programming part of it, it's the right place for you, and it's going to be an amazing event.
And this will be like the biggest LAN in Stockholm, right?
Yes, it's going to be the biggest LAN that has ever been held in Stockholm.
I kind of feel like, why hasn't it been done before? Like, pulling people together, making LAN, it shouldn't be so hard. I mean, but there's so few LANs in Stockholm, am I right?
Yeah, so this January we wrote history by actually having a LAN on Stockholmsmässan. It's never been done before, and nobody has ever spent the night there, which we were the first ones to do. And now, when we've done this, it's just autobahn into next year's event, where we have everything laid out in front of us, so we can just we have put together a team of great people who are going to make this happen.
What was it like? You have to tell me, what was it like to sleep inside of Älvsjömässan? Was it scary? Isn't it like? Don't they have like a super high ceiling in there?
They do.
Do they have good air? I imagine that they turn the vents off at night and you sort of die.
Yeah. So if you're going to sleep there, I recommend bringing your thickest sleeping bag, and also a good like a bed, like a tent bed. Is it called tent bed?
Yeah, like a thick air mattress, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking
And
about.
a pair of extra socks, maybe.
Okay, because it gets a little bit cold.
Yeah.
It always does in these huge areas.
It does.
Like, do you have good internet and stuff? Do you have seating?
Yeah, we have a very good internet, and Jesper was actually a visitor at our last event. So, what did you think?
Yeah, I was actually there, and it was a great event. It was a great event. Actually, the first thing I noticed was it was the best, like the best tables and chairs I ever been to a LAN. Yeah, for sure. So that was the first thing that was really nice. The second thing I really liked was just the environment. Like, people were really friendly, and I promise you this year will be even bigger. I'm actually helping marketing this thing right now, and it's going to be completely awesome. So, Per, do you have anything else to add before we head into the interview?
Yeah, just make sure you clear up your calendars, and if you haven't already made up your mind about what you're going to wish for a Christmas gift, this is the perfect gift to wish for. So see you at Stockholmsmässan in January.
Yeah, remember that.
All right, can you give us the microphones? Come on, hand them over. And all right, So with that little distraction out of the way, to the main event of the evening. And I have two very, well, you're looking very focused, gentlemen. You are, and I'm given the nod and the look of death here from Mekar. So, well, it's easy to just ask you how you feel. So instead I'm going to ask you, you've seen each other play throughout the evening here as well. Have you picked up any specific strategies? Have you found each other's number, really?
Yeah, of course. All of his numbers.
All of his numbers. So you know exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single move.
Every single move. And you're known to be a pretty, you like to read your opponent and then, you know, react to it.
Oh yeah, sure. I saw a lot of stories that he did, and I got a good feeling about like what he likes to do. But I don't think it was easy to read my games since my opponent did the same strategy 3 times in a row.
It's true. It's true, actually. So do you have any secret strategies? A simple yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course.
Maybe.
Maker standing here going, yes, of course, for every question. I have a feeling I'm not getting to see the real answers out of this one. Well, guys, just a general quick question. Do people who play this much StarCraft, do you play any other games? Do you have time for it?
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike?
Yeah.
Have you been playing it competitively?
I want to play in a team, of course, because I think it's most fun when you play with people, you know. But usually I use Flatter and.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Play some.
Yeah. Mekar?
No, I don't really have time. I'm Protoss, you know. I have to face all the time.
It's hard being a Protoss man. Yeah. That's true.
That
all right. Yeah. All right. So I'm sure people love seeing you up here, and I do. And it's been so much fun having you in the tournament, guys. It's been a great tournament. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. And with this, I'm going to throw you into where people really want to see you, which is playing StarCraft. So, guys, give me the microphones. A big handshake. And good luck and have fun. A huge applaud for the finalists. And that's it for me. The casters are going to get to think and draw up any potentialities of what's going to happen in here. And I think they're at least as hyped as I am. So take it away, Mr. Bad Example and Lucas Tenchi-Collard.
Wow, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here from the studio once again. KDH Kista, this is the University Star League Season 3 Finals, and this is what this weekend has all been leading up towards. Lucas Tenchi-Collard, my beautiful co-caster, what are we going to be witnessing?
Oh, we're going to be having a best of 7 between Properties Mecca and, what is it?
ECV?
ECV, yeah. I don't actually know what those 3 letters stand for. That's really terrible of me, but it's no other than Winter, last year's champion, and this is a match that we've all been very hyped for. Anyway, here we have him now, Felix Heergeton.
Yeah, his team name is actually EC Visualize, and it's a team from the Netherlands, I would presume, from the website there on his shirt.
Yeah, this guy is so cool.
He's really cool. From Stockholm, and
really strong as well.
Really nice, and also, of course, extremely scary when it comes to the game. I mean, if you saw the semi-finals versus Goldhead, his APM was, I think, about 300 for quite a while of that.
Crazy. And his opponent here, Alexander Jonsson, Mekar, comes from Uppsala, so he might have traveled a little bit, you know, taken the train. But this guy, do not underestimate him, because he has shown some really, really strong play.
Yeah,
very solid.
Absolutely. Mekar has been... Well, I thought that the quarterfinals versus Prospect was going to be quite a hard game for him, actually. But just after that game, he just demolished Prospect. I mean, Prospect was playing really well, but he had nothing on Mekar. Man, his force fields, his high tempo usage, his macro, his micro, everything was just perfect.
Yeah, absolutely spot on, guys. So, I'm so stoked for this. We've been working so hard, everyone, this entire weekend. And this is pretty much what we've been just pointing towards, you know, getting to these finals, the final games. And as a caster, this is probably the best part.
It's like Christmas.
It is like Christmas, you know, you get to cast final game. That's what we live for, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that is pretty much what we live for. And now I'm so happy I get to do it with you.
Yeah, I'm so happy too, Mr. Bad Example. You are actually not a bad example today. You're a good example, Mr. Good Example.
Wow, that was great. Anyway, Overgrowth. It's going to be a first map in this Protoss versus Zerg. We've seen some very interesting strategies on this map, actually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But guys, we're not going to talk about strategy right now. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 here on Overgrowth. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, wearing the color red, fighting through, taking down Madalisk And making it into the finals to face off against this super powerful Zerg, he is none other than Team Properties Mecha.
He is indeed so much our crowd favorite. But speaking of crowd favorites, here in the bottom left corner of Overgrowth, it's a blue Zerg player. Do we have any fans of a Season 2 champion, Winter?
Oh yeah, he absolutely has fans. I mean, both of these guys get the fan clubs in here, ladies and gentlemen.
I believe they should get a fan clubs on Team Liquid, I think.
Yeah,
both
and
these
on
guys,
Facebook,
they are good enough.
on Facebook, on Twitter.
On Twitter,
Should
yeah?
like make a legit, official Winter fan club.
You mean on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be a bit
where you
weird.
like tweet that
stuff that
you
Winter
just like
does.
tweet once a day that Winter is the most handsome man in the universe.
Yeah, you could do that. And actually follow an account that is about the same, but it's about Vladimir Lenin instead. So it might not be.
What?
Yeah, it's actually true. I'm not sure. Don't really remember what the account name is, but
that's really brilliant.
That's brilliant. Anyway, here we have Mecha vs Winter, of course. Two brilliant players. Have been fighting their way.
Great players.
Fighting between. If I had to say that one of these guys have had the harder route to get here, I would definitely say it's Mecha.
Yeah, I
not
agree.
judging by that he had to travel from Uppsala, but that he had to go through both Prospect and Mad List. But one thing is that he has been actually playing two Protoss versus Zergs. How do you think this will affect the match? That he's played the same matchup all day.
Yeah, but like, it's very important to remember that. Like, you're playing, you already had a couple of sets before you come into these finals, and you won those matches against the same race as you're playing now in the final games. So I mean, you obviously have to feel very comfortable. I mean, I would.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just you usually have a different mindsets in different matchups, but because when you are into the same matchup, that is not going to be any problem at all whatsoever. So
it's like you've had very specific practice. You know, like I can do my builds, and it really worked well this game. So you know, you sort of have this confidence when you pick and select your builds and strategies for these games. And it's a best of 7, just bad example. So I mean, there's quite a lot of room for feeling out your opponent. Like this very first game. Whoever wins this is obviously going to get a lot of, momentum into this series, but you can sort of, cop a feel like, okay, how is my opponent going to be playing? Try to study and analyze our opponent a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. And we can see the mind games already beginning in the chat here as they are chatting away about cannon rushes versus 6 pools and everything that is going on right here. It seems like we have a slight audio issue for one of the players, but we will be getting into the game shortly when everything is solved. So,
yeah, guys,
there he is, Winter. Quite different attitudes from both these players. You can see Winter just laughing about on the stage, seems like he's just having a good time.
A really happy guy. Like he gives me positive vibes.
He has just the stone cold killer face as we've seen from him all weekend.
It was like, Mecha is the kind of guy, he looks like he's going to kill you, and then he kills you.
Yeah.
And Winter, he kills you while laughing and smiling. I don't know which
one do you prefer?
Oh my god, I'd rather have Mecha stab me to death, because if Winter was like laughing and chanting and stuff while he's, like, destroying me, yeah, that's a bit more terrifying, I'd say.
I'd probably agree with you there. I mean, Winter would not want to be meeting him down a dark alley.
No, absolutely
in the middle
not.
of the night.
Like, he's going to be...
Or maybe I would.
Maybe.
He seems like a nice guy.
He's really nice. Like, he'll probably like, oh, you lost? I'll show you a way home. Here, let me pay your taxi.
Perhaps.
I don't know. Like with all the mad esports money that he has to be making.
Yeah, absolutely. The esport money in both of these players has to be absolutely off the roof right here. And of course for the production and the casters here as well. You can just imagine all the esports money. Behind us, actually behind this scenery, there's just esport money.
Esports money, that's like you see these green letters, they are literally made out of like dollar bills.
Yeah, that is actually esport money.
That's the truth.
Yep. So there will be a slight issue with an observer computer right here. So we will be taking a 5-minute break to pause, remake, restart the computers, and make sure everything is really working fine, because this is the finals and it's so important that everything works out. So we'll be going to break momentarily.
Yeah, guys, we apologize for that, but we will of course be back. Don't go anywhere. So we'll jump into a break.
I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I'm coming home, tell them forgiven namaste. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my I'm coming home. I'm coming home.
Yeah, and there we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we have solved the technical difficulties. It was just some problem with the game client that did not provide a sound to the boards, the observer computer, which is of course really important.
Yeah, naturally. We can't do anything about that. So we just had to restart. Everything is fine, and we're going to be jumping right into this game.
Yep, and now we are jumping into Overgrowth once more. And here we go again with the players down in the bottom left corner. It's our blue Zerg player from ECV. It is Winter. Yep.
And once again, his opponent wearing the red trunks now, spawning in the same position. He is none other than Team Properties Mecha.
There he is, dubbed Mecha Prime by Bishi once when Mecha just was able to beat him. Had a great run in the eSport SM qualifiers yesterday, but at the end he was actually defeated by Runa 3-0 in the Protoss vs. Protoss.
Was it Mecha who made it into Challenger?
Yep, he did.
In WCS, right?
It was.
Yeah,
So
guys, that's really impressive.
that's pretty hard to do.
It is, isn't it?
Even I couldn't do that.
You can't do anything. You're a caster, like me.
Oh yeah, sorry I forgot that.
We can only talk about the game, we can't actually play it, can we?
I can play the game. Have you seen my 2-bit swarm host? It's sick. Speaking of swarm hosts, what do you think of them? Honestly.
Oh no.
How much do you love them?
They're terrible.
What?
They're a terrible unit.
So what's worse? Garlic vodka or swarm hosts?
Playing Swarm Host while drinking garlic vodka.
So if you had to only play versus swarm host for the rest of life,
Oh my
or drink a glass of garlic vodka for the everyday rest of your life, which one would you choose?
I'd rather drink the garlic vodka.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Playing versus swarm host bad.
Yeah, because that means I'd have to spend at least 5 hours a day trying to die slowly versus Swarm Host. Yeah, well guys, anyway, Mecha did open with a Forge in the base, which, you know, you can do that. But you generally see, you know, gateways and stuff like that. But Forge isn't too bad, so he's going to go for a Nexus after that, I believe. Unless he decides to throw down a pylon and counter rush his opponent.
Oh, and what do we have here? We do have a pylon and no Overload Scout for Winter, who's also looking to go for 3 hats before pool, so an extremely greedy play by Winter.
Okay, but
this might be a very short game.
There's a drone coming out now from the main. Okay, he's going to see this. This drone is going to see. So now, right now, Winter needs to pull drones in order to fend this off. Otherwise, he's going to be forced to cancel or potentially lose this natural Nexus.
Potentially.
Potential.
Yeah,
Potentially.
absolutely. And there's 3 cannons going down for Mecha.
Nice.
And
Nice
Winter,
block there with the probe.
yeah, pretty sure Winter's not actually pulling any drones at all, so he's just going to cancel this hat trick, I believe.
Ooh, but he goes for the gold instead.
Wow, Winter with an extremely smart build, really adapting on the fly. He is able to take the gold base, and he's going to be cancelling his natural hatchery, just giving it up completely versus those cannons. And Maker is going to be able to throw down his Nexus quite soon. Does he cancel this cannon though, or does he want two of them?
I'd say like having two is really good because it really forces so many extra lings. Or otherwise you'll have to go up to Roach Tech to deal with that. So I mean, they're going to be there for a while, but I mean, Winter could just easily go and take that other third base.
Yeah,
but I mean, having the gold now is as natural. While it is very exposed, if Mecha doesn't punish this quite quickly, this is quickly going to be, you know, snowballing out of control.
Well, the thing with the gold base is that you don't actually get more minerals from it. It's just that you need less work to saturate it. So while
you get 7 on each return.
Yeah, but there's only 6 mineral fields compared to 8.
Oh yeah, that's
so
true. That's true.
You don't get more minerals. You just need less workers to saturate it, which means that the timings for the circle are going to be earlier.
It's
but it's still going to have a 2-base
It's
economy.
like a burst economy kind of
yeah,
thing.
you could say so. And here's the big drone transfer, which we don't usually see when there's normal bases involved, but of course with the gold bases you want those drones mining on those golden patches ASAP.
Yeah,
I'm kind of surprised not to see Mecha going for the cannon rush onto that base, but he's going to be following up with this with some sort of tech here. We do have double assimilator, so I think that
Stargate?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, you were almost reading my mind. Stargate is probably the play which most punishes bases from being very far away from each other.
Absolutely. Like you come in, you can either come in there with a bunch of Phoenix. You know, Phoenix are always a great way to open in PvZ. You can shut down overlords. You can sort of get free scouting with that, and they also, if you keep them alive, can really help. You know, versus Hydra-based armies. Can even help with small numbers of roaches. 'Cause you can just pick those right up.
Yeah, absolutely, and just keeping those alive are going to be so valuable, but I think the Oracle would also be a very good option
an Oracle
here.
opener would be crazy. I mean, there's no anti-air. There's this Queen now, and I mean, if Winter can identify, you know, what his opponent is up to, he does have this Overlord, so he sees these double gases, and if he can, like, pick up that there's, like, if third and fourth gas goes down, that would sort of point towards a Stargate or, like, Blink play. But it's all going to come down to what Winter reads now in his opponent.
But the extra gases are delayed, and there is actually the Chrono Boost going down on towards the +1 attack. So Mecha playing very much towards his style that he went for earlier with a quick +1 attack. And I would believe this is going to be followed up by Twilight Council and the +2 attack.
Yeah.
Or are we just going to have a really quick timing with +1?
I mean, it could be so much. You know, Protoss actually have so much in their book of, you know, abilities and strategies to use. But right now, Winter's just setting himself up quite nicely. No creep spread going in. I really want to see that from him because I mean, look at the way his bases are spread out.
Yeah,
like
he's got very spread out, and he needs to get on creep tumors ASAP, I think.
It's like the distance is just so far. The main to the third, and then the third to the gold is ridiculous. I mean, if the gold base gets attacked, you know, with a proxy pylon in a good position with +1 zealot, it's going to be impossible for Winter to hold.
Yeah, and Winter's going for the quick roaches here to be safe from this, but I believe that, yeah, there's 7 roaches, but one thing that's also important to bring up with the cannon rush opening is that if the pylon is kept alive there, you can actually use that as a very good warp-in point. But I think Winter definitely realizes this, and with 12 Circles and 8 roaches, he just wants to shut this down ASAP, but this means that Maker is 13 workers ahead.
Yeah, right now, Mecha is in a really good position. I mean, he's even bringing the Mothership Core with him, and it's going to have energy for a recall, so he doesn't actually need to commit too heavily to this. A couple of Lings coming in here, just duking it out. But now come the Roaches, and these are going to be able to force this small Protoss force away.
Yeah.
So nothing too crazy going on here, but actually Winter making a lot of units. I think he's a bit scared of an attack, because, I mean, he did scout these gateways, and I think he might have seen that Twilight Castle. No, he hasn't.
How's the situation looking on his third base? I'm quite interested to see that. Do we have a lot of workers there? No, just a couple of drones there. But the gold base is, of course, very well saturated. So with these 31 drones, it's going to be able to power off production off of 3 hatcheries.
That's why he's such a low
aggressive.
drone count, because of the extra boost economy from the gold base. So, like, that's why he's sort of kind of fine with that.
Yeah, so you really don't want to be 20 workers behind, but the timing is going to be extremely scary, of course, with a lot of roaches and a lot of circlings. But being able to break a Protoss with the Mothership Core and the Force Field, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like you said, by the way, Mecha is going for his sort of, you know, fallback build that we saw in the previous series, where he goes for the +2 and the Blink with the robotics facility for, like, Immortals and Observers. It was a really potent strategy, and we saw that Mecha had really good force fields. So that's pretty much going to be coming into play very shortly here, and I think that he's going to be going to go for this gold base, actually.
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
I mean, still no creep thread, so it's very exposed still.
Absolutely, and that's a great point you bring up there. Observer first for Mecha, not going to immediately towards his Immortal, means that he feels quite safe to go for the Observer first to just get some information what his opponent is doing. And there is actually the normally timed third base, I'd say, with this build. It looks to be exactly what he went for in his matches against Prospect on this map. But here's something interesting from Winter. The choice of tech from the Evolution Chamber, it's melee attack.
Ooh, you know what I feel from this? I think that he's going to be going into some like Infestors or something.
Yeah, you think?
As his sort of like powerhouse unit.
He is actually going up to...
Upgraded Lings and Infestors. He is getting Glider Reconstitution. I mean, it's a staple upgrade. You kind of need it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Infestor because he really likes that Infestor play.
Yeah, mass Lings with a lot of upgrades would make sense since he's going to have a lot of hatcheries but not that many drones, which is good because the Zerglings is of course very lava heavy. But yeah, he has social mining from 5 gases, which doesn't really make sense if you want to go pure Lings. So probably going to be going for Infestors or Mutas or some kind of gas heavy tech there.
I mean, I kind of hope Infestors because they've sort of fallen out of fashion, you know, in PvZ after the fungal growth nerf.
Yeah, but I think it might be one of the best counters towards the very sentry-heavy playstyle from Mecha with the blink stocks as well, preventing the blink from being used as well.
You can control it so well, let those rings wrap around and just... Fungal still lets you control the battlefield very nicely.
Very nicely there, but speaking of very nicely, Mecha gets in with a hallucinating Phoenix and actually spots out the Spire, so he knows exactly what's going on in Camp Winter. Let's see. I don't think Winter has the balls to cancel this, but, well, here comes some Roaches, but 2 Immortals. Those can take on a lot of Roaches.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, this Photonova charge was thrown down on the 3rd Nexus, so these Lings are just camping here, dying. But yeah, Mecha's army is looking quite formidable now. He does have +2. 1-1 is just around the corner to finish up with Winter, and he's getting Burrow as well. I love Burrow. It's just one of the most underused upgrades. You can, burrow Lings across the map to get vision. You can, set up big ambushes with Roaches, and it really just gives your army a lot more utility in general.
And here we go towards the 3rd base of Mecha. His army is being pulled out of position. Can Winter actually snipe this? A lot of damage coming down from these.
Oh, if he gets this, this is going to be huge, Mr. Bad Example.
No force fields going on at all, and it looks like this army is just gonna obliterate Mecha's 3rd base. So great play from Winter. But just look at the supplies. He's 30 down.
Oh yeah, that's actually, he lost quite a lot of units there. And I mean, this army from Mecha is really powerful. He's got the Immortals and Sentries and really good upgrades. He's on +2 versus 1-1. But now 30 Mutalisks are on the way here for Winter. So he's going to have a really mobile army, but it's not going to be very powerful, straight up. And Mecha is moving across the map and still no creep spread, so this is really going to hurt Winter now.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes Mecha. Do we have any probe with the armor or any proxy pylon in an offensive position? Yeah, there is the proxy pylon. Oh, and here comes
the Mutas flying over the army! Losing 1 there, but they have been revealed.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mecha being 3rd supply up when it comes to army. And yeah, Winter just wants to go for the base trade here, but this is just the power of Protoss being able to warp in units at home. The Mutas are going to be enough here, and actually a Ling run by as well. Winter is just going for the base trade.
Yeah, I think this is his best bet because, I mean, there's no way he can fight against that army. He just needs to, try to buy as much time as possible with buildings and anything, and just use as much money as he has into Mutalisks. He's trying to go for these pylons, which I think is really smart. But yeah, the upgrades and the warpings from Mecha seem to be really strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Mecha is just obliterating that other base from Winter. 2 Warp Prism actually there, so if one is sniped, the other one is going to be staying very strong. I'm curious what the Mothership Core is. Do we have any information on that? Was it actually sniped? Because I don't not believe we've seen any Photonova charge or any recall.
No, the Mothership Core is on his way back. But these Lings wreaking havoc on top of these probes. Mutalisks coming in again once, fighting these upgraded Stalkers. Here the Lings finally sweep in here to provide assistance. Really nice force fields there, denying surface area for those Zerglings. And these Mutalisks are dying off, but they're killing a lot of the units. But that Photonova charge, that's going to force the Mutalisks out. And Winter has lost his main and natural expansion.
Yeah, and with that, I think he has lost almost all his tech. There's going to be no Roach Warrior, no spawning pool, no Spire, no Lair. Wow! Look at the structure count from Winter. It's just hatcheries, spine crawlers, and extractors.
Yeah, I mean, look at the supply. It really tells the tale of this game right now. 61 to 134 of the property Protoss. Yeah, he's asserting his dominance, Mr. Bad Example.
And there's a lot of Spines here, but with a couple of Immortals and a Guardian Shield as well with some Zealots, they're just going to, pew down those Spine Crawlers. And even though there's a lot of Spine at that base, he can just go for the gold, whereas...
Oh my god, they broke the rocks. He's just going to go there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Spines there too, but it's still not as much as in the other base. No. So the lack of creep are just coming back to bite Winter here.
Yeah, that's definitely something I feel, if you're actually going to grab that gold base, just go through that creep. I mean, it's so important. I mean, a couple of Spines, very few Mutalisks and only a few Lings with 1-1 versus this +2 Protoss army. I don't think there's anything Winter can do to get back into this. Like, there's literally, it's impossible for Mecha to, you know, throw this. You can just A-move and then look away. His army is just so strong.
Yeah, so many Blink Stalks with a +2 attack here, and Mecha having a lot of Sentry in here as well. Winter's not even gonna try 1-0 in favor of Mecha. The Stone Cold Killer taking game number 1 of the EC3 circle.
Yes, sir, that's how it is. Very nice from both of our players. It was, you know, it was a bit uncertain, but when Winter went for that third base, he did kill it, which was, of course, brilliant, but then he did not have, you know, contingency plan for a counterattack, and it just, and that, in combination with, you know, the lack of creep thread, really punished him.
Yeah, absolutely, and he invested so much in killing that third base. He was down to like
all of his roaches dead.
Yeah, but he was on like 35 drones or something, I think, when he started to just pump out roaches and Zerglings, which means that he was like a lot behind Mecha when it comes to workers. And if you just leave a Protoss to chrono boost out as many Protoss as possible, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, that's how it is, guys. But you know, I kind of feel, you know, that now.
Yep. Now
Winter sort of, you know, got the feel for how Mecha plays. I mean, he got to watch those games previously, but now he actually played against it. So do you think he's going to be changing up his style now? Because it looked kind of similar, except with the crazy cannon rush.
Yeah, no, I mean, Winter had the very crazy opening. They're going for the 3 hatches before pool versus the cannon rush. Of course, they're going to be in a bad position just when it comes to the build orders. But I think Winter in that first game, he just showed off his very normal strategy. That is just what Winter is known for. The counter-attack with the Mutas, the Zerglings, great use of Burrow, upgrade heavy. But like Mecha was just able to pick that apart. So let's see if Winter throws in something more special here as we're getting into King Sejong Station.
Yes, sir, and here we go. So now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2, University Star League Grand Finals. Wearing the color blue, spawning in the top left, he is none other than ECV's Winter.
And in the other corner of the map here, as the Red Protoss being up 1-0. Do we have any fans from the son of Uppsala? It is Team Properties Mekar. There he is. Just such confidence.
I mean, you know, taking a game of Winter, that would give me confidence too.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a really good Zerg.
He's a pretty good Zerg.
Yeah, but so both of these guys GM.
Those accounts that they're playing on right now were not, but I know they have both been GM, and they probably are right now as well.
Yeah, like on their true accounts.
Yeah, on their barcodes or whatever.
Yeah, but right now, so Mekar going for 13 gates probably. Yeah, there we go. Gateway expand on this map, I definitely think that's going to be, you know, the better choice. Extremely wide ramps. It's difficult to cover all of that surface area, you know, like efficiently this early on in the game, because like if you want to go for the full wall off, you commit so much minerals to that, and you'll just fall behind in everything else. So, gate in base, I think that's your best bet.
Yeah, and a very quick scout here for Winter. I mean, he really wants to find out if Mekar is doing a Forge first or Gateway first, but do you really think that it's such a big difference for how the Zerg reacts to it?
Well, no, actually no, it's kind of similar.
Yeah?
Like
I mean, I would agree.
Hatch first or pool first, it doesn't really matter, it doesn't change too much. I think the only thing with, you know, like, if you can see a Forge, you'll just have to, like, scout with a drone. I think that's about it. And if a cannon rush happens, you pull a couple of drones, you shut that down, the Protoss generally falls behind, you know, if you don't screw up as a Zerg.
Yeah, but here we can actually see the reason that Winter went out with his early drone scout.
He's
going for 3 hatch before pool once again, so very confident play for Winter here, once more on the King Sejong Station.
Yeah, I actually really like this decision from him, because, I mean, if it is so that that Mecha doesn't scout this, he hasn't seen it yet. He could. I mean, he's a really solid Protoss, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does. But so far, so good. But he's going to come in and see that there's a gas and no pool, so he's probably going to understand that there is a third hatchery down.
And this is such a greedy build from Winter. The pool actually first going down about 340 in game. That's one of the latest spawning pools I've ever seen, as it is behind 2 hatcheries as well as 1 extractor. But there is a nexus from Mecha, so he's not going to be far behind in the economy department. Now, there are, of course, a lot of builds you can do, as opposed to follow up with. For a long time, it was very common to go for the tech of 2 bases and then do something with either Twilight Council, a Robo, or Stargate. But lately, we've been seeing more of the pure gateway play. Do you like it personally?
Yeah, I actually kind of do, because it gives you a lot of versatility. I mean, you can be very defensive with gateway units together in combination of cannons and the mothership core, like you go very sentry heavy, and you can also be very aggressive if you go for a lot of sentries, because I mean you have all those force fields, and get a couple of units, you know, powerhouse units like Immortals and stuff like that to back that army up. You have a very formidable force coming into the mid game.
Absolutely, and speaking of sentries, I would actually say that perhaps Mecha's greatest strength in this matchup especially is the way that he controls the spellcasters, both the sentries for the force fields as well as especially his high tempo.
Oh
so
yeah, I saw that.
If we ever see him get into the late game, he's going to feed back the shit out of your Vipers and just drain down the Storms and towards the Hydra, so I don't think Winter will allow Mecha to get up to such amount of text, because that's going to be really scary. Speaking of tech though, here is the Stargate.
Yeah, well, finally, I think this is the first Protoss opening with a Stargate, you know. I think this is the first Protoss for these semi-finals and quarter-finals that we've had.
Yeah, maybe it is. I'm not entirely sure, but that is very possible. I know Mecha went for Stargate for Smedlist, but that was very late in the game as he was up against the mid transition. So
I mean, like as a Stargate opening build.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree there. So a lot of gas being set up for Mecha. I would guess it's going to be first one Oracle. Do you like one Oracle into Phoenix,
Yes.
or do you think?
I think it's great. I think it's really, really good. An Oracle can kill a Queen solo, and you know, you kill that Queen, and you can snag a couple of drones before that Spore Crawler finishes. And it also, you know, if you're lucky, you can force a very extreme response there from the Zerg player. Otherwise, you can go Phoenix, you know, into Void Rays, or Phoenix into Oracles. I know that there's like a mass Oracle Charge Zealot with upgrade style. I don't think too many people play that, but I mean, it can definitely catch your opponent off guard. You know, you come in with like 5 Oracles, it's kind of ridiculous.
And Mecha actually mentioned one of the Elfie Jolo builds, as he called it, which is the gateway Oracle attack, where you like get an Oracle and like push with like 4 Zealots and a Mothership Core and an Oracle and reinforce with more Oracles. It's actually going to be really, really scary, and a build that is invented by the Finnish Protoss hero, of course. But here it is going to be pure Phoenix so far for Mecha, and I would expect this going up to at least 4, probably even 5 there, just to be sure he can kill Queens in one lift, kill drones, and force away the Overlords, get some vision on the map.
I really like this. Like Phoenix is just such a good unit. I mean, gives you map control, gives you free scouting. You keep those alive, and they can help out against like pretty much anything, because you can lift things up. If your opponent goes for Infested, you can lift those up. And they sort of, you know, preemptively shut down Mutalisk play. So I just think like opening Phoenix is a really good way to come into the mid game here, because it really gives you a lot of control and versatility.
And I think that's a great point to make, because Winter is somewhat known for his Muta transitions late in the game.
Oh yeah.
But it is extremely hard to transition to Muta transition versus a player that already has about 4 to 5 Phoenix, as well as the capability to make more. It's gonna be really tough to switch to Muta, because these Phoenixes, of course, if you didn't know, especially with the range upgrade, they can just kite away.
Like ridiculous damage versus light air units. But yeah, so here we finally go. Now Winter is throwing down a couple of creep tumors, like in. Like he did not do in the last game, and that did punish him, so I think he learned his lesson. Now, I really like this about Winter, that he's the kind of guy that, you know, in between each game, he tweaks his way of playing, his builds and styles like that. It's just really, really nice to see. A couple of drones getting picked up there, but, you know, not too much damage here. Let's see if Mecha decides to go up to 5 Phoenix. Yes, he does, so made the right call there.
Yeah, and these double evolution chambers going down for Winter. I think now is the time that we're going to see what Winter's game plan is. Are we going to see melee, or are we going to see ranged?
Oh, that's a melee.
Wow.
This is kind of trademark thing that he does.
Yeah.
He just really likes getting those melee upgrades, because he likes playing Ling heavy. And, you know, having the attack up against those Lings, they just scale so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you didn't know, the crack Lings, I mean Lings with adrenal glands and +3 attack, are actually the unit in the game with the highest DPS. And they're also the cheapest one, so...
Higher damage than the Stim Marine with +3?
I think so.
Really? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Because like Marines are so good.
Yeah, but I mean, if we get into that really late stage of the game, if you ever see a run by of like 8 Lings, they can just take out a Nexus in seconds.
Yeah, but here we go. No non-cracklings actually might be able to force a cancel this. Yeah, there we go. Winter does get the cancel, and he's actually going for the probe. Nah, going to be pulling out there. But he could maybe get in. No, this is Sentry, and yeah.
Winter not using the force fields, and I'm pretty sure he could have saved that if he wanted to use the force fields, but I think that he's actually saving up the energy on those sentries, really prioritizing having a lot of energy there. So let's see what he wants to use that for. Do you think we can go for any sort of Colossi timing, or do you really have to wait with the Colossi build until you get like 3 or 4?
You'd really have to wait until like 2 at least.
Yeah.
That is like the minimum number to go. You're going with a single one. If you have maybe 2 or 3 Immortals like in the ground army that is to sort of like be the backbone of that, then you can go with 1, but it's still, you know, a risk. But here we go once again, Winter coming in and forcing a cancel on the Extractor. He's just being very active with his Lings, you know, doing all these cute moves. I do really like that, and he's securing his 4th base behind all of this going on right now. So, and his creeps are actually looking really nice here. He's done a great job with that.
And as our great observer Swade is actually pointing out right now, Winter is actually transitioning into somewhat of what we yesterday called the Alphonse Åberg build, where you get a bit of everything. We have the Spire, Infestation Pit, as well as the Hydralisk Den. So Winter just wants to make a bit of everything. I don't believe we're going to see any use of the Spire right now. I think that it's just going to be to eventually transition in towards the Mutalisks. And do you think we're going to see a quick hive here with the Infestation Pit, or is he actually going to be making Infestors?
Yeah, maybe, we'll see, but I mean, this Spy could also come into play and be Corruptors, you know, for the Colossi. Queen's getting picked up here, and then, you know, 5 Phoenix is just so good, but here come the Hydralisks now getting revealed, and no, Mecha even saw those with the Observer, so he's just going to push these Phoenix back, but they are going to come in, and they could get a couple of free drones here in this 4th base of Winter, but no, he decided to go for that Overlord instead. Doesn't really matter at this point.
And one thing with these melee upgrades for Winter is actually that his Lings are going to be scary, of course, but when he eventually gets up to the Hive and is able to transition into Ultralisk, that is going to be super scary, as you're already going to be having the upgrades for those also scale really well with upgrades. So if you eventually get into the late game with like Ling, Ultra, Infestor or something,
and
that
Vipers
is going to be, and Vipers even, yeah, that's going to be super, super scary. So we do have the Hive here coming in for Winter. Do you think we're going to see super fast Ultra?
Could, you know, really, yeah, actually, I think so. Because, I mean, he's been just working so hard on these upgrades, getting that. So he's going to probably just start 3-3 roads away, get the chitinous plating for those Ultras, go up to 3-5 Ultralisks, and then a bunch of Vipers, you know, 3 or 4, to drop Blinding Clouds and to snag off those powerhouse units of the Protoss army.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And, yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Mecha, one of the players in Sweden, I would say, with the best High Templar control, and there is actually 3 being warped in.
I have to agree with you.
Storm is being researched, so, I mean, if Winter just lets Mecha have a way with this, it's going to be really scary, because Winter's unit composition is actually extremely vulnerable to Storm, as it's mainly consistent of Zerglings and Hydralisks.
Okay, but look at this now. Winter setting up forces here on both sides with these destructible rocks. He has to break these down, so he can't just run up there. But now the Phoenix is getting caught up to the position there, losing 4 of those 5 Phoenix. And that's going to set Winter up really nicely for that Mutalisk transition you were talking about.
Yeah, and here's actually the Ultralisk Den as well coming around, and as you mentioned, I think that is perfect. I think 1 round of Ultras here with a +2/+2 attack. The +2/+2 melee, and then after that it's going to be an attack with Ultra, Ling, and Hydra, and after that transition into Muta. That would be a perfect game plan.
Absolutely. But here right now, Winter is breaking into the natural here, breaking down buildings, and Ling is actually streaming in here, but no, Colossi comes back, saves the day, and so now Mecha has to concern himself, but at the same time we had this attack with Lings and Hydras at the 3rd base. That did, however, get pushed back. But now Winter pushing in again with these Hydralisks, just 4 Hydras, and they're just doing so much of a difference here because they can shoot over those force fields. Photon Overcharge goes down, and now Zealots coming in, and they're actually killing the move-commanded units here, but they're getting into the main.
Absolutely relentless multi-pronged aggression here from Winter, but this is not what is important. What is important is 20 Mutalisks
Oh no,
on
my
the
god!
production tab.
Mr. Bad example, the main Nexus! He's gonna get the main Nexus, he's targeting it with Lings, Photon Overcharge won't help!
Well, it is gonna go down there, and Winter, I mean, just being so aggressive here, showing off that, rocking that APM so high right now, and he's just managing to just make Mecha so extremely defensive here, and 20 Mutas just popped. Does Mecha have anything against this?
Right now, no, I mean, there's a Photon Overcharge to the Nexus, but right now, Winter's just killing so many probes. 24 workers killed here from our Zerg player. 191 supply, 200 supply to the 143 of his Protoss opponent. This 3rd base could also get attacked, but no, Winter's going to be pulling back these. But these Mutas right now are definitely going to be worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, they are actually sniping towards the pylons then. Wow, they're going to get a Colossi as well. Great value out of these Mutas from Winter. Will they get a Colossi number 2? Yes, it looks like that is going to be the case. A Storm is somewhat whiffed there from Mecha, as Winter can just fly out and regenerate with those Mutalisks. So, very great use of these mobile units from Winter so far. Mecha is under a lot of pressure, and on the production tab, we have Ultralisks.
Yeah, like this is a perfect transition for Winter to make right now. He's got these Mutas, doesn't need to commit more to those. There's even a Warp Prism here from Mecha, by the way, in the main of Winter. That's just camped by Lings, so that's not going to do anything. And
Mecha's 3rd base though. There is actually a big counter-attack as well with the Zerglings and the Hydras.
He can focus down the Nexus with these Hydras.
Winter's playing so well right now.
He's going for it!
Oh, he's going to get it, yeah, great
The 2nd Nexus of the game does fall.
Where the Hydra stand. I mean, he's not caring that he's going to lose his hiders. He's just freeing up supply, but there's the GG. Winter. It might be Winter, but he's playing like he's on fire today.
Absolutely. Guys, hold your horses. Don't put on your shorts yet. Summer is far away because winter is still coming.
Absolutely. He very much is, and that was just a brilliantly executed and thought out game plan there from Winter.
So cool, like the multi-prong, just tearing his opponents apart, or being so, surgical about that. I love the tiny strike forces of units that he sets up. It's like such a Winter thing to do.
Such a Winter thing to do.
Such a Winter thing to do.
Absolutely.
New phrase.
Indeed. Last day we had the casual tournament where we had a player, Samurai Jack, that I thought reminded me a lot of MC, so we call him Mini MC. I think Winter in this game, he was with the Mini Jaedong. He was just all over the place, forcing the Protoss to just react to what he was doing. First the Ling Hydra attacks, transitioning into Muta, transitioning into Ultra, and then if the game would have been going on even further, he would just transition back and forth between all these stuff, which is what Zerg is doing so well there with the lava, being the only production structure, of course. So Winter, Mini Jaedong perhaps.
Yes, sir. However, what's going to happen now, Mr. Bad Example?
We are going to be jumping into our third game here. It's 1-1, so it's going to be a Habitation Station. Our first player here in the top left corner. Dubbed Mini Jaedong by myself. Going to take home this series. It is Winter!
I'm going to call him the Surgeon Zerg.
Surgeon Zerg.
Yeah.
Okay.
And his opponent, anyway, wearing the color red, will he be able to find a lead now? Currently, third game, best of 7, so it's a big series, guys. He is none other than Team Properties Mecha.
There he is, and those first two games was really... Game number 1, Mecha was just able to do exactly what he wanted to do. Executed very well, of course, and he was just completely free to do whatever he wanted. On the other hand, game number 2, Winter just was playing exactly his style. He was playing according to his game plan and just picked Mecha apart.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm very excited to see. The Surgeon Zerg.
The Surgeon Zerg, I think that's really catchy. I'm going to coin that.
He's picking him apart, you mean?
The Surgeon Zerg, like using surgical cuts with a scalpel. His lings act as a scalpel.
Yeah?
They really do. They come in and just do, fine little cuts and take your opponent apart.
You're an artist with words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bad Example.
No problem.
It's as if you were sculpted by an artist yourself.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I would definitely agree, and I know a lot of people in the audience would agree too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Winter! Why are you so awesome?
I love this. He did this earlier in the quarterfinals.
Oh, he did?
Versus, was it Prospect?
Winter was playing actually versus Goldhead, I think. Was it in that series?
Oh.
Was it versus Visserda? Or someone? I don't know, it doesn't even matter. Anyway, this is of course the proxy hatchery in Mecha's natural for Winter, which is not an uncommon build at all. It looks like Mecha is reacting very well here, actually pulling up 5 additional probes, which means he's
yeah, 6 is the perfect number.
Yeah.
It's like same thing with drones to kill, whatever. You don't want to pull more than 6 drones. Because otherwise you'll lose too much mining time. And that means Zalat being chrono-directed now, and Winter just dropping that hatchery in his, natural. I would be surprised if he let this hatchery finish. I mean, he could.
Do you think he could constant and then place an Evo? Is
Yeah,
that an option?
Yeah, if he's really quick. Absolutely.
I think Mecha has to spam click a probe in order to prevent that.
Oh, you have to cancel his Winter? Yeah, there we go. There's a cancel.
Evo chamber? No. Nah.
Oh, he's going for it again! Just delaying this expansion for so long. This has to be so frustrating for Mecha right now.
If you're Mecha now, do you go for the gold? Would you?
I don't know.
It's definitely an option.
Absolutely. And I mean, obviously, committing into building double hatchery, your opponent has invested a lot of money. But yeah, there we go. He's going for the gold, just like you called it. So I'm going to hold the phone for you.
I call it.
You did call it.
Absolutely.
Call me maybe, Mr. Bad Example.
I will. I will call you, and I will call more things in this series. So keep watching if you want to.
What was that, by the way?
Is he just trying to tilt the Mecha a bit here? I'm not actually sure, but that might be what Winter's doing right now.
Like mana hatchery?
Yeah, mana hatching his base and then just cancel and run out of there. Anyway, great overall positioning here. Actually, is able to see what is going on with this gold base. So Winter knows exactly what's going on. Do you think we will see a quick third, or can he put down pressure to kill this second base?
He could, he could just go with a roach all in, offer 2 bases. I mean, that could just kill his opponent right out.
But
Like
that wouldn't
outright.
be Winter's style, would it?
No, it wouldn't. He's not that kind of guy.
No, I don't think he's that kind of guy. He doesn't really like his roaches, I believe.
He's sort of like, I'm going to sit back and just do my thing, do whatever you want. You're dead anyway.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it. The Surgeon Zerg.
The Surgeon Zerg.
Surgeon Zerg.
That's kind of good, isn't it?
It's kind of decent.
It is.
I think someone was actually already called that, though.
Really?
Wasn't it like Violet, someone, I think?
No, not Violet.
I think it was.
Do you think so?
3 gas for the Surgeon Zerg for Mini Jaedong here. No, 2 gas, actually. So, you think this is just, he's going to get speed, he's going to macro up. Or is it going to be a rush towards the Lair and perhaps rush towards the Mutalisks?
I mean, you could do 2 base Muta versus Protoss. It's very old school. But I mean,
Yeah.
you could pull that off.
I
I
definitely agree.
wouldn't say that it's bad. I mean, the Mothership Core is there, but because of that Muta regeneration, you still have a lot of healing power in it.
And it's actually going to go up to 5 queens here. 5 queens, mining a lot of gas. I would not say that a Queen Roach Nidus push is completely out of the question.
Yeah, he could absolutely do
That
that.
is such a cool
and then
old school build.
go like Nidus with, Infestors?
Because this is such a small map, what would you use so many queens for otherwise?
Yeah, you make a fair point. Or maybe he could just like have 3 for spreading creep right now and 2 to inject, and then he splits off one of those 3 queens for his third base. But I mean, we're at the 7:25-minute mark, and there's no third base going down here for Winter, so I feel he's gonna be doing some sort of strange 2-base play. Now, having the Devil Evolution Chamber, getting these additional gases, we should see the lair come down for him shortly, and he starts a 1-1, and then he goes into a 2-base 1-1 Ling Infesta timing, and to kill the Protoss third base. That's something he actually showed me a lot. But I mean, that's one of his older builds, and he told me personally that he's found something better. So maybe that's not what he's doing.
Great defensive for Mecha with a good force field being able to thwart off these things. But yeah, there is the +1/+1 coming down. So many queens. And I want to hear, audience, is there anyone who would like to see a Nidus Worm? Yeah, I think so. The audience is definitely on top of things there. And there is the lag going down quite early for Winter. So I think it's up to some sort of shenanigans here.
I hope so. I mean, he's still staying on these 2 bases, even adding the additional spine crawlers. This has to be Nidus, Mr. Radicopple. It has to be Nidus or Mutalisks. Nothing else.
Nidus or Riot. I'm calling it. Nidus or Riot. Come on, Winter. Get on the Nidus. Get on the Circling. He can even drop several Nidus Worms. One to slow push the front with the Queens, and then perhaps Nidus back in the main base to get in with 1-1 links and just snipe a Nexus or something. And Winter's multitask has definitely the potential to make this work.
Absolutely. Wait,
here comes
2 Queens getting caught out. Really perfect force fields there from Mecha. Just wow. And now we see Mothership Core with all these gateway units. And, Winter, he needs to be very careful now. He does have these lings, and the upgrades on the way, 24 additional ones in production. So he'll be able to push this back for now.
That is actually
we'll see what he
such
does.
a big deal. That is actually...
losing 2 Queens like that
it looks
for
like,
free.
it's just 2 queens, it's 300 minutes. No! Let's get 2 queens with a lot of energy that could have been pivotal to the build of Winter. So that was really, really big for Mecha, doing a lot of damage there. Here you said, the infestation pit. Are we gonna see the swarm hosts?
Oh, I hope so.
You do?
I mean, infestors.
Oh, yeah,
I want infestors.
I'm praying for swarm hosts, though.
Yeah. So
I want
guys,
to sit in front of 4 hours.
Yeah, one thing that I want to point out is that Winter did actually not get up into the natural, of his opponent to see if there was a third base.
No, he did not. He's gonna get up there now.
Yeah, there we
but
go.
I think it's too late.
Go, kill the pylon. There's a probe there, you can get that. Force field does go down, so this entry actually has a lot of energy, so he's going to be, be able to keep that force fielded forever. I mean, and Winter's now got lings on all
enduring
sides.
locusts! I
Oh
call
yeah,
it.
here we go.
Hold the
Swarm
phone.
hosts. I'm holding it.
You're holding the phone?
I am.
Second thing I call this game. The gold base and the swarm hosts.
That's how it is. Now, we see the Zug missile attack started, and, so having +1 already is just going to help Winter so much into the late game, when he does get the Ultralisks.
And just look at how active he is with the Zerglings.
I love this.
I mean, he's just moving them around the map all the time, and he's going to pressure the main base ramp once more. And this is just forcing Mecha to have several sentries at home, because, I mean, if all of a sudden like 12 2-2 Zerglings would show up there, one cell is not enough to hold that.
No, absolutely not. So right now we see that Mecha is moving across the map here. Winter has got 2 swarmers. That's all he has. And then there's actually no power. Force field's going down on this natural ramp, and he can just go and kill this third base. There's so many overlords out in the open.
Wow, and as an old Swedish expression is, 2 swarm hosts during en sommar. and Winter is not going to be able to pull this off. I think the third base is going to go down here, and a couple of overlords as well with that. Mecha doing so much damage, picks up a Swarm Host as well. Winter's trying to counterattack, but Mecha is just so on top of things, playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Link's coming into the third, they're killing a couple of probes, but that's going to be enough because, I mean, the Protoss army remains, and there are, what is that, 5 Swarm Hosts? That's definitely not going to cut it.
6 more on the production tab though. I think Winter is somewhat behind on the economy department and on the map control, but he needs to push out and take back the map control with these Swarm Hosts, as he's getting a lot of them. And Colossi is still a fair bit off for Mecha, so Winter, he has somewhat of a timing window to be aggressive with the Swarm Host, but I mean, everyone seems how weird that sounds. Be aggressive with Swarm Host? That's not easy.
No, it definitely isn't. I mean, because if you just one little slip up and the Protoss catches you out of position, the game is just over.
Absolutely, and Mecha should be building several observers right here, and he's actually going for a second robotics facility right here. So two robo off of 3 bases here. Going to be producing a couple of observers firstly, and then this will be going to be chronoing out those Colossi, and we could see in the game versus Madlisk, when Madlisk had a lot of Swarm Hosts, but Mecha had like 8 Colossi, and then it just...
Oh yeah,
the Locusts,
mass
they don't really matter.
Ridiculous. But yeah, here we go now. So 3-base Protoss is going to be against a later 3-base Zerg. And Mecha has just been very dominant in this game, like not taking damage from things, just being on top of everything he's up to. Now there, we had Locust actually surrounding the Protoss army, so he does force that recall, which is pretty nice there.
Wint is actually even microing his own Locusts. That is really impressive to just get the Locusts around.
But did you see the game there, in the really scrappy game on Frost,
no,
when he played against...
Fusroda?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
And like, they were down to like 20 supply each. None of them had barely any buildings, and he actually microed Broodlings to kill an Immortal.
That's pretty cool. And still, 5 Queens actually up for Winter, so
he maintained that count.
Yeah, I think this is somewhat of his game plan. I'm not sure if it's just going to be for the creeps or just saving a lot of transfuse, or it's probably going to be both, of course, but yeah, here we do have double Colossi on the production time, and wow, you can just see those Locusts shooting away from the low ground and actually getting the vision thanks to the Selnaga watchtower there.
Yeah,
really
that's
impressive.
really annoying. Okay, Queen's on patrol here, and they're going to be focusing down this War Prism. Okay, no, he's actually not doing that now. Additional War Prism, a lot of Zealots coming in here. I don't know if he has charge, but he does have +2 attack, and we know that that's a very potent upgrade, and the rest of the Protoss army is posturing in the middle, but these Zealots are coming in here now, and Winter's going to pull back units here, and also transfuse the Queens. Oh, nice transfuses coming down there from Winter, but he needs to continue. 1 Queen does fall, 1 remains there in a very good position, and the Locusts come in and help out, but the Protoss army is moving forward here through the center of the map.
Absolutely, and as a Brit, you should know, transfuse save the Queen, of course, but here comes the Mecha's really scary army. It's actually up 20 supply on Winter with the Swarm Host Link composition, transitioning into the Spire, but Mecha is way ahead. He already has the Stargate, he already has the Voiders on the way, and this is just going to be such a scary death ball. Mecha is sitting on 3 bases, completely uninterrupted by Winter.
Yeah, Winter's barely been able to touch his opponent right now, so yeah, like this is Mecha's game to lose, I feel, because he's building the optimal army composition, and the only thing that he's going to, want to have after these Voiders are going to be High Templar, and then it's just be perfect.
Yep. How are Voiders versus Mutas though? If like all of a sudden like 20 from 25 meters would pop for Winter, how would Mecha with a Voider-based composition deal with that?
Well, I mean, Voiders are actually very tanky, so they did do fairly well versus Mutalisk. I'm not, especially with the ground support, you have the force fields to zone out any ground units, the Stalkers to help, and if you get in these High Templar, you have the ability to make Archons as well. Bunch of Stalkers getting caught out, but no, there's a Colossus, so they're going to roast those very quickly.
Well, yeah, it was actually the other way around there. And we can see the Monolith, of course, still with full energy. I'm really interested to see what Mecha is actually going to use this for. Of course, it's going to be for the time ops if there's a straight up engagement. But just going for Sniper base and then recall would also be a great option.
He needs to be really careful.
There's a time up on the Locust. Like, with the 3 Colossi.
Oh my god, he might lose the Colossus!
Wow, 1 Colossus goes down. There's still 3 for Mecha, but great value out of those out of those Locusts. And Winter's doing a grand job with these
3 sentries there as well at the end.
And that, I mean, that in total, that's 500 gas.
Yeah, that's a lot. Prismatic alignment does go down on these 2 Voids, but these Cover-Raptors are going to shut these down completely. And now Mecha is forced to retreat because Winter is just pushing on forward. These Locusts proving so valuable.
I mean, Winter's pushing back Mecha, but it's still even in supply with the Void Ray Colossus composition going up against Ling Swarm Host Corruptor, which I think is a great position. Here comes the War Prism Harass once more towards the main base, and those cells are actually quite well upgraded with the charge, with a +2 as well, so he's going to be able to do a lot of damage there. And there's more Colossi, more War Prisms coming in for Mekar. He's going to get such a scary army right here.
Well, I really like this. He's staying so active with this War Prism. Warping in Zealots once again, almost getting that Queen. I mean, that would have been, no injection in the main hatchery, so that would be very annoying here for Winter. He really needs to be able to, macro out as much as possible now. He's only on 57 drones at this stage in the game, so his economy is a lot worse than it could actually be.
That is actually such a huge Corruptor cloud. How many are there? I mean, do you think this is too many to make versus this amount of Colossus and Voiders? Because, I mean, that is 16 Corruptors. That's a lot of minerals and gas invested into that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, right now, the Voider count is actually very, very low. So having this number of Corruptors is definitely going to be able to pay off, because they'll be able to pretty much one-shot these Colossi, one or two-shot them. And, it's only dangerous to make a lot of Corruptors if your opponent already has a really high Void Ray count. But Mekar doesn't at this point. He has 2 and just like 1 more in production, which is nothing.
And here the first Mutas are popping for Winter. It's actually somewhat transitioning into the Mutalisks, which could be a good choice here. And here becomes a huge flock of air units flying in towards the main base as Mekar is pushing with a huge amount of Colossus. Will Winter have any chance? But here comes Mutas towards the gold base.
Yeah, but that base is actually completely empty and completely void of anything. So, I mean, that means Mekar has mined out the gold, which of course is great, but that means he's only down on 2 base economy, 1.5 base economy. The natural expansion does have minerals. The main is actually mined out, so he's on 1 base economy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Mekar on 56 probes, of course not mining that much, as Winter's actually been able to secure additional bases, so you could say this is somewhat of a 3-base all-in play from Mekar almost, with a very scary composition. But here the Corruptors are just flying over the Stalkers, which is a terrible position.
Every single Corruptor! No, I mean every single Colossus.
Oh, he did?
Yes!
Wow, that is actually huge, because these Broodlings, or these Locusts, of course, going to be so scary right now. And here comes another round. I mean, Blink Stalkers versus Locusts is actually a terrible position for Mekar, and I don't even know if he has an Observer with this army.
I can't actually see it either, but he's trying to fight this. I mean, he drops a couple of decent force fields.
Yeah, there's the Observers coming in.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. I was actually like very nervous there for him right now. Now the Locusts are on the wrong side here, and now before the next wave hatches, Mekar can just blink on forward really aggressively.
Great time up there from the Biological build.
He sniped the Observer! No! Oh, he almost did. I thought he was going to focus that, but he did actually lose the Overseer. Mekar did focus that down.
Wow, that's such high level play. But here the Observer's running a snipe. No Observers for Mekar. He's blinking offensively onto the Swarmhost as he loses his Observers, and there's the GG grats from Mekar.
The Winter takes 2-1 lead in this best of 7.
You can just see him laughing away there in the booth. I mean, being able to snipe those 2 Observers at the exact same time as Mekar was blinking offensively onto the Swarmhosts. Just unbelievable play. Such impeccable timing on that Overseer coming in there. And, I mean, Winter, I thought Mekar had that game, but Winter was just playing.
As well.
He was playing
out his mind. Mekar had the gold base and stuff like that. But, like you said, it just mines out so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the gold base was empty really early, as well as the main base. And as Winter was able to secure additional bases in the bottom part of the map, Winter was actually going for somewhat of a 3-base, almost an all-in.
Almost.
With
his fourth was just very late, but he lost that third once, which is really big. I kind of thought, like, when that third went down and Mekar started taking his own third base, or, third base is natural, I thought that that was going to be the nail in the coffin. But no, Winter is not the guy to roll over.
Absolutely not. And some brilliant tech switches there, which is, I'm going to stick to calling him Mini Jaedong there, being able to just tech switch his opponent out there. Do you think that Mekar had a bit of a problem with the scouting there? Do you think he overreacted with too many Colossi versus the amount of Swarmhost there was?
I mean, you can go up to like 4 and then get High Templar to, complement that. And then you sort of just outmaneuver the Swarmhost as best you can. You can do that, you can pull it off. Having so many Colossi, they take up so much supply, and then your opponent just makes a bunch of Corruptors, and we saw all of those Colossi just fall in seconds.
Absolutely.
But
and here we are.
Yeah.
This is going to be game number 4 in this best of 7. It's the University Star League Season 3 Grand Finals. In the bottom right, here he is. The Mini Jaedong, the Blue Zerg. Do we have any fans of the Season 2 champion, Winter?
And his opponent, representing Team Property here at the University Star League, He is wearing the color red, spawning on the top left corner. On Frost, he is none other than Mecha.
There he is, looking as tough as ever there. Just sitting in that booth, and really cool play from both of these guys so far. So Frost, Protoss vs Saga, was actually talking to Mecha as he was watching Madalisk playing against Scylla on this map. And he just said about this map, yeah, this is the #1 Muta map.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of airspace, and it's a very big map, and Mutalisks easily get around all over the place.
Yeah, they are so quick and such. Are able to cover the largest distances so quickly. So Winter, of course, a player that loves this mobile style with the Zerglings and the Mutas, of course, as we've seen. I would think that he's very, very happy with this choice of map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because it's such a big map, it's difficult for Protoss to put on any sort of, aggression. You do obviously have the proxy pylons, but I mean, as long as you're on par with finding those and knocking those out, then, you're generally not under too much threat.
Yeah.
And you can just, set up comfortably with whatever you want.
I also was talking to Mecha more about this map, and he said that, I asked if he met a lot of early pools, and he said, not in general, but on Frost in particular, I meet a lot of early pools because it's so common for Protoss to go for Nexus first. But Mecha, you can just see, he's ice cold, he doesn't even care, he's going for the Nexus first, even though
I
he's
like
been
this.
facing
I
a lot of
prefer
early
this,
pools.
definitely. Like going for the economy-focused play, because both of these guys are kind of macro players. So
Yeah, absolutely. And Winter for the 3rd time in a row, or is it even the 4th time in a row, going for 3 hatch before pool.
Yeah, it's very, very brave. Very brave. But I mean, he can definitely get away with this. His opponent even being unlucky with the scouts here, so he's going to be coming down here, and he's probably not going to see that 3rd base yet. But I mean, he'll come into the main and see the gas and how late the pool is, so he's probably just going to assume that there's a 3rd hatchery going down right now for his opponent.
So 3 hatch before pool has been coming into standard for Zerg almost, as even though it's not that's the safest to use on the ladder and such, it's still a good build if you know what your opponent is doing. When are we going to be seeing 3 Nexuses before gate? Ever?
When they give Mothership Core 50 energy photon overcharge.
Yeah.
Is that ever
so Legacy of the
happen?
Void?
Yeah, Legacy of the Void.
Yeah. And you get a Mothership Core on each Nexus.
Yeah, like living the dream.
Yeah, or all Nexus I have photon overcharge all the time.
Yeah, they have it as a activate ability, so it's to compensate for terrible macro. So it
costs 1 energy per second or something.
Yeah, it's all terrible macro Protosses are just gonna love that.
Yeah. I mean, but they like purple though. Just see the Nexus being green, blue, purple. It just makes sense for. I think
it's a nice color pattern. But yeah, right now, speed started here for Winter, so just very, very standard for him. Typical fast 3 hatch.
Yeah.
Pretty, safety speed.
And I think that Winter, he was talking about having some builds perhaps prepared for Mecha especially. And I think what we saw on that last map perhaps was just that, because he was going for a lot of queens early. And I was thinking the Nidus, but Mecha just went out and sniped those queens. So I'm really interested to see how many queens Winter decides to make on this map. 3 are done right now. Let's see if he goes for additional ones. I would hope so, because it's such a large map and you want to start spreading the creep, because if you do not, you're going to be really vulnerable to places like a Stargate.
Yeah, look, most just, early gateway timings, without that creep threat just makes such a big difference.
Absolutely, the queens of course getting a lot of extra maneuverability when they are on.
Oh yeah, great counteract to air.
Yeah.
Oracle openings, if you have a lot of queens, you can easily shut that down and easily defend. So I mean, queens are generally just a really good unit to have.
Yeah, no, I remember back in the metagame where banshees were really popular in 10 vs Zerg. Of course, every Zerg pretty much had to make a second queen towards the main base, just spread the creeps between the main and the natural. Because, if the Terran comes in with a couple of banshees and you do not have creep spread, those queens just going to take such a long time. And an attempt at a very greedy 3rd base if Maker is completely shut down by Winter.
He was on point there. Those lings just came in there, completely annihilated that probe. Bad day to be him.
Bad day to be a probe there indeed. So let's see if Mecha decides to mind game this and go for a 7 gate of 2 bases, or if he actually wants to attempt to take it on the 3rd base once more. He's throwing down an extra Twilight Council and the gateway, so there's not going to be a really quick 3rd base, but I think he's just going to get it eventually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it kind of feels like a Mecha thing. 2 base all in, not so much his style, right?
Which 3rd base do you prefer in this map as a Protoss vs Zerg? I mean, if you're taking the one that Mecha was going to take there, I feel you're very, very vulnerable to harassment from roaches and hydras, for example.
Yeah, that's very true. So you sort of have to always constantly maintain vision there. That's very important. But the other base is closer, that's close towards your opponent, so that's also a risk. But I mean, you generally posture your army sort of somewhere between your natural and third, so it's fairly easy to defend, you know, if you're just on point with things and continue maintaining good map vision. So, you know, I guess it's...
Oh, Winter's going to get the probe once more, so
oh
delaying that third base.
Delaying that even further. Winter just being really, really active and efficient here with these links. I love this. It's like a cute surgical play.
Yeah, absolutely. And if his tech switches are like Jaedong's, I think a circle play is almost like life, so mini life, mini Jaedong perhaps.
Here we go. Ah, no, he does not get it this time. What did we say in Swedish? Is it tredje gången gillt?
Yeah.
How would you translate that? It's like the third time is when
times the charm.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's actually an English expression as well.
Wow. I'm actually really
You should know this. You're a native speaker. Come on, Lucas. Sharpen up.
Yeah, well, here we go. Double evolution chamber for Winter once again, getting that +1 melee, and then the carapace on the way. Fourth place coming down for Winter now by the 9-minute mark, which is a little earlier than he's been doing, you know, previous games. But I mean, I like this because his opponents are going to be sitting back as, you know, as a Zerg, if you see the Protoss go for a quick third, you can just, okay, I'll just go, you know, continue staying one base ahead over you, so I'll go and grab my fourth base.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great general rule of thumb if you're new to StarCraft, as the taste doses and the guys always bring up, as a Zerg, you generally want to be one base ahead of your Protoss opponent. So, and it's going to be good for Winter, of course, and with the double upgrades really early, it's going to be in a good position. Let's see if he wants to coming out. And I think that if there was ever a map where you would want to go for Ling Muta, it's this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so potent on this map because all of this area that you can just like maneuver around, set up flanks, and all of these crazy counterattack angles as well. I mean, this is definitely a map that Winter has to feel comfortable on.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into the Hydra and of course, is this just a precaution to be safe versus any airplay? Does he actually want to go for a Ling Hydra attack?
I mean, he could. He definitely could. And
I feel it's so vulnerable versus Colossi though.
Oh yeah, of course, of course. These Lings and Hydras are just notorious for, you know, being very flammable.
Yeah, very, very flammable, of course. Those biological units just being able to
they
roast
have like,
them up.
You know, they're like kerosene in their veins.
They probably have. I have no idea what that is.
It's like petrol.
Petrol, okay.
Pretty much.
That makes sense. They're vulnerable to
yeah, but here we go.
And
Flank of Lings, but no, force fields denied those.
Looks like Winter wants to get once more in now. 19 Hydras just about to pop though, so...
Ooh, this is going to be crazy.
Here comes the Hydras.
The attack angle is actually pretty good here for Mecha. And I mean, he's got really good force field control. So both of these guys actually need to be really careful with how they engage each other in this choke.
I think the thing about the Mecha's armor right here is that he can just recall. I mean, even though if he oversteps his boundaries, goes into creep, is surrounded by the Zerglings, he can just recall.
Unless Winter was like a sniper ghost warrior and he just picks off that the Mothership core.
He said he played Counter-Strike actually, so
yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he has like sick reflexes.
Yeah, the skill is trenches and like the Hydras are just picking up the sniper rifles and
like AWP. But yeah, here we go. Couple of links connecting there with Zealots and you know, Mecha is once again moving out there. While at home he's getting additional gateways, got the Templar Archives up here, +3 weapons attack. I mean, +3 attack there all the way. And a little Queen overstepping. That's a good night to you.
Wow, very quick +3 here. This is going to make the Stalker so potent with the double shot, of course. And even any Archons he wants to morph in would be a great choice here. But 4 additional Stalkers is the tech choice here. I would have loved to see a couple of High Templars warping into Archons here, but he just wants the Blink Stalkers for now. There is Storm actually beginning to research, so he has a fallback plan. But right now he's going
a massive fucking angle here coming out of Winter. But he's just sweeping in it with Roaches. And I mean, Lings and Hydras. I'm so excited right now. These force fields are pretty good here though for Mecha. And I don't know, this is such a close fight.
I think the Hydra Sword is going to be too strong right here though. But the upgrade advantage is so in Mecha's favor, +2 attack, and here comes additional Zealots being actually warped in, and he's forcing Winter back. Mecha, how are you executing this?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, he did go right before that 2-2 was done as well, so he was at a massive upgrade disadvantage. Drone's being pulled off the line here. I think Mecha has done it.
Wow, I did not believe Mecha was able to do such a play, but with this just absolutely amazing Blink Stalker Micro, he had the force field, he had a time warp, he had all the utilities that Protoss is able to execute there, and such a huge Blink Stalker warp in here. I don't think Winter's Hydras are going to be standing a chance, and Mecha just says, get out, Winter!
Yeah, well, look at this, +3 is right around the corner. It's even going to be finished before the 2-2. Mecha just playing amazingly right now with some super crisp Blink Micro.
Absolutely, the observer is pointing out exactly what is going on here. Here comes the last engage, I think, for Winter. And when these hiders fall, I think his hope of winning the game will as well. Another stalker round coming in from Mekar. And Winter's last hiders are going down. GG, Mekar equalized the series.
Brilliant play there from Mekar, just impeccable stalker control. There's a really nice force field there. The arc from Winter was brilliant, but I mean, wow, it's such a close fight.
And we can just see the crowd going wild there. I just want to take a quick poll from the crowd. Who is your favorite? Is it Mekar? Quite a lot of Mekar fans there. Do we have any fans of Winter?
Of course, guys. Both of these
Very
are some
even, I'd
crowd
say.
favorites. I'm being surprised if it were anything else.
Yeah, I mean, both of these are just playing so well. Winter, of course, being a regular in the University Star League, actually taking home the Season 2 finals, but Mekar just coming in, showing so confident, so aggressive play, and
I love it.
I love both of them.
It's hard, like if you had to pick one, who would you pick?
Mekar. He's just so cool.
Winter.
You pick Winter?
Yeah, I pick Winter.
I pick you.
I pick you.
I would too.
Yeah,
Why
guys.
are you laughing?
Because
that's BM.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm laughing because I'm happy. Because
Yeah.
I enjoy casting with you so much.
Wow. I'm actually beginning to blush a bit.
Has a Kashin there? Yeah, guys.
I'm so happy.
We have game number 5. It's tied up 2-2 between both of these guys. And it's a best of 7. I mean, if we go to a 3-3 ace match, that's my dream.
And then there's a 6 pool versus the Cannon Rush.
Yeah, but guys, here we go. Game number 5. The map is Way Station.
And here we go. In the top right, our Way Station. A Season 2 champion, showing great aggressive play, but being shut down in the last game. This guy needs your support, ladies and gentlemen, it's Winter!
And spawning here down on the left-hand side on Way Station, wearing the color red. Will he be able to hold against the oncoming snowstorm? He is no other than Team Properties Mekar.
Wow, the crowd is just loving
I love
these
this.
two.
They're so enthusiastic.
Yeah, and I'm actually almost in love with both of them. They're playing so well right now. And I think I would not be exaggerating if I say that this is probably the highest quality of games we have ever seen in the University Star League, this series.
Yeah, I'm not going
Would
to
you
argue
agree?
with that. I'm not
Yeah.
going to argue with that. Now, so, okay, Way Station. It's
a Way Station.
It is a Way Station, but I mean, it's really difficult here to secure a third base without good creep spread.
Yeah.
We know Winter can do that. Like, he can creep spread really well if he wants to. But like we saw on, what's that map called?
Frost?
No.
Habitation Station?
The one before that, the golden one.
The golden one?
Out.
Overgrowth?
Is it Overgrowth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because he didn't creep spread, that really hurt him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he has to be on top of his creep spread this game.
I think Winter, it seems like he's a bit hit or miss with the creep spread. Either goes for 1 queen per hatchery, just completely skips out and creep tumors, or it's like 6 queens, just creep tumors all over the place, saving up a lot of energy.
So it's kind of like black or white in that aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I can sort of like see that in the pattern that we've been seeing it with him. Now, hatchery first for Winter, which, I mean, good choice, standard.
And 3 hatchery before.
Oh, he's doing it again.
More. Winter, this guy has balls.
Okay, do you know what would be terrible here for Winter? If Mekar just like, well, I'm just going to assume that that's what he's doing, and goes aggressive.
But what aggressive follow-ups are there to a fast gateway, though?
I mean, you can go 2 Zealot Mothership Core, and then Chrono out a Stalker.
But
hit
will
the
that
base.
actually be able to do a lot of damage?
Absolutely.
Oh,
like,
it
you
is.
force ridiculous amounts of lings.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, forcing lings doesn't kill stuff, but that's indirect economical damage, because that's lava, that's not drones. And if you can micro really, really nicely, and you're on top of your macro at home, if you just buy enough time, you could potentially even, you know, continue the pressure with the 4-gate.
Absolutely, and that is somewhat of what one of my biggest RTS heroes ever, Grubby, actually stated
I
once.
love Grubby.
That you don't use those units as a weapon, you use them as a tool instead. That is actually so
as
smart.
a like surgical tool.
Yeah.
The surgeon Protoss and the surgeon. It's like an episode of Scrubs.
Episode of Scrubs, indeed. Not a big fan
But
of
these
Scrubs.
guys, okay, but these guys aren't Scrubs at all.
No, these are not Scrubs. They are actually.
They have PhDs in killing each other.
Absolutely. Wow. I was just taking a look at the APM tab, and I thought that we would see Mekar Winter just rocking that 300, 250, 300, and is actually just living up to my expectations. He's been over 300 for a lot of time in these series. at Maker as well. No slouch here. They're going up towards the 200, as well as the game is getting more and more intense. So these players are just, the mechanics are just at such a high level.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys playing phenomenally. Games being like very clutch and close. We just leave the attention to detail from both of our players is definitely something that, you know, shapes the way of how these games are played out. This Stug actually manages to snag a drone. So I mean, that's a little annoying.
Well, this was actually a really quick stalker being chronoed out for Mecha. Do we even have the Mothership Guardian to actually pay attention to that? Yeah, no Mothership post so far from Mecha, so he's just built a sentry and a stalker at home. Being able to take double gas really quick though, so there is actually a very quick robo. You think we're gonna choo-choo?
We could actually see a Soul Train.
Yeah.
I like the sound effect there. But I mean, you saw the Stoker, how much, like, it forced Winter to you know, pull units off, pull away their drones, make a couple of links. Imagine what those two Chronod Zealots would have done with the Mothership Core.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, they're a lot faster. And,
Yeah.
like, imagine if they came in at the third base. When it would have forced so much, like a crazy response from Winter. But Mecha's not done that now. He just went for that little poke. And, I mean, he's getting the robo, getting the additional gas, and he's not making sentries out of this gateway, though, so we'll see, we'll see.
In the second series of the day, we saw Mecha playing against Prospect on this very map. He also went for the Soul Train in these exact positions. He went for a very late variation, though. He went out at 14 minutes.
Oh, like with
4 Immortals
oh, yeah.
and like 8 gates
like
and 45 probes.
Bigger punch,
yeah.
but it's slower.
But Prospect was actually defending so well against that. I could have to shout out to Prospect for that game. He was playing out of his mind, really amazing.
Oh yeah,
he
absolutely.
He got out some roaches and was able to counterattack and put down a lot of pressure back onto Mekar. However, the property Protoss player was eventually able to transition back into the macro game with his high Templar usage. He was just, yeah, it was really, really good.
Yeah, managed to power through there. But yeah, the Immortals are out, and the additional ones coming out. So I think you were right, man.
Yeah?
You called it.
I called it.
You called it, mate. Okay, so now Winter has not yet gone in with the Overlords to, you know, go for that scout. And yeah, once again, like you said, it's either like do or die with the creep threat here for Winter.
Yeah.
He hasn't spread any creep, and this Roach Warren is even late. Like, he could have died to a +1 4 gate.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't he be able to hold it with just pulling, or would
Nope.
that be terrible?
It would be terrible.
Okay.
+1 4 gate just completely annihilates unupgraded links.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but here's the La. He is the Roach Warren. You think he just wants to go for the Roach speed, or is it just going to be some sort of like Muta transition, Infestus, Swarm hosts? There's a lot of options for Winter. Are any of those, or which one of those are going to be best versus the Soul Train?
Mutilus is obviously a really good choice versus the Soul Train, because I mean, there's not too much that shoots up.
But will we be able to get out the Mutas in time? I don't believe so.
No, I definitely not. The lair was even a little late, I have to say. It's going to be finishing up now at like 9:30. So, now, Mecha is waiting for 4 Immortals.
Yeah.
So he's going for the same sort of powerhouse, but he's going to be moving out really quickly here.
Wow.
Yeah, he's been cutting a lot of corners, I feel, but it really paid off. So he's going to hit his opponent with such a powerful timing attack.
Yeah, I said I was moving out at 14 minutes with 4 Immortals the last time. This is going to be moved at 10 minutes with 4 Immortals. 4 minutes earlier, he's been just cutting a lot of stuff to get out that really quick robo, but I think it's definitely going to be worth it as Winter's making quite a bit of roaches, but +1 attack, how much of a difference is that going to make?
It's huge, you know, like, Lings become pretty much irrelevant in the defense. I mean, they soak up a little bit of damage, but I mean, it's barely noticeable, and then you continue committing lava into roaches, into Lings, and it's just like so cost inefficient, it's ridiculous. But now
5 spines going down, but those dudes going to melt towards the Immortals.
yeah, they're not even going to finish in time, and here we go. He's got the Mothership Core, he's got the sentries, and these 4 Immortals. This is going to be ridiculous, but a counterattack at the same time at the front, but there's cannons and sentries. Oh my god, the force fields are really good here, but one of the Immortals might fall. No? Oh, there we go, he does snag it.
Yeah, and here comes the War Prince a bit late to do the fancy War Prince micro, but I think that Maker is definitely going to break Winter. Question is Winter going to be able to break Maker on the other side of the map?
No, I don't think so. No, actually, 2 cannons and additional sentry being warped in. Right now, Maker's just pushing right on through. This War Prince being so pivotal in this aggression.
Yeah, not the fancy Immortal Micro with the War Prince that I might have expected from Mecha, but it doesn't matter. He's just melting through these roaches. The drones from the third base are coming in the back. Will Winter be able to hold?
Yeah, force fields going down, forcing away some of those drones. And now this War Prism still remains intact. The Immortal stands strong. 1 is going to go down now. Wait, is Winter holding?
It looks like
he's
Winter
forcing
holds.
Mecha to pull up and pull back.
Wow, he's forced away with those flying units, and 33 workers killed for Mecha. Winter is at 24 probes, so he holds. But at what cost?
Yeah, that's the true question. But at what cost? This is carnage.
It absolutely is there. Proxy Pylon being taken out by Winter here. But with 28 drones, I think he has to be putting on some aggression back at home.
Yeah,
But-
like he
but
has to buy a little time, you know, so his opponent doesn't try to hit him with another wave of this. Because I mean, now Mecha just went home and he's getting more immortals, and he's got these sentries. He's whooping in zealots this time as well to back this up. A lot more zealots. No additional upgrades, but just like more stuff. And he's just going to hit him with a wave 2, and this time Winter's economy is going to be in shambles. He's still making drones, trying to squeeze in a couple of units here and there, but I think this second wave is just going to be so much more deadly.
I think that this composition of Mecha, it's like Zealot Immortal Sentry, it would be really weak to any of the LATEC units that Winter could have been making, like Mutus or Infestus or even Hydras.
Yeah.
But he's just been keeping Winter on solo economy. He's not been able to make anything else but Lynx and Roaches.
No, absolutely not. But here we have the move out coming on from our Protoss opponent, Protoss player. And Winter does see this, but the majority of his army is actually out on the map trying to counterattack it. But with these cannons and the sentries, there's no way he's going to be able to pull through. And now the Protoss army is already in his throat.
Wow, absolutely. Mecha is just breaking through Winter. They're being up 15 supply, and these roads can just say goodbye. Great time up in the back as well for Mecha. The Mother, of course, survives. Here's the Warp Beam to do a little bit of Immortal Micro, but it's not even needed. Mecha, choo-choo! The Soul Train just took down Winter.
GG. I mean, there, look at him. Mecha actually looked a little concerned there in the booth. That's the first time I've seen him, not be that stone cold killer.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mecha was able to take the game with a greatly executed strategy. I mean, as I said in his series versus Prospect, he went out really late at 14 minutes. But this time, he went out at 10 minutes and was actually be able to finish the game at 14 minutes.
Yeah,
So
like, having that fourth immortal, you're moving out like 40 seconds later with that additional mortal than like the original timing. But I mean, it just adds so much more punch and gives you more time to warp in additional gateway units and stuff like that. You just have such a powerful force. And, I think that the thing that sort of cost Winter that game, because I mean, he held, but losing so many drones, couldn't possibly have enough units to fight off that second wave.
I mean, I think he was in a really bad position when he was holding the first wave. I think somewhat of what saved him is actually how bad Immortals are versus drones. I mean, the drones getting in close to the Immortals, just do-do, do-do.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Immortals can't really do anything. Yeah?
3 hits, guys, to kill a drone with an Immortal, because they do 20 damage per shot, or 22 with the upgrade. And the drone has like 40 health. Let me read in a little. But yeah, guys, we're coming in now to game number 6. So,
take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bad Example. My handsome co-caster. Here we have him, wearing the color blue. Will he be able to tie things up here in the grand finals of the University Star League Season 3? None other than ECV's Winter!
There he is in the blue booth, of course. But his opponent in the red booth. I think that if he is going to be able to take this series right here, right now, he needs your support. It's Team Properties Mecha! Mecha famously dubbed Mechan Prime.
Mechan Prime?
After beating Bishu. Quite an achievement. I don't know if Winter has any like established nicknames, but we've definitely come up with quite a few so
I'm going to call him the Surgeon Zerg from now on. I just love his little thing he does with the Lings and, smooth counterattacks of Commander Roaches.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, Mecha was talking about Winter earlier, and it's like, he's the only guy I know. Like run-bys with Lings are usual, but Winter, he's like run-bying and counterattacking with every unit. It's not uncommon to see him like take 5 Hydras and go into the main base or something.
Like we saw him doing on... I keep forgetting the map.
Station.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he broke down the rocks and he came up on the natural with a lot of links. But those 4 Hydralisks really made the difference.
Absolutely. So, Mecha, I think that he suspects the 3 hatch before pull from Winter, but he's not really going for any blind counter. You think there is really any hard blind counter that can do in this case?
Proxy gate.
I knew you were going to say that. You're such a...
That is, that's it. The proxy gate.
Yeah.
I actually have a story about when I proxy-gated a guy. His name was Dady.
Shout out to Dady, he's in the crowd.
We were playing a University Star League in-house tournament, and game number 1 on Heavy Rain, he went for the 3 hatch before pool, and I was just, swiping in there. Just 10 gates. And, you know, the rest of that is history, as they say.
How much skill did it take?
All of my skill.
All of your skill?
So I've lost it now.
Yeah.
I had to like invest all my skill in that, so now I'm a bronze Protoss.
Would you say it's worth it? It was worth it?
Definitely.
To humiliate Daddy?
Oh, definitely.
He is so humiliated.
He stopped playing SE2 and went to play Dark Souls.
Yeah, and I mean, for every player, I mean, you might think it's a bad thing to make someone stop play SE2, but I really think it's quite impressive to beat someone so bad that they stop playing the game.
Yeah.
It has a certain amount of charm to it.
It does, doesn't it? Like, so you have a list of like names before you go to bed that you like cross off. You know, like people at work, people in school. Like, so this guy.
I'm going to make him stop playing StarCraft. I'm going to beat him so hard.
Yeah, you have the catalog, you know, the photo, school photo.
Yeah.
Just like tear his face out.
He's not living anymore.
He's dead.
And soon,
so will you be. No, but yeah,
Wow.
Winter is just going to be working on saturating these bases, I guess. This is looking very typical winterish, you know, winter-esque even.
Winterish, winter-esque. Let's see how many queens going to be making. I hope for 5.
Yeah, I think it's a good count, because I mean, once again, that creep spread, man.
Yeah, that creep spread.
Winter, don't forget the creep, it's so important.
Creep is a mechanic that allows Zerg players to, or Zerg units to move quite quickly. Speaking of moving quite quickly, here's the Stargate.
Yeah, because it means Stargate units move quickly, if
move
they're not
quickly.
Void Rays. And
Void Rays.
Carriers.
And Tempest.
Yeah, yeah, Tempest are really slow.
Yeah, really
Wait,
slow.
we have 5 units out of the Stargate.
That is quite a lot.
That's like 1 million.
That is as many as the Terrans get out the Starport.
Is it?
I think so.
Wait, Raven, Viking, Banshee, Battlecruiser, Medivac. Yeah.
That is 5.
Terran is really OP.
Is your mind blown?
My mind is blown. Okay, but right now we have proxy pylon being set up here, and for the first time Mecha is actually committing a little heavier to, you know, some super early game aggression, and this queen was weakened by the Stalker shots, so she's dead with this mothership core. And yeah, Mecha is just microing really nicely here. I really like this. I love these tiny, you know, kinds of cute move outs, but this Stalker can get focused down by this queen. There's really low 8 HP remaining.
I think this is the YOLO Elfie build he mentioned. There's an Oracle on the way, so softening up this queen I think is really important, as this Oracle is not only going to be able to kill the queen at the third base, he's also going to be able to kill, I think, even 1 additional queens with the help of some Warping Zealots. And yeah, the YOLO Elfie build there for Mekar in game number 6. What do you think about that, the crowd?
Yeah, but meanwhile we have a counter-attack here moving in from our Zerg player, but there is a sentry in the whole position. Zealots coming in to do the work. Queen is already dead. Sporecrawler being dropped down, because I mean, now Winter realizes what's about to happen, and so he's dropping down Sporecrawlers in all of his bases. Really good responsive from him, but this third base is really, really it's in the risk of dying.
I think he really has to give up to give this thing up. I mean, he's making 14 Zerglings, 16 Zerglings, but I mean, he's giving up so much in order to try and save this third base. But here goes. I mean, I think that Mika is going to be able to recall, but I mean, this Oracle is just shredding through the Zerglings.
So powerful.
The Oracles are kind of good, man.
Yeah, there's already a second Oracle already coming out here. Forge and Twilight Council being added here for our Protoss, and this third base is pretty much dead. And because I mean, Winter's already lost 2 queens trying to defend this.
But he's actually committing even more.
Oh my god,
even more Zerglings.
This could actually be GG.
Yeah, I mean, I think Winter had to give that up in the first place. He's committing even more to try and break this, but he's not going to be able to with a second Oracle coming in as well. And I mean, Meka is just going to be able to recall after this. He's doing so much damage with the Elfie build, and Meka is in a great position. I think this is going to be a 4-2 on this Winter can bring out a miracle.
Yeah, I really feel the third base does fall. Time Warp goes down on top of the Queen, and they, like Thundership Core and Oracles, just focus that down. Sporecrawler slowly trying to make his way over there. Hurry!
That's a sad Sporecrawler.
A very sad Sporecrawler. And I mean, the counter-attacking tactics here for Winter, I mean, Mecha has just been on point, always having something blocking in the, you know, the wall-offs and stuff like that. And now Mecha does fall back. He's actually not going for the kill, but he does have these 2 Oracles remaining.
A third one even getting chronoed out, so 3 Oracles? How common is that we land? Wow, there's no Sporecrawler in the natural! Well, we had to bring it over to the third base, which then died, so Winter committing so much in order to save the third base. Wow, the Oracle is going to have a party in the main base right now.
Yeah, he might actually even just ignore the Sporecrawler.
Well, what?
Or not. What? Okay, but he's going to kill the Queen.
Yeah, Queens are good as well to kill.
Yeah, like the Pulsar Beam just deals so much damage.
Oracle's a decent man.
He could even kill that Sporecrawler. Yeah, he goes for it. And I mean, these Lings are roaming around the map, but what the case?
Fourth Oracle? What is this for Meka? Does he want to humiliate Winter with an Oracle dance?
no, I mean, he's going for the, mass Oracle charge thing. I was talking about this, remember? A little earlier.
You was?
Yeah,
You were,
mass Oracle with Zealots and stuff like that. This is a really powerful build, especially if you can, do this much damage early. It's just so difficult to hold.
I mean, Winter is in such a low economy situation. The only unit that's going to be able to get out is like Lynx and Queens, pretty much. Might be able to get into Roche one, but Mecha is just so far ahead on the tech department. It's going to be Oracle plus 1 shard slot, even with Archon support versus unupgraded Saglings.
Yeah, it's a sad story.
It's a really sad story if you're a Winter fan.
I am a Winter fan.
You're a Winter fan.
I'm a Winter fan.
Wow, I feel very sad for you.
I feel very sad for me. I feel very sad for Winter, unless he can bring it back, magically.
That would be really.
I do believe in Winter, guys. The Winter is strong in this one.
I believe in Winter too, but more of the season, not the player. No, I believe in him too, but perhaps not in this particular game as
really
Mecha is moving out. And I mean, he has the Templar Archives being done. I mean, 2 Archons in this army gonna just do so much.
Yeah.
If plus 1 Zealot does not shred up unupgraded Zerglings, Archon sure do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now we have the Roach Warren almost finished here for Winter, so he's going to be able to get additional units. Anything but Lings, because Lings are probably the worst unit to fight against this composition from the Protoss. But I mean, I don't think it's going to help. Even he's even fully walled off in the natural. He's got a sentry and a cannon there, even adding additional ones. And now Winter's just committing to this.
I mean, Mecha's definitely learned his lesson. He knows how far ahead he is of Winter. Road speed and 12 roaches on the way, but it's still going to be Archon, Zealot, Oracle versus a couple of roaches with speed, without any Evo Chamber upgrades even. And this is just a 2-base Winter with 40 drones. Mecha doesn't even have to break him, but I think it's going to do it anyway, just because it can.
Yeah, absolutely. This army here for the Protoss so powerful. Archon's coming in here to help out. These 4 Oracles. Oh my god, this is going to be a massacre, and I think we have our champion here.
Yeah, Winter's going to be microing his little heart out, but it's going to be enough for the Roaches in a great position behind him in the line. But okay, comes Archons, plus 1 Zealots, the Oracles, 4 Oracles even, going in towards roasting those Roaches, and that's a great time mob coming down from Mecha. 85 supply to 66.
Done. I think he's done it.
He's pushing back Winter. Has he done it?
Has he dethroned last season's champion? Team Properties Mecha. He's killing everything here for the Zerg.
Wow, and it looks like Winter is losing all its units as I am losing my voice. GG,
well played
for the game. Ladies and gentlemen,
Properties Mecha is your champion.
Wow, there he is in the booth, just rocking that extremely solid game. Let's hear it for Mecha.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. My co-caster losing his voice here. You've done a brilliant job. But guys, wow, what a series. I'm so hyped and so excited.
I mean, the level of play in all those games, that entire series, that was like Grandmaster WCS level even. I'm so impressed by these players. Wow, such high tempo going through all that game. 200 APM for Mecha throughout the series, 250 for Winter, but it isn't even enough as... I mean, Mecha with the brilliant strategies to being able to break me.
Just completely destroyed him in that last game.
Wow, just complete destruction. I couldn't have said it better myself.
He was like, yeah, okay, you go for that, 3 hatch before pull, and I'm just going to punish you for it.
Yeah, Winter went for the same build in all of those games, for the same opening at least, and Mecha was just able to punish it, and there he is, your champion!
Yeah, guys, we're going to not stall for too long, so...
I think we're going to throw it over to the interview couch.
Yeah, I kind of feel we should do that.
Mecha.
So yeah, here we go, guys.
I think. Yeah, there we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what a final that was indeed. Give it up one more time for Mecha.
No.
Yes.
Such games.
Such games. So let's start off. Mecha, how do you feel? You won it all.
I feel pretty good, I think.
Yeah. Did you expect to win before going into these games?
Yeah, I thought I would win in macro games, but that didn't quite happen. He was too strong in macro games, so if you can't beat him straight up, go cheese him the Protoss way.
Yep. That's actually exactly what Winter said before. He was like, yeah, if it's a macro game, I'm going to win, but if it's rush, then it might be a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have a verb for that. It's called Protoss your way to victory.
Yeah.
All right.
Open a big book of Protoss bullshit, right?
Yeah. So, Winter, unfortunately, you lost. How do you feel about your performance, though?
It felt good. Though in the third game, I had no idea what I was doing. The smart guy, I was like, he's like improvising. It's like the first.
Yeah. Why did you? Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Why did you make like a hatchery in his main base after making it in his natural?
Well, like the first and third map, I reached on ladder, so I had no idea what it was going to do on the map. So just tried to do something tricky, but it didn't really work. So.
Yeah, well, it worked anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I must say though, on the first map, that was so smart. What you did, that was so brilliant.
Yeah, I love that cannon rush. It was really, really well done. All right, so actually we don't have time for too many questions. I would love to just sit and chat about the entire series. So let's start, let's go right ahead to the
prize ceremony.
The prize ceremony. All right, so let's start off with the thing you both get. And that is, of course, these awesome mouse pads from QPad. It's a University Star League mouse pad. And one for you, second place. And one for you. All right. So, for second place, you won't get an SSD, but you will still get these awesome HyperX RAM. And this is for you. But then again, we have a champion, and the champion needs to get something special. So first of all, this awesome Kingston HyperX SSD, 120 gigabytes. Woo! There we go, Mekar.
But of course, there's another prize. Like last year, Julia Stillert has handmade the prize. It's hidden under this peculiar blanket here. It's kind of fragile. You have to touch it the right way. Like she said, you can only touch it in the stiff, hard place, and not in the handmade parts because they are quite fragile. You can put your hand underneath it and hold in the hard place. Okay.
These are all her words.
Yeah, these are all her words, by the way.
So let's reveal it.
Are you ready for the unveil? Oh, can I get the drum roll, by the way?
Careful.
Ooh. How about that? It's a lamp.
It's not on.
It's another Zerg lamp.
That's great. I love crawlers.
Isn't that pretty awesome?
Yeah, it's really, really well made.
Are you much of a reader?
A what?
A reader.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Then that will that will come in handy then. Perfect. All right, so I think that's it for the last player couch this season. So once again, give it up for both our finalists here.
Huge
Mekar and
congratulations
Winter.
to both of you. So well played.
Really well done. And with that, I'm going to throw it over to our presenter, Petter, to close out the show. Thank you very much.
And that's that, ladies and gentlemen, for the last of the broadcast from University Star League this season. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. It's been so much fun to have you here. We have glow sticks. People threw these at me for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not that ugly, I feel. And I've gotten a glass of champagne to celebrate that we finished this season. And to everyone who's been watching throughout the day, thank you so much. It's been so much fun to have you here. To everyone who's been playing in the tournament, I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have, and we hope to see you back in future tournaments as well. To everyone who's especially invested in this production, and just a special thank you. He wanted one, I'm going to give you one. Ludwig Fjell, who made all the systems here, the overlay systems, the Hearthstone systems and everything. He's been working night and day to get this production working. So a huge round of applause for him. It is a really sexy production. It is actually, and he's a sexy man. So I'm going to end off basically with that. I'm also going to say here, we've been handing these out here and there throughout the events in some ways, but we have a whole bunch of them left. So if you people here like Zerg t-shirts, come get one in just a little while. And that's it for me. That's it for University Star League Season 2. We're going to take this into the night. And guys, Storm it. Here you come on. Thank you very much. And see you next season. Much love.